And so them and Toy Shed just, it looks like they're swapping places on the pit stop. I asked if they've had any problems. They said no, only solutions. That's fantastically positive.
Yeah, at the moment, Toy Shed, and Toy Shed being driven by Chris Slade, is lapping on doing 49.2s. Slarky Malarkey with Tom Grindale in it is 51.3, so that's 2.1 seconds, isn't it? That's rather a lot.
It is. I mean, we'll see. Yeah, we'll see how they keep going on the next couple of laps.
Maybe there was maybe got a bit balked there, maybe got held up, but 2 seconds a lap. Oh, that's not going too well, is it?
It's something definitely to keep an eye on, isn't it?
Oh, 2 seconds a lap. That's I've got to think that one out. 30 minutes, yeah, in 30 laps in an hour, that's a minute, so that's half a lap, isn't it? Yes, you're going to lose a lap in that session, aren't you? In your 2-hour session, you'll lose a lap. So you've got 60 laps in your 2-hour session, roughly. 2 seconds a lap, 120 seconds, 2 minutes, that's a whole lap, yeah. Dear me, 49 going through, that's Carly, the second of the 2 CVs, and going strongly. And Carly is currently doing 52s, and Christ is doing 53, so they're extending that lead in second position. 79 car go through, that's the second of the line cars. And the 35 car, that's ECAS. Sorry, that's not ECAS. I keep saying that, isn't that's the blueberry tart. Keep getting the tarts and the ECAS car mixed up. Sorry about that. But yeah, we're it's turning out to be a beautiful day. And coming across is the 89 car with a 41 right behind it. 89 is DD Racing. 41 Twin Snails right behind it. 71 car goes through. And there we go, yeah. We have Crisis Tech Rouge on track. And right behind them is our lead 2CV car, that Team Line car. And at the moment, David O'Keefe is just bringing her home, I think. Just gently, it's a 153 lap. I have a huge margin. It's still 13 laps. Oh, you've got 13 lap advantage to say that 25-26 minutes. Now, that's a slow engine change or a suspension arm change. Get to a gearbox, that would be a little bit harder. So normally have to do engine gearbox together. But the gearboxes are usually pretty well bulletproof. However, right, as I said, Toy Shed and Slarky Malarkey are now in the 59s. There's only a few tenths between them, and so Slarky Malarkey's Tom Grindale looks as though he's got held up on that previous lap when he lost a couple of seconds, so he's now back within a few tenths. So here and there, a few tenths can be made up.
I'm just down in the pork pie garage, and they've got the car engine bay apart. They're just trying to get an engine together to do the last lap of the race. So sadly, we won't be seeing any more of them until the last lap of the race. So it'd be great that they'll finish, but a bit sad for them there.
Okay. So that's pork pie, that's the 96 car, which is done a few more laps than really racing, but so looks as though we've got really racing and pork pie basically non-combatants. So we're down to 29 cars that are still going to be circulating is the E-Class car. That's the 33 car, isn't it? And there's the 49 car, Carly car, and leading a bunch of cars, and coming up very quickly behind it is the lead car, Team Toy Shed, working its way through the slower of the Citroens, and not far behind in Slarky Malarkey, also weaving their way through the slower of the two CV Citroens. And everyone being quite respectful on this, the well, early morning on Sunday.
The minis are always quite good like that, because we are a bit faster through the corners, and and obviously they have a lot more power than us, but they're really great at just kind of it's really courteous out there on the racetrack, which sounds weird to say, but of course with such different speeds and it being such a long race, it's essential. So it's really great. The minis are fantastic like that.
Okay, who's in the pits at the moment? Which one of the minis? Is that French?
The Frog, yes, Mini Frog.
Mini Frog. And where are Mini Frog? 137. Oh, yes. Mini Frog right down in the bottom. Oh, yeah, 28. So Mini Frog are having, I think that's the first time we've seen Mini Frog. So it's a learning curve. It does take it does take a while to get the hang of 24-hour racing.
It does. I've just been chatting to the Mini team 111, and they were saying they're great at building engines, but nothing else. The whole thing is integrated around them, which I'm sure they're great at building the car as well. That was their words, but they've just had a few problems, so they've been in the pit since I've started and before.
So no sleep till Sunday. Having issues. Yeah, they're right down the bottom. Well, I grew up rebuilding minis, and I think the whole thing with the mini is just keeping on top of it.
I might have a chat with some people on the pit wall because they've been up all night. So I've got someone here from DD Racing called Dougie, and I hear you've been up quite a while, Dougie.
Yeah, pretty much all night. Got about an hour on the pit floor and that was about it.
And when he says on the pit floor, it's literally the pit floor. The mat that you used to kneel on and is his mattress and a tea towel for his head. So are you feeling tired, or are you just so excited?
Feeling better now the sun's up and it's not dark, but yeah, still pretty tired.
Oh, well done. Thank you, Dougie. So obviously part of DD Racing, thank you, which is, he was very excited because obviously they're racing for the championship. So when I talked to him earlier, he was very, very excited that they made it back up to fourth. But I thought it was just interesting because obviously the crews don't really sleep, and it's just interesting chatting to them. And on the pit walls, quite a lonely place to be, but also really crucial for the drivers.
Yes, it's not quite so bad now, is it? Because with TSL, they're quite good at telling you if your car has stopped. You watch TSL, so you don't have to well, you should time every lap, shouldn't you?
Yeah, I would say it's not necessarily the timing, but of course, without the two-way radio, the minis are allowed radio, the GCVs aren't. And it's just, if there's any issues at all, it's the only way to communicate with the driver, and it's the only way for the driver to communicate with the team as well.
How do you do it in the blueberry tart? Was it the hooter?
It wasn't. We just flashed, really. It was the indicator we used.
Oh, you flashed?
Yes, we did indeed.
Oh.
It comes.
Oh, you girls flashed. Oh, right.
We did indeed. It's in the night time. But with the tarts and the muffins and regimental, one person's been on the pit wall, I think, the whole time, and it's been amazing. When I was in the car, every single lap, they're there putting their thumbs up. It's just when you're in the car and you don't really have a clue what's going on, it's just nice to know somebody's there.
So how long were your sessions?
So I did do, I think, 2 hours. The first one, the safety car came out at perfect time, and yeah, the second one was a couple hours as well. So that's actually quite good. I know some teams are running a bit shorter, fuel-wise, but yeah, 2 hours.
That's what I keep saying, isn't it?
It is. You're right, Lewis.
I've done this too many times, haven't I?
Yeah.
That's good news. So what happened when you were with Rosie Racing, the family team, did you use indicators and did you flash then, or have a?
Yeah, well, I think there is some flash. Yeah, a lot of flash in the night time. In the daylight hours, it's just kind of hand signals, and you kind of know what, a thumbs up, it's going well. If you're pointing out the window, you're coming in. That's about as far as it extends, and unless you devise some sort of secret code. I mean, I could go and investigate with some other teams because
Well, I know Lion use the use a horn, use the hooter, the horn.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
But Pete could get quite upset.
Yeah.
I think last year the horn, I think the horn was at roughly the same frequency as the cars. So if there's another car next to it, it's really, if you're battling a car, it's really quite hard to hear. So they've got a high-pitched horn on this year.
Brilliant. Yeah. See, that's the innovation of Team Lion there.
Yeah, that's Sparrow all over, isn't it?
It is. Yeah.
It's Mr. Sparrow. Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, he'd even go and change the horn to get a different tone, just to get an advantage.
It is. It's why he's the champion, isn't it?
He's the man.
He's attention to tiny detail.
He's the man. I'm going to count up how many times he's won it. I think it's 11. Every year I come up with a different number, but I'm going to have a count now. So
yeah, I don't think he knew, so that'd be good.
No, he does. He didn't know. I know that from past. I'm going to have a count, so I'm going to be. I'm going to be a. Well,
While
I'll
you're
read them out.
counting, I'll go and see if
Okay.
I'll go and see how some other teams signal to their drivers. It's a bit easier now in the daylight.
So he won it in 2001. He won in 2002. He won in 2005. He won in 2006. He won in 2014. He won in 15. He won in 16. He won in 17. This is getting on. He won in 2021. No, it's 10.
Just while you're counting, Pet Rouge have got well, actually Andrew Bull's daughter's on the pit wall for him, and I think it looks like they're just holding out, how long he's been out. So they're about to put a 30 out, so he's been out 30 minutes, which actually is very handy as a driver as well, because you don't really know how long you've been out.
Well, actually, he won in 95 as well, because I haven't gone over the other page, and he won in 98. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 times. I'm going to have to recount that, aren't I? So he first won at 95, 95, 98, 2001, 2002, 2005, 2006, 2007, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2020, 2021. That is 12 times. 12 times.
He's going to love this. I'll have to tell him we've been counting it up and spending a good amount of time on it.
12 times. Must be 12. That was 12 times.
So 6 of them would have been with Sea Lion. They've won it 6 times, or Team Lion now.
Yeah. I think he's done 6. Yeah.
It's impressive, isn't it? It's the 30 that he.
Well, everyone makes a big deal of Tom Christensen winning Le Mans 9 times. However, Pete has surpassed that and winning any 24-hour race, whether it's 2 CVs, whether it's the Minis, whether it's the Citroen C1s or the other or the KAs at Anglesey this year. If it takes just as much effort, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, it's I mean, as we keep saying, there's so many variables in the 24-hour race. Anything out of your control, someone could crash into you. You don't know. So yeah, to win it that many times is impressive.
To win, I think as much research as I've ever done, he's the most winningest 24-hour racer.
I think you can say out of confidence. Yeah, definitely.
So as much as we admire Tom Christensen, for Le Mans, and that effort, you are running against you are running against similar cars, aren't you? You know, it's no gimme, and the same as in any 24 any race, you know, especially in the 2 CVs, which are even more equal probably than a lot of the cars that compete at Le Mans. Yeah, it is just as significant as a feat. To win it 12 times is outstanding, really. 12 out of 31, well, okay, out of 30, we've only had 30 finishes, haven't we? It's pretty good going.
It is indeed.
And
looks like they're getting a nice tow off Crisis at the moment. So Team Lion and Crisis go around together, so that will be a big advantage to them. As Iceni comes into the pits.
Mustn't tell anyone smugly, but we've got the aircon on. It's so hot up here. Just turned the air conditioning on. And right. Where are we? 7 hours, 15 minutes to go. We're coming up to 7:45. Beautiful morning here in Snetterton. And live streaming of 24/7 TV boys have done an excellent job. You can see well, really excellent job. See the the top of the screen we can see is the centre straight, and just to the right you can just see the little kink, which is just before the pit entrance, coming up past the finish line. Excellent view. We've also got another really good view of the cars, which are, you can just see them coming under the bridge, under Brundle. That's the right hander, then the left hander, then the right hander at Nelson. Just go out of your view, the bomb hole on your left, and then you can see him coming around the third from the bottom pitch. You can see him coming around Coram and braking sharply or heavily for the Murray right-hander. Sorry, left-hander. I'm looking at it right-hander, it's left-handed, isn't it, on the track? That's obviously described this about an hour and a half ago. Someone fell off. Luckily, no one's done that yet. Our leader, Team Toy Shed, just extending the lead from Slarky Malarkey, bit by bit. Now a 20-second lead, and Toy Shed are doing 48. Slarky Malarkey back in that 51s. Again, that's almost a 2-second. That 2-second gap. Someone's come out of the pits extremely slowly. Not the ones who were just out. The last car out was Iceni, but it wasn't them. It was one of the other white cars. It's going very slowly indeed. I can pick it up from the spotter's guide. It wasn't Iceni. Not sure it was. One of the frogs. Nope, can't quite tell from the spotter's guide which one it was. I hope it will get back up to speed. I've seen this white, there's another white one, isn't it? But it wasn't Le Mans Classic, I'm sure. But some of the cars are slightly different looking from the back view than they are from the front view. 116 and 129. 116 Fast but Not Furious, and 129 APO Sport They're neck and neck. Sport Just takes furious into Richard's corner. Those two minis need to make up some extra time as they've lost the lead.
Can you hear me, Lewis? Lewis, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Lewis? No. Just down with rally races, they've been in a couple times recently. They just said they've had loads of issues. It looks like, well, they're taking off the air filter as well, so I wonder if it's a common thing. I might get Martin, I'm just going to ask you a technical question. So obviously throughout the season and specifically in this race, there have been lots of issues with stuff getting into the carb and things, and no one seems to know why, because it's a common issue. Any theory?
The only theory that we had, there was little bits of rubber that came off the old air filters that we used to use, because we had a couple of those last year. We had a problem at crop this year, and it turned out there was some very, very tiny pieces of brass in the carburettor. It was almost like it'd been a new carburettor that hadn't quite been finished properly. So no, not really. We haven't had anything off the air filter, but we've certainly had bits in carburetors this year. Yeah, it's been weird.
Yeah, it seems really random, like, because Simon Clark was saying, you know, he was driving for 70 minutes and obviously all of Friday, and that's when it started happening. It's not like, you know, it's just random, it appears.
Yeah, I had that at Silverstone. We were doing the race, and then about halfway through it decided to do it, and then my carburettor was full of all sorts of bits and pieces. So it is an issue with these cars, definitely, the jetting and stuff, definitely, yeah.
Thanks. Thank you, Martin. Okay. Martin of Team Twin Sails there, with his theories on the matter.
Well, yeah, I suppose everyone's chasing performance. I would think it's filtration. I mean,
it sounds that way, doesn't it? Because it's just getting in.
Yeah, when we used to do short oval, when I did short oval racing and we were racing on shale, you had a foam filter which you lubricated with oil. Very, very, you know, lightly with oil, so it trapped all the dirt particles. And that's the first thing you know, when we, like I say, when we were down at Wimbledon and on the shale circuit, you used to carry a spare one and change it halfway through. But I think the performance you would lose is significantly less than the lap you lose.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'll see what other people think about that, actually, because obviously reliability is important. But we've seen with DD Racing that they've managed, with their speed, they've managed to get back. Not that they've had any carb issues, but yeah, it's interesting, isn't it?
I've not seen any of that type of foam type filter. I've seen the really big sort of almost like a kettle filter, which is a wire mesh, and and plastic sort of thing. I think that's on Sparrow's car, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Really huge. It's like a cauldron. It's huge.
Cauldron.
It's really huge. Yeah, it's like a cooking pot. That's that sort of size.
Oh, cauldron sounds more realistic when it comes to Pete Sparrow. Over a cooking pot.
That when the bonnet goes up, have a quick look next time.
I will do, yeah. I'll go see if I can find him. He never likes, I mean, not that I understand his secrets, but he never tells me them anyway. So
Well, no, you have to look over the cars, don't
Yeah,
you?
you do
have-
indeed.
You do have to look at the cars, but yeah, I think they're also trying to use what we call a ram air effect, isn't it? So you were talking about the elaborate way that they try to seal the bonnet, don't they? So it's a cowling inside, isn't it? So when the bonnet drops down, it sits on top of the cowling, so the air goes in and tries to create a ram air effect. So increase the pressure inside that area. I can see the theory where they're trying to go with it, but I think I can see that's what you would do for qualifying. I think I would look at something slightly different to the race.
I must have been mistaken because David O'Keefe is actually sat in a chair right now, not in the car.
What?
So, he's having a chat. It's actually Nick Crispin and David O'Keefe having a chat here, so I imagine...
Well, so it's not David O'Keefe, so you better try and find out who it is
I
then.
will, yeah, I know, I can...
Matthew Cobb. Michael.
Oh, yes, I've not met him. Martin's here, I'll ask Martin. Martin, who have you got in your car at the moment?
What?
Who's driving your car? 97 at the
No
moment.
idea, I just had a shower.
Oh, brilliant. Right, okay, so the team manager doesn't know. He's not sure.
That's his get out clause.
It
Every
is.
time you ask something, he always says, "I'll just go out of the shower."
Yeah, oh, is it? Yeah.
I think it's Gary.
You think it's Gary? Oh,
Pete's,
we're doing process of elimination. We can see Pete's helmet. We think it's Gary by process of elimination of the helmets that are on the rack here. So it's probably Gary. I wonder if it's because David couldn't find his glasses. They've had to sub Gary in.
Well, go and have a chat with David. He's always good for a laugh, isn't he?
Yes, he's just chatting. I'll let them wait till they're finished.
Well, just butt in.
I butted in. It's Nick and David. So, Nick, I don't know if you're aware, David couldn't find his glasses. I'm wondering if that's why you're not in the car, David.
I got them now.
Oh, you got them. When are you going in then?
It's an old people thing.
I know that's why you get the garage nearest the toilet. That's what I was told last year. So when are you due in, David?
After Gary.
After Gary. Yeah, it's a tyrant thing. Yeah. You've not had any sleep at all? No. Yeah. Is that your last stint then, or are you going in again?
No idea. They keep changing it.
I mean, Martin didn't even know who was in the car. He said he was having a shower, so, yeah.
We've reached that point.
Yeah, you have, just getting it done now, yeah. How about you, Mr. Crispin? How's it all going?
We're doing all right so far. Doing what we need to.
Dougie to sleep on the garage floor.
Dougie sleeps anywhere.
Thank you, Nick. I'm glad, and he was buzzing though, because you went from 9th to 4th after you stopped.
Yeah, I didn't know that we'd rejoined after the electrical issues. We rejoined in 9th, but we were 6th or 7th when I came in. And then Patrick's obviously taking us back up a bit further again, and now James is taking us up another place. So we're not going to catch the old men up front, but hopefully we'll be following up behind them somewhere.
Brilliant. Sorry. Nick's a very distracting person if you ever meet him to talk to. So Nick, you kept your third driver, Patrick, a secret from me for a few months. Are you glad with your secret weapon that you've enlisted?
Are we talking about Patrick as a secret weapon?
I am indeed.
Okay. I had to keep it a secret, obviously, keep it away from other people, because I just wanted everything to go smoothly and be nice. And yeah, as David's just rightly said, not mess it all up again and God knows what. But I've never come into the final race ahead. I've always been behind, and it's always catch up. Hopefully, fingers go in the right way.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
It'll be all right.
Yeah. Ah, that's nice. Reassuring words from the second place man there. Brilliant. Thanks. Thank you.
Right, just to put some context into that conversation, Nick Crispin is the actual leader of the season-long 2CVparts.com Championship in 2022. And this is the 9th and final round of the series, of the championship. And Nick Crispin came into this race on 705 points. And as Katie said very early on in the commentary, he needs 12th place to assure that he becomes the new champion in 2022. The first time I believe he'll be champion. And that's if David O'Keefe, who's second on 633 points, wins the race, and currently he's 13 laps ahead, so mind you, still a long way to go, around 7 hours to go. Gary Adnett, who's also in the lead car at the moment, is in third position. Liam Davis fourth, Luca Peretti fifth, his dad Sandro sixth, neither here today. Actually, they came last year. I think all the Perettis drove together, and they had such a bad run that they said, oh, we aren't going to do this anymore, which is sad. Andrew Bull, who's currently in the Tech Rouge Crisis car at the moment on 465. Chris Yates, who was the first person to get a tow back last night after the engine blew in Blueberry Muffins, that's right. Then we've got Julie Walford and Steve Walford, who are part of the Rosie Racing Walford team, which is Mick, Katie's dad, keeps breaking the car. We'll tease him about that. And I think he won his first race about 2-3 years ago. His first sprint race was Suistatic, said he had won the first race. And it wasn't until he came up there that reminded him he actually was part of the winning crew the first time the race was held here in 2003. His argument was, oh yeah, I forgot about that. Oh yeah, but that was my first sprint win. Drivers. What are they like?
Drivers, yeah.
What are they like?
Yeah.
So we rib Mick about that, and we rib Chris Yates about leaving the handbrake on in Stinky one year for a stint. And as Kay so rightly said, it's Andrew Bull in the Crisis Tech Rouge car. It's actually leading the Gary Adnett driven Lion car. Those two are nose to tail. Actually looks like Andrew's doing most of the leading, and looks as though they're in a lot of changing positions. Maybe that's Gary thinking, well, they could actually push me off, so I'll just stay behind. That could be not deliberately pushed off. You could miss a braking point or something. Just give them a little bit of extra room when you come to Latin cars. You might think, oh, it'd be easier if I just drop a couple of 3-4 car lengths down as behind, which I can see is what's happened going down the Bentley Straight. Although I must say, towards the bottom of the Bentley Straight, looks as though the Lion car does actually catch up. A little bit slower through the Wilson-Williams combination of corners, but picks it up down the straight. Whether he's picking the toe up, I don't know.
I'm just down here in the Salaki garage.
Yeah.
Of course, they're running in second at the moment, so it's really close at this point in the race between you and Team Choice Shed. How are you feeling? How's it all going?
It's all stressful. We're all running out of tyres, which is cool, but we're only 38 seconds behind. Just see what happens, really.
Yeah, that is at this point in the race. That is actually really close, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really cool, actually. A couple of years ago, we were like several laps ahead by this time, and it was really boring afternoons. We just had to visit. We said what we really wanted was a good race. That's what we got, isn't it?
It is indeed.
I'd actually rather have the big gap now.
Yeah.
Best.
So you've used a lot of tyres. Is that normal here?
No, we've only used one.
Oh, okay.
Everybody else, they've used about 10 next door.
Oh.
But ours was in 2011.
It's done quite well then.
They called it a day.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So that's comes to being cheap like we are.
Well, that's not bad though.
We were struggling a little bit with handling because of it, but kept up. So
Yeah, you're doing really well. Yeah, with 11-year-old
we've
child.
got some more 2011 ones somewhere.
Brilliant. That's obviously the key to success then, isn't it?
We'll see.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Oh, I think that's a bit rich. That is. Yeah, we wanted a race. No, you don't. You want to be 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 laps ahead and go, hey, up, we can manage this. That's what happens when you say you're 38 seconds behind. Yeah, we wanted a good race. Make that 41 seconds behind now, as the difference between Toy Shed and Slarky Malarkey is still bouncing between a second and a half and 2 seconds a lap difference. I think some of that is traffic, but I do think there is I do think Toyland being driven by Chris Slade is slightly quicker than the 128 car with Tom Grindale behind it.
They were saying like Toy Shed have got their they're all fast, but a really fast driver in at the moment. So it's interesting on the driver change to see what happens as well.
Well, yeah, yes, you are right. You know, that is the case, isn't it? Toy Shed being driven by Andy Slade, Chris Slade, who's in the car at the moment, Michael Dryden. They're three fairly quick. They are three quick drivers in their own right, and Chris particularly quick. And Slarky Malarkey, Ian Slark, Neil Slark, Brian Taylor, and Tom Grindale. And the Slark brothers are rapid, but again, sometimes you've just got to you've got to have a good I was going to say pairing. You've got to have a good crew, not pairing. Is a very old fashion, isn't it? Days of two drivers doing 24 hours are pretty much gone.
Yeah, and that's actually quite mental. Doing four drivers, you feel tired. Imagine two. It's crazy, isn't it?
Well, that's what they did in the what they did in the historically, isn't it?
It is.
I think they now run 3, don't they, at Le Mans?
I think that, yeah. I think we've got Chris Yates just getting here into the Blueberry Muffin car. He was a bit downhearted, I think it's fair to say, when I spoke to him this morning, just through the issues that they've had with 2 engine changes and a couple of other little issues. But he'll get in the car. He's quite a rapid driver, I can see getting in here. So.
Well, he won the event, didn't he? He kind of was the mainstay behind the Stinkies win, wasn't he? Which was the before he went off to Anglesey. I was going to say when was that? Yeah, that was 2013. That was Christine Thompson, Ron Stinky, Neil Savage, Christian Heldren, and Chris Yates. Stinky no longer competing here. Christine, a former work colleague.
Yeah. Oh, is she? That's good.
Was.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm retired now.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, of course you have.
Why should you say that? Makes my heart me old, doesn't it?
No. People retire. I mean, if you're a footballer, you're 35. You retire, don't you? So.
If you're lucky.
There you go. Yeah, if you're lucky, exactly. You might be able to see on the live stream. I'm not sure. We just got Chris Yates getting in. You might want anyone watching at home. They have to wait till the car has been refueled. They will allow 2 people in front of the engine bay, touching the car, working on the car, or sorting the straps out. But that's why he's just waiting outside the car at the moment.
Yes, very strict rules on enforced for the 24 hour for safety reasons. 2 at the back, 2 at the front, driver out. That's a different regulation to our continental cousins, which caught the French out last year. Whereas they are allowed on the continent to refuel while the driver in the car, but under UK national regulation, which this event is run, you have to be outside, and isn't until you get to the international permit and events when you can refuel with the driver in. But certainly it's much better with the driver out. It's not the biggest pit lane in the world. Can cause some issues.
I'll try and get a quick chat with Chris before he gets in. Chris, just before you get in, how are you feeling?
Nervous.
Why?
I don't know. It's getting near to the end of the race, and I don't want another engine blow up. So, yeah. All right, come here then.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Oh, sorry.
Who builds Chris's engines?
Oh, that's a good question. He's just getting in, so I can't ask at the moment. I will find out though. So, let me just have a look.
I was going to say, I know who builds the family's engines. That's Steve Walford, isn't it?
Yeah. We think it's Chris. I mean, he's obviously running the muffins and the charts car, and he's helping out with regimental as well. But yeah, we think it's Chris.
Because I believe Sparrow runs a Walford engine too, doesn't he?
To my knowledge, he does. Yeah.
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 I'm told Steve can take quite a long time to rebuild them.
Oh, I don't know. I think it depends. It depends. I could probably go and ask Steve. But
well, I've been told you give him an engine and 6 months later you might get it back.
Oh, I see. Wow, yeah. I mean, knowing Steve, I think it all depends on the urgency of the matter.
But we know Crisis Tech Rouge build their engines. Sammy used to build them. I don't know if she still does. Sammy still build the engines?
I don't think so. Obviously she still can, but I don't think so.
And for those people who are interested, building these engines are very. It's black magic. It's a dark art. Trying to get these twin-cylinder opposed air-cooled engines to last 24 hours is a real trick. And originally, the engine was designed for an aircraft, I believe. I also think it was a light aircraft. I think it was pre-war and post-war. Sort of. We'll put that in. We'll put that into a cheap car for the masses, aka the 2CV. Obviously, that was the French equivalent to the British Morris. I suppose our first car was the Austin 7, wasn't it? Which was a mass-produced car. After the war, it was a bit more complicated after the war. Plus, the first big mass-produced car was the Morris Minor, wasn't it? And followed by the Mini. But and obviously in Germany it was the Beetle and the Fiat 500 for the Italians. I suppose that's the way it worked, isn't it? So 2CV, very utilitarian type vehicle. And there's the blueberry muffins. Chris letting the two minis go, and of course he slips across to the outside line, the preferred line, to take Rich's corner. That's the experienced driver for you. Chris setting into his pace. He knows he can't keep up with the minis. He's looking for, said more or less, for a finish. Where are they? Down in 15th position in class, 22nd overall, and it's an achievement finishing, but trying to get a top place, and I suppose a top place is considered to be a trophy, isn't it? And the trophies are down to the top 6, so we're looking for trophies. Katie can't hear. I was going to try and work out what's happened to some of the other cars that have really raced, we think, has lost engines, and they are not running either. What happened to some of the other cars that are currently not running? Oh, I've seen you in the pits. Le Mans 2CV Classic 2 Mini Frog. I haven't done no sleep till Sunday. Oh, we did hear something from them, and I can't remember what it was. There's the 35 car going past. That is Tart's car. It's not the ECAS car. Look out this time. And the two minis gone through, and Chris Yates. Car's not sounding as that great. Toy Shed extending its lead bit by bit by bit with its fastest driver in, and 1:48.3 on that last lap. Sparky Malarkey, who should be coming along any minute now, is still doing 50. Yeah, still to the extent of 2 seconds a lap. That could be an expensive session. That could be. I think there it goes. Yes, there's the 128 car. 51. That's 3 seconds. The gap now 54 seconds. I hate to say it, but Sparky Malarkey's engine doesn't seem quite so crisp as that had. And 54.141 seconds it says on the live stream. That's exactly what it is. Our leader just negotiating Murray's.
I'm just down with the pork pies here with Chris Hall. Obviously, we can see your car's not on the track.
Yeah.
Can you tell us some more about that?
Yeah, we had taken 3 engines and we're now down to no engines at all. So we're now trying to find ways of getting one engine to just sort of have a few laps towards the end.
And why is that important to, the cars that work, and why is it important to get out for you?
I think the whole team put so much effort into this weekend. We just really want to sort of try and finish. We don't want a DNF.
Exactly, it's the spirit of the meeting, isn't it, to finish?
Quite. And the advice and help we've had from everybody has been fantastic. Just we've had a lot of bad luck tonight,
Yeah, it's unfortunate. And then, so you were out in the night time, obviously that's an unusual kind of drive for us, I know it's part of the event. How did you find it?
Well, it was fine until I hadn't realised the alternator was going, and so every time we put on the brakes, the lights went out.
Oh wow!
I tried a few laps like that, and I thought, no, this is crazy. So I came in, and then we discovered the alternator was on its way out, and once that was okay, but then we had the engine blew. So but night time it's fine once you got used to it. Yeah,
because it's not like street lit out there, is it? It's just the cat eyes and your lights.
That's right. Yeah. You need good spots and good headlights, and And the other thing is getting cars up behind you. You can't get sort of blinded.
And not knowing how far away they are, isn't it, as well?
Yeah, it's all part of the game.
Thank you so much, Chris. We look forward to seeing you out at the end.
Right, here the official classification at the 17 hours. Here's the official classification. Here we go for the 31st running of the Classic 2CV 24-hour race, supported by Citroen 2CV. Hold on a second, I've just got to have a quick chat.
Yeah, good. How are you, Giles?
Good, thank you. Yeah, that was interesting.
Was it? What was interesting?
Had a couple of minor incidents with the mud at the back, but no, it's good. It's really nice laps. I just went off a little slip on the by the bomb hole over there.
I imagine the mud. Yeah, Roy, who's getting in the car, was just asking mud. Just a bit curious.
Yeah, you want to make sure the car's okay when he drives. He drives great. Car drives great. This time of the day's nice as well because everyone's sort of got a bit of a rhythm. So you get someone either behind or in front of you. I did about 15 laps with the Hollis car right behind me. They was tailing me the whole way. It's nice. Just give it a slipstream in action. Yeah, it's good fun.
Why is that nice? Explain. Why is the slipstream so nice in this race?
Well, because you know that when you get on the straights, if you get beyond one of the minis, just at the right time, you get a few extra miles an hour, so your change lights come on a bit earlier. It's nice to that little bit of extra speed. You know, you can take half a second off your lap. And also, you know, when you've got 2 or 3 of you in a line, there's no aggression, or it's not mad racing. It's the friendliest paddock in the world. It's great. So, yeah.
It's nice, isn't it, when you're slipstreaming, because you're not lonely, you know, you've got someone with you.
Yeah, the worst place to be is when you're out there in the dark, 30 seconds from anybody either side. You just sat there like, counting the laps off. So when there's someone around, even though you're not like overtaking each other all the time, there's always something to concentrate on. It keeps you sharp. It's nice, good fun.
Yeah, brilliant. Thanks so much, Charles.
Have a
Great,
great day.
thank
Cheers.
you. So Charles, the second 24-hour race here with the second Lion car, Lion Hansgrohe, as Roy Eastwood is going out there. Roy, who won the first ever 24-hour race. Oh, and we can see here on the floor the mud that Giles was referring to that he picked up off the back straight, trying to hide that there. Well done, Giles. We've got the 89 DD motorsport car in, which I presume is a scheduled pit stop because they're just doing the belts, looking at the oil. So we'll just go see who's getting in that. It'll be James, who's just got out. We did have a quick chat with Nick earlier. Looks like, yeah, that's Nick Crispin, the owner of DD Racing, just off there. So Nick, of course, who is leading the championship, as we keep saying. I can see James Dartillich in his big outfit. He's just got out the car. You're looking good, James, don't worry. How's Bill doing?
Well, yeah, the brakes are there or thereabouts, but yeah, seems to be flying back.
You seem to be going well at that, even like with the brakes, like I can see you're pumping them and stuff.
Yeah, we are pumping them, and then we get a bit of a pedal. But yeah, 4th, that's all right.
It's very good. Nick was happy with that.
Yeah, very happy.
So how many times have you done this race now?
10 times, I think. Or I've done a 24-hour. That might include Spa.
Yeah. Brilliant. Cool. Thank you so much, James. Well done. Going really well. We'll go have a little investigation down here. It looks like it might be Bradley Races it in again. And we've got SL Racing as well. Looks like they're doing something with the back arm there. So we might go and have a little chat with them because there's quite a crowd. You just go via the Hollis garage. Who's having their breakfast. Nina, sorry. Oh, go around the cars. What's going on?
Wheel bearing has failed. Just replacing it now, then we're back out again. So the car's running fine, just slightly worn wheel bearing. That's it really.
Minor issues?
I hope so. Yeah.
Good. How's it going? This is your second 24-hour race? Third?
Second.
How's it going second time round?
Much better. We started out slowly to begin with, because what we thought was our fast engine, which was terrible in testing, has been fantastic in the race, which was we don't know what's gone on. Really know, but it's.
Thanks. My microphone keeps cutting out. But yeah, thanks so much. There we go. Sorry, the microphone keeps cutting out there. He was just saying he doesn't know whether his tested engine was offended or something, but it's going really well now. So thank you, George. Any marshals out there who are feeling peckish and have some time, there is still a lot of cake left behind Garage 18, the Blueberry Muffins garage, and they will definitely give you some cake if you're, feeling tired. So we've got a little bit of a lull here, I suppose, in the pit, which is always a good thing. We've got Team Toy Shed who've just come in there, our leaders at the moment. But just while we're waiting, just a couple words on kind of what it's like to drive in this event in a 2CV, because you get really weird comments, like someone saying the cars are ugly, or they're slow, or they're boring. No, not at all. I think the best way I've heard it described, and I thought this last night when I was driving, you're on the brink of catastrophe at every corner, and it really does feel like that. This first corner is flat out, but you're holding on, and and as Lewis does say, there's a couple of braking. However, that doesn't mean that it's slow or boring or anything like that. It really, you get out of the car, you're dripping. We've just, as we were talking to James there, his cushion seat was soaked into sweat because of how hard he's been working, even when it's cool and in the night time. So it's a fantastic feeling. And as we were talking to Giles earlier, he was saying, the best thing is when you're driving around with somebody, you're following somebody, you've got that stream, and it's, especially in this race, it's almost critical, because that is down that back Bentley straight, that is how you gain your speed. If you're just going around by yourself, it's a second or so that you're losing per lap. Whereas if you've got a train or a gaggle of cars and you're following them, you're not overtaking them, you're just sitting behind them, you're following them. That is challenging in itself because you've got to keep up with them. You don't want to lose that toe. If you lose that toe again, that's your time gone. But it's really, really interesting. I think we'll go and try and find some people who this is their first GCV 24-hour race and see what their experience is, because it's all very standard in these GCVs. You know, we've still got really standard tyres on them, really thin, and you do feel like you're holding on for dear life at a lot of the corners. So I'll try and find some people whose first race it is and see what their experiences are with it. Also, last night when I was driving in the dark as well, I was thinking you're kind of driving off memory. It's not lit up, as we keep saying. It's purely your spotlights that you're reliant on, and you've got the cat eyes on the curb, and so you're kind of seeing, oh, I've seen that cat light, it's time to turn in. You're driving very much from memory. Obviously now the drivers can see where they're going, hopefully, but it's very much from memory. It's really interesting. I only did the night since last night. It's very interesting. We'll go and find some people who it might be their first 24-hour race. There are some down here. Obviously, we just spoke to George, and it's his second. But we'll just have a little look. So Team Toy should have just come in. I'll just have a little look. Have you just come in from Team Toy Shed? Oh, fantastic. So you're leading at the moment?
Yes.
How was your stint?
Hot. Very hot. It was alright. There was a lot of clear traffic. So, you know, down that back straight, there's a big headwind. So it's like hitting a wall. So anything that comes within 5 car paces, you just goes flying by. So you got to try and judge that. But yeah, no issues.
We were just talking there about how in the GCVs it's really nice to have a slip street. It's kind of critical. Obviously minis are a bit faster than GCVs, but you're talking about that back straight. Is that something for you that's important?
Yeah, definitely. Well, when I started the race, me and Alice Hughes, we actually worked together, sort of. No fighting, just down the back straights, let her go by into the corner, and then the next straight I'll go by, and we pulled a big advantage just from that. We used to do bump drafting, but not many people like that now. So yeah, just like GCVs, the minis is massive.
Yeah, and it's Alice Hughes' first 24-hour race, I believe. Yeah, I'll go talk to her as well. But yeah, why not the bump drafting? Is that because it's a 24-hour race and you want to protect the car?
Yeah, I mean anything could go wrong. You know, you hit them a little bit too hard, radiator goes. You know, you could spin the other competitor off. You know, we used to do it in the Mighty Minis, which is a 20-minute race. But you know, with this, it's more the long games. You've got to be more patient and just be smart out there, really.
Brilliant, thank you so much. Thank you. So that is the driver of T-Toy Shed, Chris Slade, Andy Slade's son. They're currently leading. I'll just double check they're still leading because I know that the pit stop might have altered that. I'll just pop into Slarky Malarkey's garage and have a little look at their timing screen. Are you guys back in the lead now? No? Okay. So, yeah, still second, but it must be still quite close. They're just... Oh, okay. They pitted at the similar time, followed each other out, yeah. So it's... Oh, okay. Don't do that gap. Okay. Well, yeah, so we've got Slarky Malarkey there in second place. So still quite close for this time of the race. Gadget have just come in. That must be Tom Perry, I believe, going out. I didn't get a straight answer to who's in the car. And we've got car number 7 as well, who's just come in. And that'll be Mick Story, my father, in the car. That will be a scheduled pit stop now because he has been in the car for a couple of hours. The steering has broke in his stint. It looks like we've got Julie near the car, but it looks like... Oh, I can't see who's got the helmet on, so we're going to have a look and see who's going into that car. They're just checking the oil, making sure everything's working all right, topping up with fuel, and we'll go and see who's getting into that car, see how that did went for them.
Hi, Katie. So Dad was in the car, so he carried on, did he, after they fixed it?
Yes. I think he'd only been in for about half an hour when it broke.
Okay.
This time it'd be Mark Gradsby, who's coming into the car. We're just gonna walk towards a different garage, so we've got a bit of a better mic, and I'll just have a quick chat with Mick Story. Hello.
Hello.
How was that then?
Well, I'm not the most popular person in the garage.
Why is that?
Well, I'm on loyalty points with a recovery truck, and they won't let me forget it. So yeah, well, just a couple of bits of damage. Not my fault, but I'm getting the blame for. So there you go.
I was having a chat with Steve, and I appreciate it's your car, but he says you're not going back in next year.
Yeah, he's probably right. Yeah, yeah, he's a top bloke, Steve, isn't he? My best pal. Yeah.
We were just talking as well about the physical effects of racing. It's tough, you get hot and sweaty. Obviously, I know you're very fit, but you're also a bit older. How is it? How is it for you?
It was very chilled, very chilled. I've never felt more relaxed. Yeah, I need a couple of drinks.
And you've been racing GTVs a long time, like my whole life. So, how is how have the cars progressed? How do you find how is it? How is the 24-hour race for you? What's your experience?
The 24-hour race is just brilliant. It's the thing you have to do. It's just a shame we keep breaking. Sorry, it's a shame somebody keeps breaking the car. Some person won't get mentioned. Yeah. Anyway, it's good. It's brilliant, really.
Wayne Carroll suggests that now you've got rid of me in your car, then that's where it's all falling apart. Four flush.
The great prophet. He's normally correct in everything he says, isn't he? There's never anything wrong with anything Wayne said.
I think you can hear the sense of sarcasm there. Cool. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Katie. Yeah, Dad's had one of those trying 24 hours, hasn't he?
He has indeed. Yeah, trying is the right word. But he's the only one in the team that's had a trying one. So I think that's why he's on loyalty points, as he said, with the tow truck.
You know most of the drivers. Who's the oldest driver?
Oh, I think David O'Keefe.
I was about to say that earlier in the. I thought I'm not sure. What about Mr. Hollis? Well, which is Dad Hollis?
I mean, sorry, I'll just get away from the Hollis car. Michael Fox obviously was racing up until, maybe the year before last, actually, and he is in his 80s. He's not racing anymore, but he was definitely the oldest. I know in my first race, I was 17 and he was 77. And that was great, because that was a massive age gap, so 17 and 77. But how old am I now? 28. Oh yeah, so he must be about 88 now.
So yeah, so we think it's David O'Keefe, yeah. So yeah, David, being no slouch, he might well be the granddad of the event. We'll quickly work out how many times David's won the race, shall we? He won it in 91. He won it in 91. He won it in 94. Okay, what did he next win? He won it in 2009. He won it in 15. He won it in 16. He won it in 17. And he won it in 20 and 21. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So David's an 8 times winner, which is no mean feat. I was actually going to. I was swamped in the commentary box with everybody. I was going to tell you what happened at the 17-hour mark. But anyway.
Well, it looks like someone's just spun a corner there. Or just pull the last corner. They've made their way back now. Just have a look. Oh, they're coming into the pit. I can't work out. Oh, is it? I'm just having a look, trying to see who it is. It's hard to see in the sunlight. It might be. It might be. Oh, it's a Blueberry Charts car. They've just come in after spinning there on the last corner.
Well, it wasn't you.
It wasn't me, yeah, because there's witnesses to that effect, I suppose.
Did you have an incident at all? Did you go off?
Yeah, I did. At the first corner, I did go off on my first lap. Oh, well, first flying lap. Yeah, and then it was all right. Just getting used to it, I think. I'll just have a little chat with Jess and see how she's getting on. Hi, Jess. We just saw you have a little spin there. You're good, yeah? What happened, or is it, and why have you come in?
Just for a check, just to make sure the car's okay. Are we good?
Good. So they're ready to go. So she's had a spin. She's just checking the car's okay, and she's heading back out. Yeah.
Yeah, that's quite sensible, isn't it? After you've had an incident, especially when you're looking for a finish instead of maybe a top place, you might take a risk of having have a lap to see. But yeah, good to see there's the Hollis Motorsport car going out, the family car, and Batart's just following in behind, 50 yards or so behind, and Jess Owen there will resume. Let's have a quick look. I think we can forget the 17 hours. I think we're going to be going to see at where we are live. Let's have a look live. Currently, Team Toy Shed 2 laps ahead of Slarky Malarkey. Lion only 72 seconds behind Slarky Malarkey in 3rd position. 4th, Misfits. They're at 1 lap behind Lion. 5th is the Mini Earns, 10 laps or so behind the Misfits. Carcalia, 2nd position in the 2CVs. They've got a couple of lap advantage over Crisis and Tech Rouge. Fast but not furious is one of the another Mini Grand in 8th. 9th is DD Racing overall, and that will give Nick Crispin the championship if he finishes in that position. Flying Hansbrough in the 79 car, which is the sister car to the Team Lion 7 car, in 10th position and 5th overall in the 10th overall, 5th in class. Hollis Motorsport just gone out is 11th. Twin Snails is 12th. 13th is Orange Frog. APO Sport, which led the event some hours ago, down in 14th place. Gadget in 15th. ECAS 16th. Tarts 17th position. 11th in class. No, they're 7 laps behind. Let's have a look. LA Motorsport, Rosie Stroke Walford Racing, and with Mick Story as the breaker. Yeah, we can say that. Following that is Rally Racers, Blueberry Muffins, SL Racing, Regimental Racing, Team Iceni, which has just been asked to, the team manager has just been asked to go to race control. Pink Frogettes, Le Mans 2CV Classics, Mini Frog, Green Frog, No Sleep Till Sunday, Pork Pie Racing, which isn't running, and Really Racing, which isn't running. Let's have a look where the gaps are. Currently, what do they say? Lion and Misfits. Now there's almost a lap between them, so they're running quickly. But so Misfits are trying to squeeze out Lion from that final podium spot for the overall. Anywhere else is anything close. Yes, there's a bit of closeness between Fast Not and Furious and DD Racing. 30 seconds between the 8th placed Mini and the 9th placed 2CV car. Currently it's 30 seconds, and that's growing because the Mini's doing 52s and DD Racing is doing 55s.
I'm just down in the hospitality suite of Team Lion with Pete. Now, Pete, Lewis has actually, to some extent, been going through all of your 24-hour ends. Yeah, 12 he's counted. And I thought that you'd be really happy about that. How's that?
Well, to be honest with you, I know it's getting into double figures, but I'm not quite sure how exactly many it is.
12.
But yeah, that's all right, isn't it?
Yeah, 12 it is. I know it's tricky to count that high, but so how is it going out there for you? We're talking about the physical challenges. Obviously, you're very experienced in this. How is it? Is it physically challenging?
Yeah, that's why I've got my pain which I'm going to eat before I get back in the car.
So you've just come out, have you?
No, I've had about 3 hours sleep, and I still feel rubbish.
That's quite a lot actually for a 24-hour race, isn't it, with 3 drivers? Yeah. Are you where David's lost his glasses?
Okay, no, I wasn't aware of anything. I'm literally just having a catch up now with what's been going on and who's been on and who's been off and that kind of thing. But yeah, no, it is physically demanding. Obviously, I'm not as young as I used to be, and it's a lot of mental tiredness as well, because you've got to keep an eye on a lot of cars around you. And you've got to stay on the track, and you never know what you're going to come across. You might come across oil, you might come across a car spun round, you just don't know what you're going to find out there. You've got to keep an eye on your own car. But yeah, overall, yeah, it's just knackered, really. That's it.
And I've always wondered, there's three, is Matt here as well, there's three of you basically. I've done a couple stints on the chart, so like 4 hours in total in the car. How long do you guys have in total in the car?
Well, bizarrely this year we've ended up doing, because of the way the safety cars have worked, we've done a couple of double stints. So I've done a 3 hour stint, Gary's doing a 3 hour stint at the moment, so Gary's done the second 2 hour stint, or he's on it at the moment. So yeah, that is, you know, that's quite a long time in the car to be alert and try not to make mistakes. But you do slow down towards the end of the session because you just want to get out. You've had enough. Out of the car.
Yeah, and you don't want to get through that whole session and then crash.
Not ideally, no, keep it going.
Brilliant, thanks so much, Pete. Good luck. You're up next, David, are you? Yeah. Gary's out there. We're doing process of eliminations of whose helmets we could and which drivers we could see. But yeah, thank you so much. Thanks for welcoming us to hospitality.
Yeah, thanks, Katie. Yeah, that's from the 12-time winner. In the 30 races run so far, Citroen 2CV 24-hour events, and Pete might say it's getting harder, but he won in 14, 15, 16. Sorry, beg your pardon. Yes, he won in 14, 15, 16, 17, 20, and 21. So out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He's won 6 times in the last 8 years. He has some feet. So, as he just said, you know, it's quite difficult. 3 hours, that double stint. I think the stints at Le Mans are 40 minutes, aren't they? So when they do triple stints, it's 2 hours behind the car. If my maths is right, I think you can do quadruple stints. But I'm not quite sure what the rules are. But normally you could do triples. I think occasionally you could do quadruples.
Well, talking about how long people do, we are here with a mini mechanic, and you've been up all night.
Oh, yeah.
Is that normal every single year?
Yeah, I've had the odd little snooze here and there in the past, but tonight this year I've been on it all night. Yeah. You've got to do it. It's, you know, for me, I can't sleep if I go to sleep, I want to stay asleep, so I stay up really. But
Is part of it as well, do you kind of hear, if you go to sleep, some noise and you think, oh, is that my car, is that what's going on?
Yeah, I expect so, a certain amount, but I need, if I sleep, I need sleep, so just trying to snooze, I'll wake up feeling awful, and I'm useful to nobody, so I'm better just staying pepped and keeping myself awake.
So how do you stay awake? Do you kind of just, like, as you say, like, trick yourself, like, staying awake, or do you have to use caffeine?
I used to work night shifts, so I kind of can deal with it. Keep eating, keep drinking tea, the odd beer, and yeah, just try and enjoy it, really, I suppose. That's the main thing.
That is, yeah, very true, yeah. Enjoy it, because otherwise, what is the point? Do you have a little snooze in a chair or anything, or literally nothing?
Not this year. I have done in the past, but this year I've been quite busy. Not only looking after my own team, but the French team that have just come with us for the first time this year. They've had a handful of problems, so we've been over there trying to help them out, make sure that they keep their car going around the track as much as possible, and that's helped me keep awake, really. So, yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for your time, and well done for staying awake for so long.
Thank you.
Thank you. We just had behind us there the blueberry tart. I think they just stalled, actually. They're back off and out again.
Katie, while you're talking about that, you've done the event a lot of times. Do you have a sleep?
Oh yeah, when I'm driving, definitely. Yeah, because well, you have to when you're driving, don't you? Because it's dangerous if not. Yeah, you do. The weirdest thing about a 24-hour race, actually, is you're going to bed, say, 1, 2 a.m. and you're setting your alarm for 4, 5, 6 a.m. It's a weird feeling because, and obviously if you've got the predicted time, you know, you're sleeping for about 4 hours. It's weird, but and you waking up is hard. You want to go in the car, but you're tired. Once you're up, it's all right. So yeah, I definitely sleep. The mechanics don't tend to sleep. The mechanics don't. The drivers do. You have to, but the mechanics don't. As number 17, the Frogettes has had an eventful race and they're just coming slowly down the pit lane there.
Well, I can tell you this commentator for the past 3 or 4 years hasn't had a sleep until this weekend. I actually went home and had a sleep.
Oh yeah, how was that, Lewis? How was it going home? Would you prefer being up and about?
No, I'm getting too old.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's tough to do 40 hours bed to bed. It's tough, and that's basically what I was doing I've done it for 3, 4, 5 years now. Anything between 38 and 40 hours between bed and bed. That's tough. It was pretty tough when I was younger. Tougher now I'm older.
Bonjour. We're here at the Frogettes now. But you've had an eventful race, I think it's fair to say. Have you been helping out the Frogettes, Lauren? How's it all been going?
In French?
In French. Frogettes. Pardon.
Unfortunately, it's a bad weekend. In a result point of view, in an atmosphere point of view, it's a good weekend, but in a result point of view, it's very bad. Not only for the Frogette, for all the team. And the Frogette have had a lot of problems with the car, and two of the drivers are beginners, okay, and the 2 others have only one year of experience. Voilà, so young team, but too much problem, unfortunately.
Yeah, thank you so much. But you're in the garage now. You're going to try and get it back out again.
We hope.
Okay. Brilliant. Thank you so much. We love having you guys here, of course. So thank you.
Yeah, it's absolutely terrific that we have we have 4 teams. We have Orange Frog, Green Frog, and Pink Frogette. So that's team 15, 16, and 17 of 2 CVs, and also this year we've got Mini Frog, the 137 car.
Yeah, it's brilliant. I'm just looking at the front of the Frogette car here, and it is looking remarkably straight considering they went head on into the barrier. These wings, you can't even tell. It's brilliant.
Which barrier did they close?
They were on the Richie's first corner. They went in on the inside, head on into that first barrier.
Oh, yes, it's spun round. It's spun round, did it? Yeah.
Yeah, I've done that before. It's a bit scary going on the inside. But yeah, it's looking better. This car is still looking beautiful considering, you know, the incidents they've had.
Can I ask you a question as a driver?
Yeah.
The first corner Richards, do you double apex it or single apex it?
I double apex it, but I don't think. Yeah, not everyone does. I do sometimes. To be fair, sometimes I don't. Just because it depends where the car goes sometimes, but I do.
Yeah, but there is an optimum line, and then there's a line you sometimes have to take to when you're in a bunch of cars because you've got someone on the outside, haven't you? And you're slightly offline.
Yeah, going slightly offline, depending on your car, is a little bit scary sometimes because obviously you don't want to run too wide, and that field's very bumpy. That is where I had an adventure last night. It's a bit bumpy. Yeah, some people double apex it, some don't. I think it's one of those weird corners.
Well, yes. I mean, I watch it, and from what I watch, they all single apex it. Oh, especially that one. You know, don't take the first apex and just aim for the second.
Yeah, I think if you're carrying a bit more speed as well, like so. When I was carrying more speed into the corner, I wouldn't double apex it because it would just run out anyway. It depends how fast you're going as well.
Yeah, I think that, like you say, that corner is very tricky. If you've got so I'm told, if you've got one of the high downforce, big tired, GT3, GT4 cars, it's quicker if you double apex it. I was talking to Callum Lockie once, who said they'd done quite a bit of data on it, and in those type of cars, it's quicker to double apex it than single. But of course, they've got tons of grip. They've got more grip than aero, haven't they? But you single apex it if you've got a Formula car.
Yeah, I think a lot of people do single it.
Yeah, I can see most of them up.
Yeah. And it's just a weird. It's flat out 100%. But you're holding on. You're really holding on. So for me, as long as I make it round, I'm happy with that corner.
It's a deep breath every lap, is it?
It really is. And you don't close your eyes, but I was squinting.
It don't get easier as you get into the session, then.
It does get it. Easy is maybe not the wrong word. You just become more confident with it.
Okay, righto. So as we're saying, we're getting close. Toy shed now, 2 laps. Yeah, I've established that very good lead. Built that lead up since I've been on air. Clarky Malarkey in second. Lion there still hanging on in third overall. Misfits now in the pit, so their chase for that third spot, that third overall spot, it will take a bit of a hit. Then we've got Minions fifth, Carly sixth, second of the Citroens. Team Chrysler's, which lost a couple of laps during that the last couple of hours. Fast but not furious. DD Racing, Nick Crispin's aboard, and it looks as though if he keeps that fourth in the Citroen class, he will take the championship this year. Lion Hansgrove taking up the last position in the top 10.
It's worth noting. It's quite impressive. Is it Lion? Are they third overall?
Sorry, Katie?
Did you say Lion was third overall?
Yeah, Lion's third overall.
Very impressive.
Yeah, they actually led it during the night.
Brilliant. Yeah.
Yeah, I looked on the TSL. They actually led it overnight, for a few laps, I think, and they did last year as well, didn't they?
Yeah. I think it just shows. It shows again. Obviously, the reliability is so important, but the speed just as well. You think as long as you keep going, you can get somewhere. But the speed is so important as well. And it's thinking that actually, as we were talking earlier about the carburetor issues that everyone's having, not everyone. But yeah, they do need the speed too, don't they, as well, to if you really want to be successful.
Well, currently they're doing 53s, which I think Sparrow was doing 48 earlier. He was in the mid 48. So they're running mid 53s now. That's 5 seconds. But of course they've got 13 lap lead, so they can back off, can't they?
Yes.
And the thing is, everybody else, what's Carly doing? 52s.
Mark Carroll 52, is it? Yeah.
Yeah, and Chrysler's doing 52s. But that's at 1 second. If you do that for an hour, you're going to make 30 seconds. If you do it for 2 hours, that's 60 seconds. You've got to do that for 4 hours to make 1 lap up.
Yeah.
They can back off, can't they?
Yeah.
And that's the thing. I always call this like last man standing. You go like heck in this. Yeah, you bash the cars and go really fast, which is what Lion have done. They did it last year, did it this year, and then you back off, don't you? And everyone else has got to then speed up to catch you. It seems to be the counterintuitive to a 24-hour race where you sprint off into the distance and try to build a lead, and then you back it off, don't you? That seems to be definitely seems to be the way that at the race. I have to be honest. It used to be when the 24-hour first came here. That certainly seemed to be the way it was. You'd see all reams of cars, and then one would drop out, and another one, and the last one standing would be the one everyone else tried to chase. But certainly this year, Sparrow, who led the Lion car off, raced off into the distance last year, which gave them that margin so they could they could manage that margin. This year it was him and Alec Graham in the crisis car, weren't it? But this time the crisis car ended up in crisis and dropped now, although they're still in a very solid third place, and left line to manage their way home, I think. I hope they hope, yeah. Now we're coming up to 9 o'clock very, very shortly when Kate and I will be changing over to Tony and Nicky Cole. So that will be happening any moment.
Yeah, we're just down in the Team Line garage, and they're just waiting for the arrival of Gary, stopping for David O'Keefe, who has found his glasses, so we'll be able to see when he goes out there. It's, again, a hub of activity. They've got, I think, Marty's there ready to spray can for something. We'll have a little chat with Gary when he gets out the car, see how that session went. See if he wasn't backing off a little bit, because he can.
Yeah, so it will be Tony and Nicky back on from 9 till 1 o'clock, and Kate and I will do the last 2 hours from 1 o'clock till the finish, and we'll do the presentations at the end. So it's rather civilised, hasn't it? It's been rather civilised.
It has been civilised. I'll have a quick chat with David. Again, David, I've had a lot of chats with you this morning. Thank you for your time. So you're about to go in. Do you have a game plan?
Yeah, try and keep it on the black stuff.
Seems like a sensible game plan. Any kind of lap times you're aiming for, or is it just keeping it on the black stuff?
We need to keep it off the curb, keep out of trouble, and just try and roll it home now. Too early to be saying that, but that's what we've got to try and do.
Martin did say he just wants it over now. He's just waiting. He's just watching the clock, watching it tick down.
Yeah, this is always the bad time, because if you've had a decent run, you want it to continue. So yeah, just got to be careful with it. But you hear every knock, bang, little squeak. So yeah, just keep it tidy, really.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you, David. I hope you have fun out there. We'll just wait now for Gary. We'll see how he's been getting on. They're just waiting. They're just getting the board out there, looking out for him. I can see it's quite sunny as well. As you look down the pit lane, it's hard to actually see. Oh, they're waving somebody in. Here he is. I can see him coming now. So they're just going to fill him up. We'll have a little chat. Oh, bit of a pop as he gets in there. The chop goes behind the wheel. Here we go. It's a lovely matte black helmet. See if we'll give David a bit of feedback there. Oh wow, Gary is looking tired. Have a little sit down. I think as we were talking about the physical demands there, you can see that is the physical demands. Gary is very fit man, quite young as well. So we go. We've got physical demands. Pete there, just checking he's all right. Gary has been. Gary is the champion of the GCV. He's won this race. He's won the championship. Very, very experienced GCV racing driver. Very, very fast. But you can see the physical demands. Yeah, see the physical demands he's got there. He'll just give a little feedback to David, and then we'll go and have a chat with him. Here we go. Looks like they're brimmed, ready to go. David will get in. They're going to strap him in. Then we'll have a little chat with Gary, see how he's been getting on. Pete, they're looking over. Pete, of course, prepares the cars to immaculate specification. It's probably one of the most. A lot of immaculate cars on the grid, but one of the most immaculate ones. A lot of attention to detail in this car. Okay, we'll have a little chat with Gary as he gets up. Hi, Gary. You're looking a bit tired. How are you doing?
I'm very tired.
Yeah, is that mentally, physically, everything?
Everything.
Yeah.
Everything.
How was that? Oh, sorry, I'll let you go in a second. How was it?
I did a 3-hour stint and then a bit off and another 3-hour stint. It's just really intense.
Yeah.
The concentration out there. I just sat behind 92 because I know that they're chasing us. I thought if I was sitting there slipstream, save fuel. So I've come in with loads more fuel than we would have normally because you just sit there and stroke the gears through. To be fair, they were going really carefully. There was no curbs going on or anything. So I think their strategy is to just try and stay safe, keep it going to the end, and see what happens to us. So I thought I'd complement that by just sitting behind them, saving fuel and making sure I got to the end too.
Well done, Gary. Go get some rest. Thank you so much for talking to us. So yeah, there we go. As Nicky has appeared now, yeah, great tactic. Sit behind the car that's chasing you. They can't then overtake you, can they? Hi, Nikki, you ready?
Always.
Love the shirt.
Oh, stop it. Thank you. You made me blush. Well, I need to get me one of those hoodies, by the way.
Well, chat to the car. They might let you have one.
Oh, okay. Oh, perfect.
So, good morning everyone, and Tony Cole's back in the main culture box for the next 4 hours. We are now less than 6 hours away from the end of the race. It means we've done 18 hours so far. And at the moment, Team Toy Shed lead, the 177 Mini team. They've done 557 laps. In second place it's Slarky Malarkey, number 128. And the gap between them pretty considerable. A lap in hand Team Toy Shed have at the moment. Last night when we stopped the broadcast at 9 o'clock, the first two have been fighting within a second of each other for about an hour really, and now the gaps have grown, which is what we often find, and we've got a full lap between Team Toy Shed and Slarky Malarkey. In third place it is the 97, the first of the two CVs, Team Lion, and they are another couple of laps further back, ahead of the 193 Misfits Mini team, the 171 Minions, who are fifth but are now in the pits. So Minions have come into the pits. Sixth place we've got 49 Car Carroll, and Chris Tovey was saying to Nicky last night that now they've got everything sorted out, they were confident that they could get up there. And I did wonder, I thought he was being a bit optimistic, but in fact they are second in the 2CV section. So all credit to Chris Tovey, Louis Tyson and Pete Rundle. They've got that car up into the top 10 overall, second in class. Third in class were the erstwhile leaders of the 2CVs, 92, Crisis at Tete Rouge, they're 7th overall. 8th overall it's the 116, Not Fast But Furious, who are no longer in possession of the fastest lap. They were last night, but the fastest lap now is to the credit of Misfits, number 193, a 146.161. In 8th place it's DD Racing, who are therefore 4th in the 2CV section, and in 10th place, 5th in the 2CVs, Lion and Grower, number 79. And we've got the safety car going out. So the safety car has been called out, not sure what that's for. At the moment we've got various teams in the pits, but we can't see anyone who is definitely listed as missing in action. Well, the safety car has gone out. So 18 hours. And 7 minutes into the race. Safety car. As soon as we can, but everyone will be easing their pace now and pulling in behind the safety car. The safety car will be looking for the 177 Team Toy Shed entry. That's the white Mini, which is now at the head of the field, 1 lap advantage over Slarky Malarkey. who've been leading for a lot of this race, the number 128 Blue Mini. And when Nicky is up to speed, then we'll try and get some drivers. As I understand, Slarky Malarkey, it is Tom Grindle at the wheel of that. Tom Grindle at the wheel of the Slarky Malarkey entry.
You could be right. You should be seeing on the screen, yeah, because the safety cars happened. A lot of people are coming in now to work
Right,
on the
okay.
cars, so I'll be coming through shortly. But I'll find out.
Well, we reckon it's Chris Slade in the leading car, Team Toy Shed 177, this is what Lewis had put down, and Tom Grindle in the second place car, Slarky Malarkey. And then in the 97, it's Gary Adnett, who you chatted to last night. He's in the third place car, the first of the two CVs, 97.
I think Gary might have just come out.
Come out of the car?
Yeah,
Oh,
might
right.
have said it, so
All right,
I'll find out who's done that.
Let me know who's in. So fastest car, that was recorded on lap 281, was, or is now, the Misfits, number 193. Those are the drivers who are all in Super Mighty Minis racing this season. Nevin Kirkpatrick is the championship leader, as I remember. He's been winning quite a few of the races. I'd be interested to know who set that time, Nicky, if you're ever near the 193's garage, the Misfit garage, because they now have the fastest lap, a 146.161. Be interesting to know who set that.
It's David in 97.
David O'Keefe. Okay, lovely. Thank you for that. So David O'Keefe, who's been a bit of a star in the championship this season, with no less than 3 victories so far. Three victories for David O'Keefe in the 2CV.com championship. 2CVpops.com, I should say. And he's the winningest driver in the championship so far, with victories at Pembrey and Croft. Gary Adnett's won at Cadwell, Nick Crispin's won at Silverstone and Croft, and Liam Davis has won at Silverstone. So that's the roll of fame, if you like. Now the safety car has a group behind it, and in that group is the race leader, 177, but the safety car's coming in this lap, so whatever was the problem, that has now been rectified. So the safety car, which at the moment is going through the bomb hole, is due to come in this lap, so the race is going to get underway again. Safety car coming through corner now, and it's pulled out a bit of a gap between itself and the pack. Its lights are off, so that is about to come into the pits. Honest Motorsport is still in the pits, I think, number 72. Apart from that, it's the teams down at the bottom of the charts who are still in the pit lane. So the race gets underway, the green flag waves, and there's 129 APO Sport, the light blue Mini. That's been leading, that was leading for a lot of the race up until the point where we stopped broadcasting last night. But that is now down in 14th position, so obviously various things happening to the 129 to put it out of the running. And looking at the lap chart, the difference between each car, those have all gone out now. Most of the gaps are in laps rather than in seconds. There's 20 seconds between the Minions in 5th and Car Carroll in 6th. So that's possibly something that might change. And there's only 10 seconds in between Not Fast But Furious 116 who are in 8th and DD Racing 89 in 9th. So there are a couple of possible position changes, but most of the gaps, as I say, are measured in laps now. Around about 8 o'clock last night, the gap between first and second was measured in tenths of a second. As we often find here at Snetterton in the 24-hour race, things now settling down into a pattern. But of course, another thing about 24-hour races, you can never guarantee how things are going to turn out because of possible mechanical problems and of course accidents as well. So it's never absolutely certain. Too long, we should have the race bulletin for 18 hours. And once that's there, I will run that past you.
You may be looking at now is 111, no sleep till Sunday on the cameras, and I believe it is a drive shaft issue, I've been told, but they just went out. So it looks like they must on a lap and come back in.
Okay, they're down in 29th place at the moment, no sleep till Sunday. 170 laps behind the race leaders. 8 laps behind the next car, which is Green Frog, number 16. Orange Frog is still going well, in 13th place now, that's the number 15 car. But that is the highest placed of the French entries who've not had the best of luck in this year's race. Mini Frog at 25th, Pink Frogette to 26th. The Le Mans 2CV Classic in the pits at the moment with 172. They are 27. Yeah, 27. So things not looking good for them, but it's great that the sun is out. It looks like a good day here at Snetterton for the conclusion of this 2CV Classic 24-hour race. Team Toyshed have just gone through to complete 563 laps. So Nicky, if you can hear me, Carl Carroll, who you spoke to yesterday, number 49, who was saying that they still felt they had time to get up in amongst the leaders, were absolutely right, because they are in 6th place overall, 2nd in class. Chris Tovey was saying that he thought they should now be on for a trouble-free run, having sorted out all the problems that were afflicting them earlier in the race.
Very good prediction.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so all credit to them, to Carl Carroll, that team of Chris Tovey, Louis Tyson and Pete Rundle, who've got themselves into the top 10. 2nd in class, 2nd in the category for 2CVs. Moment, the only pit activity would seem to centre around the cars at the bottom of the ratings. The all 2CV Classics, no sleep till Sunday, Pork Pie Racing, all of whom are in the pit lane. So I don't think we've got much prospect for overtaking on the track at the moment. Although there's still a lot of cars out there, 27 cars are still circulating at the moment, and I'm not sure the other 4 have definitely retired. They're actually in the pit, so they're not necessarily retirement. So still quite a busy track, this Snetterton 200 circuit, which means the chances of people tripping over each other are still there. We're now over 3/4 of the way through this race. Leaders coming in to rise and up past us very shortly. Here comes the leading ring. And at the moment, he's in a very enviable position of being just in the slipstream of the man in 2nd place. So he knows exactly where his opposition is. It's exactly in front of him on the track. But it is virtually a lap behind. Almost a lap behind is the 128, who currently on the track at least leads the 177. No Sleep Till Sunday goes out again, so that 111 Mini leaves the pits, down in 29th position. Team manager of 195, LA Motorsport, has been called to race control. That's the car that's only just ahead of the race leader on the circuit at the moment. And the race leader looks to have got past the 128, so he's now actually definitely put him a lap behind. But that lead group should be coming out of Murray's any moment. We'll see the relative positions of 177 and 128. And 128 is still ahead of 177. 177 pulls out now, so the race leader, Team Toy Shed, pulls out past Larky Malarkey. Which will actually put him another lap down, but whether the Starkies will fight back. Now 195, following that message to report to race control, they have been given a 3-minute stop-go penalty for a pit lane infringement. So LA Motorsport 195, Josh Ogborn, Luke Allen, Neil Duggan and so on, they are being hit with a penalty. 3-minute stop and go for a pit lane infringement. And of course it's most significant when it applies to teams inside the top 10, because at the moment that's the only thing that can really alter the positions within the top 10. No one's close enough to catch and overtake anyone else at the moment without some sort of problem either on the circuit or in the pit lane. Now we have the race classification at 18 hours. And so at 9 o'clock it was the 177 Team Toy Shed in the lead, who had done 555 laps at that point. From Slarky Malarkey, number 128, who had done 553, so 3 laps behind. In third it was the 97 2CV Line 1, 551 laps. Fourth place was 193, the Misfits, on 549. In fifth, it was 171, the Minions, on 542. Sixth, then, it was 49 Car Carol, 540. Seventh, it was 92 Crisis at Tete Rouge, on 538. In eighth place, it was 116 Not Fast But Furious, on 528, so they were 10 laps behind the car in front of them. Ninth, it was 89 DD Racing, also on 528, so a bit closer there. And in 10th place, 79, which was Lion Hans Grower, on 525. And the car at the bottom of the charts is the 25, which is Really Racing, who at 9 o'clock had only done 237 laps compared to the leader's 555. Fastest lap, as I've mentioned, is to the credit of 193 the Misfits, who've done a 146.161. The fastest 2CV lap, got to credit with 97, 2CV Team Line 1, who on lap 400 did a lap of 1:48.338. So fastest mini lap, or 2 seconds quicker than the fastest 2CV lap. We have various 3-lap penalties, which is what you get for a towback. Cars 40, 25, 111, 60, 137, 89, 33, 24 and 16. We've had a 3-lap penalty for a towback, and 7 and 17 have had 2 3-lap penalties for a towback, because 17 were towed back, that's the pink Bogettes, they were towed back after their accident, just past Rich's, and then the car went out for an exploratory lap to see if it was okay, and then stopped just short of Murray's and had to have another towback. So LA Motorsport are serving their stop-go penalty. That's number 195 down the 18th position. The car behind me is the Rosie Wolfram racing machine. So that may possibly move up. So everything pretty quiet at the moment. The only pit activity is down here with the 195 serving their stop-go penalty. Good livery on that car, very colourful. Colourful interpretation of the Union flag on the roof of the car. Poppy, I think, is the name of the car, and very sort of retro 60s livery. Wouldn't have been out of place in Kings Road or cruising down Carnaby Street in the 60s, that one. So Team Toy Shed 177 on their 570th lap. In fact, they've just finished that lap. Just completed that lap with a 1 lap advantage over Slarky Malarkey, as the 159 and 195 LA Motorsport goes back out onto the track, still in 18th position from what we can see. Oh, behind them is 7 Rosie Wolfram Racing, comes through now, so I think that's yeah, just 15 seconds behind, so they have caught up quite substantially. And those are the sort of incremental gains that teams will be watching for if another team does have the misfortune to be either towed back, that's a 3-lap penalty, or a stop and go penalty. That's where some time can still be made up. course, we know that even in terms of engine changes, as Nicky pointed out yesterday, we saw one last year in something like 8 minutes. So even an engine change is only going to lose you 4 or 5 laps. Certainly not the end of the world.
So I'll just interrupt you, Tony. We have Andy Slade here from Team Toy Shed. Just getting his feelings. How's it been so far? How's the car doing?
It's been pretty good, really. I've got to say, we've had a few tyre issues, but apart from that, all the engine seems to be going well. And yeah, we've all the drivers. We lost a driver Friday, so we're down to 3 drivers, which have been hard. But you know, we just got to not have a lot of sleep and keep driving, really. But no, it's been good. No major problems.
Do you think the tyres are going to come up again as issues, or?
Well, they have. There's one outside the door, which is just, they got big eggs up here. So we had the same issue last year, but that's the only tyre we're allowed to use, so we got no choice. But no, it's you know, just one of those things. Other people have had problems than us, so that's what it's all about, the 24 hours.
I mean, you won last year, so.
Yeah, but it's not. We always say it's not one out on the track; it's one in the garage. And so it would really annoy all the rest of the Mini people if we won again. So that's what we're trying our hardest to do.
Yeah. And then when are you next on?
I'm on the next stint now. I'll be in about half an hour's time. Our stints will go about 1 hour 40. So yeah, I've got 2 sessions. The others have got 1 session to go. So hopefully that'll pan out, but who knows? You never know what's going to happen with a 24-hour race, really.
Thank you very much. Best of luck. Thank you. Back to you, Tony.
Okay, and so we reckon that's Chris Slade who's driving that car at the moment, and presumably the driver they lost was Elliot Stafford, who is the former Mighty Mini champion. So yeah, I wasn't aware of that. So that was bad news for Team Toy Shed, but good news because they are leading the race. They have 1 lap in hand over Slarky Malarkey. So that was the race leading team that we just heard from. Team Toy Shed number 177, the white Mini, in the lead of this race. And Andy Slade poised to go out again in that car before too long. Some tyre problems, but nothing else. So Team Toy Shed have been there or thereabouts. They were certainly in the top 5 last night. It was really between Slarky Malarkey and APO Sport yesterday when we left the circuit about 9 o'clock. But the APO Sport have dropped down out of the top 10 in number 129, and even Team Toy Shed to come up and challenge Slarky Malarkey and are now in the lead. So obviously, looking at the pit stops, they are quite a variety. Team Toy Shed have made 12. Slarky Malarkey have only made 11. So if they were all going to be regular stops and scheduled stops, then we could expect Slarky Malarkey to be making another stop before too long, which will obviously drop them back a bit more than that 1 lap. Leading the 2 CVs is the 97 car. It's been there or thereabouts for much of yesterday, certainly during our stint in the commentary box, which was from 5 till 9 yesterday afternoon and evening. 2CV Team Lion were second in the 2CV class. It was Crisis at Tet Rouge who were in the top 3 overall, leading the 2CV class. They've now dropped back to 3rd in class behind Car Carroll. So some sort of problems afflicting the 92, the green and blue 92 2CV. At the moment, that's Andrew Bull at the wheel of that one. Andrew, who's been making some appearances in the top 6 at in the 2CVparts.com Championship this season. He's had 2 5th places so far, so becoming more competitive in the sprint races that make up the majority of the championship. That car there in 7th overall, 3rd in class, just going past us now. We're just going past the 195 LA Motorsport Mini that had that stop-go penalty, and that's now slipped to 19th. In fact, the Rosie Wolf Racing car number 7 has moved up a place into 18th. Partly I suspect as a result of that penalty for 195. 195 came out ahead of 7, but took longer to get up to speed, and 7 has jumped up a place as a result of that. Now we've got a warning triangle by the 17, by the Pink Frogettes, a team that very close to Nicky's heart, I know, and mainly because it's made up of young French ladies, and they are 27th, but I'm not sure that they are continuing round. The screen suggests that they have gone missing somewhere. So that's the number 17. Yeah, according to our tracking screen in the pits, we've got 25, 96, 117, 16. Missing is 17. Now the live streaming is showing me a variety of corners on our splendid TV we've got here set up in the box, but you can't see the 17 anywhere.
We've got 16 in, but no sign of 17 here. So.
No, right. It is classified as missing at the moment, so they might know where she is. But looking around the circuit and looking on the TV cameras, I can't see any sign of that number 17 at the moment. Three views on the screen at the moment with Pitts, Brundle and Nelson and Murray's, and certainly there's no sign of that car in any of those 3 locations. So more bad luck for the 17 Pink Frogettes. Team Toyshed continue to lead the race, Larkin Malarkey in 2nd, and then the first of the 2 CVs, which is 2CV Team Line 1 on the 97. There goes Mini Frog past us, so the 137 still going, albeit down in 25th place. Green Frog, yeah, is in the pits, number 16, as Nicky mentioned. There goes the leader, and Snarky Malarkey are pulling away from them. Obviously they are a lap down, but they are pulling away from Toy Shed at the moment. Obviously they've got a long way to go to get that lap back, particularly as they would seem to owe us a pit stop. But that last lap was a second quicker than the leaders. Misfits also seem to owe us a pit stop. They've done 11 pit stops in the 193, the car which at present holds the fastest lap for the race. Then it's the Minions car Carroll in 6th place overall. The Crisis at Tete Rouge, not fast but furious. DD Racing and Lion Hands Grower. Those are the top 10 in the reckoning at the moment. Hollis Motorsport is 11, so the 72. I imagine their target at the moment is to get into the top 10. They are some 2 laps behind Hollis, behind Lion Hands Grower. So they've got a little bit of time to make up if they're going to get themselves into the top 10. Now Regimental have come in, number 82. We haven't said an awful lot about them during the race. Andy Donaldson, Darren Pauling, Ethan Sparrow and Colin Etchells in Regimental Racing. So they're in the pits from 23rd place. And the pit visitor about to leave is the 172. So that's the Le Mans 2CV Classic team down in 29th position. François Bouvet, Ghislaine Bouisset, Romain Gerard and Florentine Ponchet are the drivers of that car. They all come from the Le Mans region apparently, and but not having great luck. They were much higher yesterday when we came off air, but they've lost a lot of time now and are down at the bottom of the timing sheets. Regimental have come in, that's apparently their 15th pit stop. The leading cars have made either 11 or 12 pit stops. They're presumably scheduled pit stops for the main, for the most part. And then when you start to get cars towards the end of the classification, you see No Sleep Till Sunday, who are back in the pits now with 111.
So
they've had 20 pit stops.
Yeah, and we are here joined by Helen Blake once again after having another session in the night time from Not Fast but Furious, currently 8th. How do you feel it's going?
I think the whole team are doing so well. We've all tried our absolute best. We're all really tired now. Me personally, the night time I hated. You just can't see how close or how far behind the person behind you is. I would just freak. It brought me in after an hour because I just kept picking off. And there was someone who was drafting me, but passed me and they wouldn't get past, and they came and spoke to me afterwards and told me the team themselves are doing really well. We're running 8 now, I think it's 31 cars, so absolutely so proud of that. And say we're all girls, you know, it's really bigging up the ladies in the motorsport.
And you are next on well, last time we spoke it was half an hour. How long you got now, like 15 minutes?
Yeah, about 15 minutes. Beth putting in some really good lap times. She's got 1:49 right now, so yeah, just waiting for her to come in and then off I go for my last stint.
Amazing. Do you think, what are your plans for after that? Sleep, drink?
Both. Yeah, I can't wait to have a bit of a drink if I'm honest, and have lots of sleep as well.
Brilliant. As your first 2CV 24 hour experience overall?
It's been brilliant. What an incredible experience it's been. I've been absolutely buzzing and then really tired and then buzzing again. It's just been incredible. I have to say I'm shaking. I think that's caffeine maybe, I don't know. But yeah, the experience has been incredible. Everyone's just been so friendly and helpful. Like we've had car trouble, everyone's just jumped on board. Nobody cares what team they're from, they just all help out. It's fantastic.
Amazing. Well, on your way out as well at the end of your last one, but you'll probably get the beers in. But yeah, brilliant. Thank you so much, Ellen. Best of luck.
Thank you very much. Come join the drink after.
Oh, I will.
Okay, so thank you for that, Nikki. We heard most of that. Broke up a little bit. So what did she said that someone was following her and then they came to speak to her afterwards? What was the upshot of that when they came to speak to her? I think Nikki's not able to hear me on that bit. Right, so the leader's now on their 580th lap. We're 10 minutes away from the conclusion of hour 19. Nikki?
So it was, it was someone from the Minions. Helen thought they were drafting her, but just trying to help her out, basically, keep her sort of, following her as if sort of say this is where we're going.
All right.
But Helen thought at first it was an enemy, so but it was her garage mate. So.
All right.
Yeah.
Brilliant. So it typifies the spirit of the 24-hour 2CV race. People tend to be helpful. That's not always the way in all forms of motorsport, but certainly here for the 24-hour 2CV Classic race. It does seem to be that friendship is the order of the day, and everyone mucks in and helps everybody else, so that's great to hear those stories. Still, it's the 177 heading down the Bentley Straight at the moment. They are the leaders in this race, the white Mini, with almost a full lap in advantage over Slarky Malarkey, which is the blue 128 car, who's a little way ahead of them, but not too far on the track, but basically a lap behind. In fact, when they come past, it should flash up that they are exactly what the time gap is between 177 and 128. So I'll keep an eye out for 128, which should be coming towards us quite soon. Yep, here it is. There's the blue Min. Now that flashes across the line. And the gap is 1 minute 38 seconds, so that's what stands between first and second at the moment. They are on the same lap now, because there goes the leader. But 1 minute 38, that's what the gap needs to be made up. But Slarky Malarkey 128 have got to make a pit stop. On Tom Grindle at the wheel of that car at the moment. You've got Ian Slark, Neil Slark and Ryan Taylor also in that team. Brian Slark is the team manager. I'm competitors here at Snetterton at the 2CV 24-hour race. And at the moment they are recording laps quite a bit quicker than the leaders. They are lapping in, the last lap was a 150.3. the leader at a 151.8, so a second and a half quicker. Slarky Malarkey 128 compared with Team Toy Shed in the lead 177, so the gap's coming down, but obviously it's a 1 minute 38 second gap, so it's coming down fairly slowly as out of the pits goes number 60. That's the Iceni racing car, which was actually, it did get into the top 10 yesterday evening, but it's down in 24th place now. So Iceni Racing, or Team Iceni, is Greg Page, Malcolm Eatson, James Bromley and Multi Bear, and they are down in 24th place. Mini Frog have come in again, that's the 137 Mini. Hélène Couton, Cédric Couton, Bertrand Demazon and Sylvain Boutet, they are in the pits once again, the 137.
It doesn't look like too much of a, because they're in the pits rather than the garage, so it doesn't look like too much of a issue-filled stop from the Mini Frogs.
Okay, thanks for that. And also in his 129, now they're 14th, that's APO Sport. So they were the car which, when we left yesterday, were either in the lead or in second place. They were dicing for the lead, APO Sport. So if you are anywhere near them, supposedly Garage 20, but they're not, are they? No, you know where they are because you were told.
Yeah, they're right next to me.
Yeah.
I'm nicking them too.
It'd be interesting, Nicky, to find out how come they have dropped down quite so far, because when we left they were in the lead, and they're now 14th. So that obviously happened during the night. It's not in the log here, anything about it. So it'd be nice to hear maybe from them exactly what's gone on. They go out again, 129, so it was a quick pit stop. They're still in 14th place and lapping reasonably quickly, but obviously things have happened overnight. So slowly but surely we see Slarky Malarkey just sort of inching towards Team Toy Shed at the front of this field. But obviously pit stops can have a major effect upon what's happening in the race. If you get a nice quick pit stop like we just had from APO Sport, then it doesn't affect much at all. But any pit stops because of mechanical gremlins, then obviously important time can be lost. We're just a few minutes away now from the 19-hour mark. Just over 5 hours left to go in the race. Things fairly settled at the front of the field. The closest gap is that gap between first and second. Having said that, there's only 10 seconds between 2CV Team Line 1 now and Misfits. Now that's for third overall, the final step on the overall podium. It won't affect the classes, but the Mini Team 193 Misfits are catching 2CV Team Lion. There's only 10 seconds between them at the moment, and on the last lap they were actually 5 seconds a lap quicker, so that could be a change that we do see on the track fairly soon. The 97 2CV team line, third overall, leading the 2CV class, are being caught by the Mini 193. I can't imagine 2CV team line will be too concerned about that, because obviously what they're majorly concerned about is winning the 2CV part of the race.
I can confirm, just had a chat with Pete, who's in the APO Sport Garage, that it was a head gasket issue at around between 12 and 1. Because that's when they started slowing down a bit.
Okay.
Yeah, head gasket.
Okay, head gasket problems between 12 and 1. Thanks for that, Nicky. Very expert investigative work there.
Why, thank you. I try my best.
Okay, so that's the answer to that question of how come APO Sport are down in 14th place, whereas when we left stopped broadcasting at 9 o'clock last night, they were in the lead. So head gasket problems affecting the number 129, that is the light blue Min. That gap between 2CV Team Lion and Misfits has come down to just 5 seconds now. So where are they on the circuit? Car number 97. They are on the Bentley Straight at the moment, and the 193 is closing in upon them all the time. We could even have a change when they come past us next time. Keep our eyes open for that. A change for third place overall in the offing. That 193 car is the car that's gone fastest overall in this race so far, 146.161. There goes Car Carroll in 6th place, the 49 car, which was into the pits so often in the early stages, but has now recovered very, very well to be up there in 6th place overall, and second in the 2CV category. Right, that's 79. Waiting for 97 to appear. There it goes. And there is a change in front of our very eyes, ladies and gentlemen, for third place. Into third place overall as they go into Witches goes the number 193 Misfits. That is the red Mini. And that's Dave Reese, Paul Ockball, Nevin Kirkpatrick and Steve Rideout. The Mighty Mini drivers. And they are now into third position, having overtaken 2CV Team Lion 1. They are some 3 laps behind the battle for the lead, so a long way to go for them to get on terms with the leaders. But they are now into the top 3. The overall podium. Car Carroll are only 3.5 seconds behind the Minions, and they're both, despite the fact one's a Mini and one's 2CV, they're both lapping at roughly the same sort of speed. So that is a potential battle. There's the 171, the Minions. Where is Car Carroll?
Car Carroll's just come in.
Oh right. Oh right. Well, that was a battle that I was about to big up, and a total waste of time there, because Car Carroll is in the pits from second place in the 2CV category.
And I've also discovered that 96 is in as it was not too long ago, and they reckon there might be a bit of oil. Apparently, reports of an unpleasant smell in the car. Reminiscent of our twin room. But yeah, so it was just in. They brought it back in again just because they weren't too sure. But that's all I can see of the pits at the minute.
So they're Pork Pie Racing. They're down in 30th position, the 96 car. So yeah, they've been beset by problems. The Pink Frogettes are still missing, according to this.
They are in the pits now, the Frogettes.
They are in the pits.
Yeah, so they must have gone the back way. If
Right,
neither of us will come in.
All been recovered. Yeah.
Yeah, but they are in. It looks like a change of drivers
Right.
going to happen, but that's about all I can see.
Right.
I will dig more.
Okay. So the important pit stop there is for Carl Carroll, number 49, into the pits. They were very close to Minions. The key gap will be the 1 lap advantage they've got over Crisis at Tete Rouge, who are in 7th overall, 3rd in the 2CV category. That's car number 92. And Carl Carroll, I'm sure, will be looking over their shoulders to see how close 92 is to them.
And you'll be seeing them coming out of garages, the Pink Frogettes. They're being rolled out now, so recovered and back out again by the looks of it.
Okay, and it may well be, of course, that's given them another penalty. There's the 49 car going out, so Carl Carroll get out. Are they in front of Crisis at Tete Rouge? That's the question. I think they are. The 92 2CV is next in 7th position, but we'll wait and see where they are. There they go. So yeah, they closed up, of course, as Carl Carroll had been in the pit, but they are still in 7th place. The 172 is coming out, which is the Le Mans 2CV Classic team. And in a moment we'll be expecting the 17 to come out as well. So we have now passed the 19-hour mark.
And it seems the Frogettes were missing because of an issue with the brake shoe, I was told. That's why they had to be recovered. But they are now, as I said, gearing to get back out. But yeah, so it wasn't a sort of spin or anything like yesterday. I just got to speak to the driver who was in that. And she said, yeah, she's doing all right now. A bit upset at the time, as you can imagine. But yeah, she seems in high spirits now. But that's not who's going in now. They're switching drivers at the minute. I'll find out who's heading in.
Okay, thank you for that. And both the two leaders are in the pit. So Team Toy Shed and Slarky Malarkey are both in. So this perhaps a bit unexpected. They've got an unequal number of pit stops to their credit. And the Team Toy Shed have done 13 and they're out already. Now, Slarky Malarkey have done 12, so Team Toy Shed a very speedy pit stop. Now that should see Andy Slade now at the wheel. That's what he told Nicky a little while ago. that he would be out next.
So the Starkey Malarkey change, standard, that was told. Driver change, Neil for Ryan, so Ryan's in there now. In 128.
Okay. Right, so 177, it's Andy Slade, and it's Neil who's gone in instead of Ryan in the 128.
Ryan's in.
Oh, Ryan's in instead of Neil.
Yep.
So Ryan Taylor goes in the 128. So Andy Slade's in the 177, Ryan Taylor in the 128, and those are the two at the head of the field. And once they've done another lap, we'll be able to tell you exactly what the gap is between them. And we're just waiting now for the official bulletin for 19 hours. Once that's published, we can give you the official update. I can tell you from the screen, well, Team Toy Shed are in the lead. They've just done 589 laps. And Slarky Malarkey goes through now. They are a lap behind. So that sequence of pit stops has worked in Team Toy Shed's favour, because Slarky Malarkey are now a lap down.
I'll just interrupt you then. So we have Steve from Misfits. How's it going for you? How are you feeling?
Good. Happy with where we are at the minute. Just need a few little troubles for the competitors. Be nice, but it is what it is. And yeah, it's going as car's still going good.
Yeah, a few time penalties for other people. Is that what you're hoping for?
Pardon?
A few time penalties for other people. Is that what you're hoping for? Or?
Yeah, it'd be nice, wouldn't it? But you know, fair play. They've done a good job as well, haven't they? So they deserve to be where they're too.
And when are you next on?
About 40 minutes. I'll be on.
And is that your last session?
No, I'm going to have a session in between, and I'm going to do the last one. Yeah. So I'm the mechanic. Anything happens, or try and get it to the finish line, isn't it?
Has much been happening with the car? What have you been finding?
Only a little sea washer that holds the dry shaft in place failed earlier on, which put us behind where we're to now. But that's part of it, isn't it?
So all looks good at the minute?
All good at the minute.
Yeah, I shouldn't say that. But yeah, perfect. Right. Thank you very much, Steve. Thank you. Back to you, Tony.
Yeah, Nicky, can you just find out who did the fastest lap?
Do you know who did the fastest lap? Who was it?
Nev did the fastest lap.
Nev. Yeah. Alright, perfect. Yeah, so it was Nev.
Okay, Nevin Kirkpatrick, the fastest lap, which is...
Yeah, in the night. So.
Right, yeah, brilliant.
But yeah, perfect. Lovely.
Nevin
Thank
is...
you very much, Steve.
Thanks for that, Nicky. Nevin Kirkpatrick, very much a star at the moment in the Super Mighty Minis. He's winning quite a few of the races. Very, very quick. Obviously, they are, say, 20-minute events, but obviously very, very quick. And so not a total surprise that Nevin Kirkpatrick was the one who has set the fastest lap of the race so far, a 1:46.161 in the middle of the night in car number 193, the Misfits Mini, which is now in third position. And we've just heard from Steve Rideout, who is going out again in about 40 minutes. So that last set of pit stops, it put Team Toy Shed one lap ahead of Slarky Malarkey, and what I should be able to give you now is the official 19-hour bulletin. And so here it is, and This is what was going on at 19 hours, just a few minutes ago, basically. In the lead with Team Toy Shed, number 177. They've done 585 laps. 1 lap ahead of 128, Slarky Malarkey, who've done 584. Both of those teams, of course, are minis. In third place, 97, 2CV Team Lion 1, who've done 582 laps, the first of the 2 CVs. But very close behind them, 0.2 of a second behind them, at 10 o'clock, were Misfits 193, who have subsequently gone ahead. So Misfits were fourth 10 minutes ago. In fifth, 171, which is the Minions. In sixth, 49, which is Car Carol. Seventh was 92, Crisis at Tete Rouge. Eighth was 116, Not Fast But Furious. In ninth was 89, DD Racing. And 10th, 79, Lion Hands Grower. They were the top 10. The team just outside the top 10 were number 72, Hollis Motorsport. So they're the team who are trying to get into the top 10 now. And that's more or less the same. It is the same. In fact, the only change was that the Misfits now have gone ahead of 2CV Team Lion. Obviously, teams themselves aren't too worried about that sort of thing because they're really only worried about their own categories. But I suppose there might be some kudos attached to being in the top 3 overall. The top 3 overall at the moment are all minis. Team Toy Shed, Slarky Malarkey and Misfits. That's the way it works at the moment. Then we get the first of the 2 CV teams, which is 2 CV Team Lion 1. Minions are next up, 171. Car Carol behind them, 49. And Crisis at Tete Rouge, number 92. Ahead of DD Racing 89. Not Fast But Furious 116 and Lion Hands Grow 79. Now all of those teams have got a substantial amount of time between them. As I say, it's in laps rather than seconds. The only one that is a number of seconds behind would be from third to fourth, because Misfits fairly recently have got past 2CV Team Lion 1 and are going away from them now, but to the tune at the moment of some 37 seconds. But that's the only gap on the timing screen which looks close. Now Blueberry Muffins have gone into pits, so that's number 40. They're in 20th place, and they've made a pit stop. Only got a couple of people in the pits at the moment. 25, which is the car in last place, which is Really Racing. They are still in the pits. Now they've been joined by number 40, Blueberry Muffins.
Right, we're just having a chat with Neb now, the fastest lap achiever. How's that feel?
It came as a surprise, to be honest. It was middle of the night. The front tyre was completely shot, and I had no idea it was a fast lap. I was in trouble when I got in because I wasn't supposed to be going that speed, but it's done now. Yeah, I really enjoyed the night one actually. It spaces out a bit more, so you can just sort of do your own thing a bit, but still ended up stuck behind a Mini, so it's a great event, love it. second year, and
And do you prefer driving the night shifts or?
the start, because I did the start, when you're all together, you can relax. And at night, I think runs more spaced out because you can't see too much. So.
Sorry, yeah, I can't hear myself. But yeah, thank you very much, Nev. That's great. I'm glad. Congratulations on the fast lap.
No problem.
Okay, that was Nevin Kirkpatrick, leader, I think, at the moment of the Mighty Mini Championship, and a real star in that. Yeah, we didn't hear all of that, Nicky. I think that's a bit of a blind spot there. You were at the back of the paddock. We saw the
Apologies.
picture,
Yeah. So he said yeah, he wasn't meant to be going that fast when he was, but that it's done now, and he much yeah, it was night, so he was just meant to be maintaining position, but yeah, it worked out well if he's achieved the fastest lap.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, he is a bit of a star, as I say, in the Super Mighty Minis, which are the higher Mighty Mini category. He is a bit of a star, Nevin Kirkpatrick. So great to hear from him. Great to have him here. Good to have drivers from other championships who come along and really enjoy themselves here in the 2CVparts.com Classic Racing Championship. This particular event, the Snetterton 24-hour race, is a real high point of that championship. Okay, now DD Racing are in from the top 10, number 89. They were in 8th place when they came in. They are 4th in the 2CV class. So they've lost a place overall now to Not Fast But Furious.
Patrick's just gone in for DD Racing. That was a swap there.
Right, okay, so Patrick Mason in for DD Racing, thanks for that. Just 3 of them in that team, including Nick Crispin, who is the championship leader. So this is quite a significant stop, a significant entry, this one, DD Racing, because, well...
So we've just got Nick Crispin here
right,
from DD Racing.
Championship leader.
Yeah, who's just come out, championship leader. So how was that for you?
Pretty much the same as all the other stints I've done. Very hard work. Still a severe brake issue, but we're driving round it literally, so to say. Lots of help out on track. Cars giving way when they see us coming through, especially like at night time when you're following another car, and obviously the car that you're overtaking sees that car and then sometimes doesn't see you or whatever. But everything's been really good, clean racing, and just it's nice. Just keep it going for another 5 hours or whatever it is.
Brilliant. And when are you next on?
I traditionally do the last stint or the last hour, with having no tow backs and having built the car. I normally do that. So I think Jane Patrick will go out and do whatever's in the tank, and then we'll send James out and then send myself out for the last 10-15 laps or whatever, just to bring it over the line, hopefully.
Lovely. And do you prefer driving during the day, or do you like the night shift more?
To be honest, I love the night shift. It's probably the best time of racing for me, and what makes it even better is if it's raining as well, because I love racing in the rain and I love racing at night, and you just overtake so many cars, and that's what gives you a buzz when you're racing around the track, like overtaking cars. Because sometimes you can get stuck out there and you're like, oh, there's no one in front of me, and you're looking in the distance to see if there's anyone you're catching, or looking down the pit lane to see if anyone's going to be coming out soon for you to chase. But at night time they're sort of more spread out, and you can always see a car somewhere that's good to chase.
Brilliant. Well, yeah, thank you very much. We'll let you get some rest, but thank you very much, Nick. Thank you.
So that's Nick Crispin, the champion-elect, and what Katie worked out earlier on is that if 2CV Team Lion were to win, so that means that David O'Keefe is going to get a hatful of points. He's second in the championship at the moment. as long as Nick Crispin's team, DD Racing, finished in the top 12, then Nick would still be champion. So at the moment they're actually 4th in the 2CV category, so well in line for the championship. But obviously there's many a slip possible before the end of this race, and so we're not going to jump to any conclusions at the moment, but basically Nick Crispin's in a good position with perhaps one hand on the championship trophy at this stage in proceedings. So good to hear from him, good to hear how much he enjoys racing at night and the reasons for that as well. So well done, Nicky. You've got a good interview there with a very crucial driver in terms of this 2CVparts.com championship. So we've still got 3 minis in the lead of this one, with laps between them now, and then it's the 2CV Lion team number 97 in 4th place. Minions are 5th with 171. Carroll is 6th in the 49, 2nd in the 2CV section, and then in 3rd, and then it's 116, and no, it's 92 next, which is 3rd in the 2CV section. Crisis at Tete Rouge. Then it's 116, not Fast but Furious. DD Racing, we've just been hearing from Nick Crispin. They are in 9th place overall, 4th in the 2CV section, and in 10th place overall, 5th in the 2CVs, number 79, Lion Hands Grower. Team manager car 16 has just been called to race admin. That's Green Frog. So, yeah, maybe a quick glass of anise, but more likely something that they've done which wasn't quite according to the regulations. So, Green Frog being called to race admin. So things go quiet for a moment. We are just over 4.5 hours away from the conclusion of this race, so still a substantial amount to go, and lots of time for things to go wrong.
I've just found out that it is Helen now. Helen is in Not Fast but Furious at the moment, Helen Blake.
Yep.
But yeah, as you said, not too much, but it could all change. She usually gets pretty mad in when the last drivers are in.
Yeah, I was hoping you were going to get an interview with your French photographer chum, so that she could sort of spill the beans on how things are going across the French teams. She seems to have been employed as a photographer for all of the teams, and at the moment it's Orange Frog who are upholding Gallic honour because they're in 13th place at the moment. So that is the number 15 car, which is Richard and Roland Plier, Nico and Valentin Bro. Sue Plier is the team manager of that car, but they're doing rather well in 13th place. But the other French teams have all been beset by various problems.
I was going to say, you're the French expert. You should get down here, exercise the lingo. I only
Well,
know only
yeah.
do fromage and hello.
Yeah, well, exactly. My French put to the test at Le Mans each year, and yeah. But what we were saying about the unknown and the sudden reversals, obviously that's something that at Le Mans happens a lot. We had the Toyota a few years ago, which actually broke down as it completed its penultimate lap. It stopped outside its pits, and it only had one more lap to go. to win the race, and they couldn't get the thing started. And at Le Mans, you have to cross the finish line. It's not a question of being classified. You have to, if you've done a certain number of laps, you have to actually take a checkered flag. So that car didn't finish. And even, not this year, but last year in LMP2, the car that was set, the WRT Oreca, that was set to win, actually stopped, and that was on the last lap as well. That stopped in the Lake S, in the Forest S's. So, you know, things do happen, and obviously the cars at Le Mans rather more highly stressed perhaps than the 2CVs and the Minis we have here, but there's still mechanical objects and things can still go wrong right up until the last minute. So no one can really take too much for granted until the checkered flag has fluttered and your team has actually passed it. Now DD Racing, who we spoke to earlier in ninth place, who Nick has just spoken to, Nick Crispin, they're only 4 seconds behind Not Fast But Furious. That's the 116, which has got Helen Blake in. So that'll be interesting, because Helen Blake's out there now in the 116. She's only 4 seconds ahead of DD Racing. They are in different categories, but this is for 8th place overall, and it'll be interesting to see what is resolved between those two. 116, which is the Mini, 89 is the 2CV. Those two are very close out on the circuit at the moment. There goes 116, and there goes 89. So that's Helen Blake in the white Mini, and right behind her now is the 89, and that's Patrick Mason in that car, who is very quick, and he's closing in on Helen. The gap between them has now come down to 0.5 of a second. So I think Helen's going to be under pressure there from the 89 2CV. And we can see a move there for 8th place happening very shortly. And I think as they come through into Brundle, that manoeuvre has happened. Now 79's in the pits from 10th position. Lionhands Grower are in. The bonnet's up. Teams are looking around at various bits of the car. I hope that's just precautionary checks. 96 also in behind it. That's the Pork Pie Racing that's been in for a while, of course. So waiting for the white Mini to come through, and 89 has indeed got past. So we've had a change for 8th position. Up to 8th has gone the DD Racing 2CV. Down to 9th has gone the 116 Not Fast But Furious, with Helen Blake at the wheel of that car. Hopefully she's feeling a little bit more comfortable in the daytime. She told Nicky that she didn't enjoy the night. She found it quite confusing to judge just who was coming up behind you. So the Lionhands Grower car, the bonnet's now down. They are refuelling that car. The car they'll be watching for is the 72, the Hollis Motorsport. That's just gone through, but still there are... Oh, right, that's now, I think, on the same lap as Lionhands Grower, so it's unlapped itself. But it's still in 11th place, so refueling stops, as we've said, do take longer. certain procedures have to be followed. You have to have one of the team standing there with a fire extinguisher at all times when fuel is being put in the car. That seems to have been completed now. Driver's been strapped in. Obviously you can't have anyone in the car when you are refueling. That's one of the things I think that's different in the continental regulations. You can do that, but in the UK, if it's being refueled, no one's allowed to be in the car. Now 79 is going out, so the Lion Hands Grower machine goes out of the pit lane, and as does the 96, so the Pork Pie Racing is going out as well. A clutch of minis comes past, the fast ones actually will go past, including the leader, and Misfits go through. There are actually 2 laps in between the leader and Misfits, and in between them is Slarky Malarkey in terms of the distance covered. Team Toy Shed have now done 602 laps. The gap between Lion Hands Grower and Hollis Motorsport's come down to 48 seconds now, so those 2 cars on the same lap after Lion Hands Grower's pit stop. And waiting for Slarky Malarkey to come through so I can give you the actual distance between the leader and Slarky, so 177 and 128. The minion parading around the back of the pits.
Enjoying the race so far?
I'm enjoying it.
Very hot indeed. That's what it's all about. Minions.
So that was the Minion in a very brief interview with Nicky there. And yes, the gap between first and second is almost a lap. The leaders, 177, are just behind Slarky Malarkey 128 on track. So they're almost a lap in front, but not quite. So that's what it is at the moment. And on that last lap, second place car lapping just a sliver quicker than the leader. However, Misfits, who are, well, 2 laps back effectively from the leader, they are lapping quite a bit quicker. They're lapping almost 2 seconds a lap faster than the leader. That's the 193 with, well, not sure who's in that, but it's not Steve, no I doubt, it's not Nevin Kirkpatrick. So it's either Dave Reese or Paul Ogden in that car. And they're still in a good position. I mean, Steve was cautiously optimistic. He was saying that it probably would require some sort of disaster to happen to some of the opposition for them to improve their position, but they're handily placed at the moment in 3rd place. They're 2 laps behind the leader. But they are, in terms of time, making progress. And the leaders are side drafting Slarky Malarkey. They're actually absolutely side by side. They get through as they go into Riches, so they now put Slarky Malarkey a definite lap down rather than a notional lap. But they are 2 laps ahead of Misfits. Misfits have made one less stop actually than Slarky Malarkey, and 2 less stops than Team Toyshoe. So still fairly close between the top 3. More or less a lap between each of them. Then another lap back to 2CV Team Lion 1. 97, that is the lead 2CV team. And then there is a massive gap back to to 5th place, which is 171. That's Minions. They are a whopping 10 laps behind 2CV Team Line 1. So it's really all about those first 4 cars who are separated from each other by just a lap. 15 goes back out of the pit lane. That is Orange Frog in 13th position. And as they come past us again, the 128 has got back past and unlapped itself from 177.
So I'm now joined by Gary. That's right? Yeah, sorry, yeah. 50 names on this, so yeah, brilliant. Joined by Gary with 2CV Team Lion. He's going to tell us some of the more burning questions. What do you do for sort of if you feel a bit dehydrated in the car? For water, do you have anything in there, or?
Some will have, some people have bottles or diaphragms behind them and a tube coming down, like if you're riding a push bike or a mountain bike. Some do that. We don't, so you just make sure you're plenty hydrated before you go out. I've done 2-3 hour stints overnight, and that's when you feel it, because you get out the car for after an hour and a half or an hour, your helmet's on, so you don't rehydrate, and then you're back out. So the sort of secret is to make sure that before you get in the car, you know you can do 3 hours, which is your max in whatever condition, and you basically just get on with it and suffer it, really.
But this isn't a question I concocted, but my following question is, what do you do if you get in, you're well prepared, you get in and you need a wee? Would you right into the start of your stint? What do you do?
I think what you'll find before any race, you'll see that the toilets get really busy, because people either go for a nervous wee, which is famous in racing, or a nervous something else. So you normally find that you deal with that with the nerves before you get in. But there's a couple of people quite infamous in 2CV racing that used to wee in the seat. Some Le Mans racers wee in the seat, and I don't know whether it's a myth, but some Formula 1 drivers have said that the risk of crashing with a full bladder and what the impacts can do. So some racers do just pee in the seats. Now, it's quite handy that if one of your teammates has upset you during the race and he's last in, then you might want to leave him a present. But I couldn't think of anything worse than weeing in a seat. The same people that wee in the shower.
I don't know, you meant to focus on the race while focusing on weeing as well. I don't think I could do the combo. But do you have any other tactics or any other things that happen in the car on the long stints that people might not know about?
I think the key is to keep the concentration going, and people have certain tricks to do that. So you may try and find a comrade out on the track. So I've just done an hour and a half running with Andy Bull, and it's a bit of body language, making sure that they know they can trust you and you're going to run together. So they do that, but then your pit board can put little messages out to keep you happy, and I've seen some images get put on pit boards to keep the drivers focused and certain comments. So you might find that if you look at the pit board, you see some funny things go up, just to keep them connected and make sure that they're focused. Because during the night especially, and when everyone's tired, you can just all get a bit bored, and if you want to keep the lap times going, you need to keep some fun in it. We're all here for fun, so you just put some fun things out there.
Brilliant. And you've done your 8 hours now, so that's it. What you got planned now?
Shower, shave, spag bol, I think. I think it's a bit of spag bol from dinner last night that I didn't get. But that might appear in the microwave and then just start biting my fingernails.
Well, brilliant. Well, thank you very much, Gary. That's perfect. And yeah, back to you, Tony. Thank you.
Thanks, Nicky. So that's Gary Adnett there from 2CV Team Lion, the team that are leading the 2CV section. They are now actually up into third place overall because Misfits have just come in. So the 193 Mini has come in from third place. It's dropped a position now overall. It's still third in the Mini section. And Steve Rideout will be going into that car. Nicky spoke to him earlier on. And he is another regular Mighty Mini or Super Mighty Mini driver. Two categories of Mighty Minis, the Mighty Minis and the Super Mighty Minis. Steve and Nevin, they're both Super Mighty Mini drivers. And so Steve now goes out, the 193 goes out of the pits, the Misfits in fourth place now. We'll see where that brings them in a moment. Fifth is the 171, the Minions. They're a little way back, but we'll see in a moment exactly how far back that is after the Misfits pit stop. And they will presumably be catching up to CV Team Line again, but they won't be too worried. Gary's team won't be too worried about that because, oh, and the safety car is coming out very quickly actually. Just whipped out onto the circuit, and the yellow flags have gone out everywhere. So the safety car has been called, and that is 19 hours.
It seems that number 16, if you're looking at the camera 2, the green frog's actually on fire.
Oh, right, yes, I can see that. So the green frog has stopped number 16 just out of Brundle, and that would appear to be what has caused this safety car. So some drivers out of the car, so that's good news. He's out of the car having a look at it. So it's just been caught by the camera. It's steaming away. Oh yeah, it is on fire, well on fire. He's opened the bonnet, and have we got a marshal there? I can't quite see if there's a marshal in attendance. Yes, there is. Marshal's in attendance with the fire extinguisher and immediately puts that fire out. The driver obviously able to lift up the bonnet because he's got fireproof overalls on and gloves and everything else. And he opened the bonnet, and the marshal was there with his fire extinguisher immediately to put out the fire. It was blazing away quite merrily, but puts that out straight away. The safety car is actually coming through now past the 16, so that will be a tow back. Now, whether that can be remedied or not, I don't know. That tends to be a bit extreme if the thing has caught fire. So that's the Green Frog team in 26th position. That's Laurent Dallet, Jeremy Hammond, Jérôme Fourier and David Baudron. They are the team drivers for number 16, Green Frog, and it's almost as though if our Gallic cousins didn't have any bad luck, they wouldn't have any luck at all, because so many of the French cars have been afflicted by various problems, either mechanical. We've had the accident for the Pink Frogettes, which happened yesterday evening, and now the 16 car having caught fire on the exit of Brundle and Nelson just before the bomb hole. So that car has pulled off at the side of the circuit, and well spotted Nicky on the camera there.
at the minute.
Yeah. And the marshal there in with his fire extinguisher.
Yep.
So the fire truck has arrived, the tow vehicle. So they're going to tow that car back, which is why the safety car is out. And of course will be a 3-lap penalty. Any tow back gets a 3-lap penalty. And there is a point, it's either the last hour or maybe last half an hour, but there's a point in the race where tow backs are no longer allowed. So, but that's very near the end of the race when that comes in. So various cars ducking into the pits as a result of that. Including, I think, 2CV Team Line. I think they made a pit stop. Crisis at Tete Rouge, number 92, they've made a pit stop. As have Hollis Motorsport, number 72. So the 16 is towed away. And luckily it's able to be towed on its wheels, no problem about having to be lifted or anything like that. So that car will be coming back in, and eventually once that's safely back in the paddock or the pits, the safety car will come in. Now cars obviously being held at the pit exit now because of the safety car train coming through. They're going to have to wait until the safety car trains come through. So they may have lost a lap, and that will include both the Hollis Motorsport car and the 92, the Crisis at Tete Rouge. They've all missed the opportunity to get out in front of the safety car. They're actually losing a lap, and we'll have to join behind it now. There goes the 17, the pink Frogettes, still going round. And the pit lane opens. The 3 cars in there, including the 68 was the other one, rally racers. That goes out as well. Now we're not too far off the 20-hour mark now. It's 4 hours and 9 minutes left in the race, and everyone is in a nice neat line behind the safety car, because that rescue went on for a couple of laps, so it enabled everyone to get into the queue. Had a couple of pit visitors on that last lap. Team ECAS, number 33, Blueberry Tarts, 35. They've both come in. Team ECAS, which is Glenn Oswin, Matthew Arrowsmith-Brown, Martin Sunderland and Howard Wright, have come into the pits on that last lap round. Once the safety car's back in, we'll be able to give you various gaps. And 35, that's Blueberry Tarts, they get out before the pit lane closes. So they will be, in theory, able to get back onto the back of the safety car train, because it looks like it's still going to come down for another lap, because the lights are still on the safety car. So it's not looking like it's coming in this lap. Now Team ECAS looks like, yeah, they'll just about get out just before the pit lane shuts. Yeah, so they're going to come out. Remember, they can only do 40 kilometers an hour through the pit lane, and here comes the safety car, and 97 don't get out. So the Adnett Sparrow O'Keefe car has to wait. Now that is bad news, because they were, I'm sure, hoping to get out before the pit lane closed, but now they've lost another lap to the leaders because the safety car has gone through. They're going to have to wait till the very end of the train. And all these pit stops have put Carl Carroll up into 5th position as the pit lane opens and the 97 car goes out, still in 4th place. And as I've said before, the big gap comes after 2CV Team Lion, because there's actually a 10-lap gap back to Carl Carroll, number 49, that's now in 5th place, between them and the 97 car that's just gone out of the pits. A whopping 10-lap gap. Minions 171 are only just behind Carl Carroll, so that might be something to watch when we get back underway. Safety car is coming in this lap. Now Pork Pie Racing 96, which did go out again, that seems to have stopped somewhere, because that's got a warning triangle by it rather than a pit symbol. So the last couple of cars coming through, they actually managed to get out before the pit lane closed, making the most of it to try to get back onto the tail of the train behind the safety car. They've obviously still got to be a bit careful, and what's happened now is that the safety car has released the cars behind it, so that presumably it's just got the leader behind it now. So those two Mins, 129 the APO Sport and Slarky Malarkey, who was second, get released, and that's helped Slarky Malarkey because they were almost a lap behind the leader, and now they're able to catch back up at least a bit, because obviously we are now going racing again. The green flag comes out, and it's the leader who ended up behind the safety car. The 177 Team Toy Shed goes through to complete 612 laps, and we've got just a little over 4 hours of this race to go. So Toy Shed go through. Slarky Malarkey will now be on the same lap as the leaders. Out goes the 92. They've just made another pit stop. Crisis at Tete Rouge. So the order will have been moved around a bit after this latest safety car interlude. But no questioning the leader of the race, which is Team Toy Shed. In second place, though, it's going to be Slarky Malarkey, and they are now on the same lap as the leader. They were ahead of the leader when the safety car came out, were allowed to overtake it, and they are now 1 minute and 9 seconds behind Team Toy Shed. So the two leaders are on the same lap, 612 laps completed for both of them, 1 minute and 9 seconds between them. And then in third place it is Misfits who are 3 laps behind the leaders. So those pit stops not helping them particularly. 193 back into third, but 3 laps behind the leaders. In fourth it's 97, 2CV Team Line 1. They are a further 1 lap further back as the leader goes through. 177 Team Toy Shed.
So it's probably out of your view, Tony, but Green Frog's actually back.
Okay, so now we'll see whether the fire damage can be sorted out. We are now into the final 4 hours of the race. We've just gone past the 20-hour mark. Team Toy Shed, the leaders. Slarky Malarkey in second place, just over a minute behind. And lapping quite a bit quicker than Team Toy Shed. On that last lap they were a full 3.5 seconds quicker than Team Toy Shed, so they are making some inroads now after that bit of luck with the safety car, which enabled them to get quite a bit of their lap back. They are now poised to try and make some inroads into the lead of the 177 car. Misfits are 3 laps further back, so third, 1 lap between Misfits. You can see it on the live stream now, the 16 car, the bonnet is open. And we're looking at the fire damage. Obviously, apart from the fire damage, there would be the extinguishing. That's always a problem. Very often, particularly in Formula 1 cars, they don't like you squirting extinguishing on it. That's the last thing they want. It's only when the car absolutely explodes in flame, like France has been in Austria, that the marshals are encouraged to use their as many bottles as they can. So the first 4 teams still more or less in touch. but then between 4th and 5th there is a 10 lap gap. So huge gap between 2CV Team Lion and Minions, who have just reclaimed 5th place from Car Carroll. But both of them of course in different categories, and more importantly they're both 10 laps back from the number 97, so a huge gap there. That would take an awful lot to make up, an awful lot of time to make up those 10 laps. Crisis at Tete Rouge are 7th, behind Car Carroll. DD Racing are 8th, Not Fast But Furious 9th, and then Lion Hands Grower are 10th. Still the car just outside the top 10 is the Hollis Motorsport car. So before too long we should be able to bring you the 20 hours official update. As soon as we can, we'll do that and give you the official 20-hour bulletin. So various teams within sort of sniffing distance of the top 10. Twin Snails 41 are 12th, Orange Frog are 13th, APO Sport are 14th, and Team Gadget Racing are 15th. They're teams that have been in the mix, some of them at various times. Out goes the 195 LA Motorsport car, that's in 19th place. 17 goes through, Pink Frogette's looking healthy now, it's in 29th place. Whether they can get a few places gained by the end of the race. We've got, as I say, 4 hours. They're 5 laps behind the next car off the road, which is the Green Frog. So that, as we know, is in the pits, having the fire damage attended to. So we might see Pink Frogettes move up, perhaps into the top 25. That could well be their target. So Toy Shed lead, 177, last year's victors, who would dearly love to have another victory, would certainly make their point emphatically about
Right, I'll just interrupt you there, Tony. I'm here with Richard Blyer, driver of Orange Frog, but he's going to tell us about what's been going on with Green Frog. That's all right. What does it look like is going on to you?
Well, it looks like it's been on fire, so and somebody's put it out. So there's a right old mess at the minute. They're just taking everything off. The air filter's obviously dead now. Whatever else has melted, they're going to try and find out. Hopefully they don't breathe in any of that stuff and spend the rest of the evening on the toilet.
Oh, is that the fire extinguisher stuff? That does it?
That's what we were told in our briefing. That don't inhale it because you'll be on the toilet for a couple of days.
Well, you learn something new every day. There's quite a bit of toilet chat in these last few interviews. And yeah, it looks like they're going to take the engine out. They're your best guess. What do you think they're going to do next?
Well, if we've got an engine still working, then they'll put it in and they'll go out again. But yeah, we might have to build some one engine out of two, I think. I'm not sure what's left.
Brilliant. And how's the Orange Frog's obviously doing quite well? How's it been for you?
It's been good. We've. I don't want to jinx it. I know Blueberry Muffins jinxed it on the grid. So yeah, I saw him on the side of the track on lap 3, I think. So yeah, but we've been going round nice and consistently. We're not pushing it too hard. We're just keeping a decent pace and just bringing it to the end. That's what we want.
Brilliant. And are you done now, or do you have any more? Do you have any more stints?
I'm finished. My brother's in the car at the minute, and then we've got the other half of the other brothers who's going to finish for us. So yeah, we're all good.
Thank you very much, Richard, and you've taught me a valuable thing about fire extinguisher. So yeah, you won't catch me near any of them. But thank you very much. That's perfect.
Right, thanks for that, Nicky, and some interesting words of wisdom about not getting too close to fire extinguishing. One that all marshals should remember. Okay, so basically we are now into the final 4 hours of this race, and we've had 4-hour races here at Snetterton before for all sorts of things, like C1s and stuff like that. So we're getting into the realms of a normal endurance race, but remember we've been pounding round for some 20 hours already, and so things perhaps beginning to wear in some of the cars, some of the drivers getting a little bit weary, and we've seen quite a bit of action on the track and off it in terms of the garages. It's Team Toy Shed who lead. 619 laps completed, but closing them down is the 128 of Slarky Malarkey, and they are getting closer. They are lapping about 3 seconds a lap quicker than the leaders, and next time they come through I'll be able to tell you exactly what the gap is. They're obviously all at the moment taking advantage of any safety car interruption to dive in to the pits to make their pit stops, because under the safety car it's a much more sensible thing to do. There goes the 128. The gap is now 46 seconds between first and second. It was a minute a little while ago. It's come down some 15 seconds have come off that, and again they are lapping consistently quicker than the lead car. So Slarky Malarkey haven't given up yet. They're certainly not ready to lie down and surrender. They are closing in on the leader. They are now on the same lap, some 46 seconds behind. Toy Shed completes 620 laps. Misfits are some 3 laps behind them. So at the moment they're out of the picture unless we get some drama either on the track or in the pits. Team Lion are through a further lap behind the Misfits, but leading the 2 CVs by at least 10 laps. So we've got the official 20-hour bulletin has now been posted, and so I can give you that at 20 hours, which was 11 o'clock. Team Toy Shed were leading 177 with 614 laps completed. In second place it was 128, Larky Malarkey, on 613 laps. That gap has now come down. In third place the 193 Misfits team, further 3 laps back. And so Minis first, second and third. In fourth place the leading 2CV, the 97 of 2CV Team Line 1, who were basically 4 laps behind the overall race leader. Then in fifth place 49 Car Carroll, second in the 2CV section, but 10 laps behind the leading 2CV in front of them. So long way back Car Carroll, and in terms of normal expected progress, that could be the limit of their aspirations unless something happens to 2CV Team Line 1. Sixth place it's 171 Minions. Seventh it was 92 Crisis at Tete Rouge. In eighth 89 DD Racing. Ninth was 116 Not Fast But Furious, and in 10th 79 Lion Hansgrohe. The car that was bubbling under just outside the top 10, another 72 Hollis Motorsport. The fastest laps of the race, Misfits have got the fastest lap, 193, and 97 2CV Team Line 1 are the fastest of the 2CVs. So that's where we are at the moment in terms of the official bulletin. So we wait now to see what else may transpire. And this is where the team strategist, looking very carefully at the timing screens, listening to the commentary, looking on track, waiting to see if there's going to be a safety car, whether they're just how that impacts upon their strategy. All of that needs to be sorted. At the moment the yellow arrows down the left hand side of the timing screen indicate that everyone's come through in the same position as those people gain or lose positions once we start getting people coming into the pits. And of course once at the bottom we get a notification of a safety car, then all bets are off, and strategists have to start thinking what is going to be the best way to approach these final few hours. Gaggle of 4 2CVs go down towards Riches, and of course you can get a fairly sizable tow if you get some slipstreaming partners, because these 2CVs particularly have the aerodynamic qualities of a brick, really. So they cut a big old chunk of hole in the air, and if you're behind one you can get towed along quite effectively. So there is something to be gained by working together with another car. If you've got a teammate, obviously, then that's something you can do. Otherwise it's as one of the drivers mentioned, you can get sort of temporary understandings with other drivers where you help each other and tow each other round, and that can be quite advantageous. There goes the leader, who is with the Misfits now. They are 3 laps down on the leader, but they just moved past him into Riches and take one of those laps back. Now the Misfits are running, well, on that last lap they were actually slightly slower than the leading car, so that's not going to advantage them particularly. Most of the drivers actually out there now are running in the 1:50s. There's on that last lap no one got down below, oh, one person did. There's a 1:48 on the last lap. Who was that? That was APO Sport. So the erstwhile leaders, 1:29, still running very quickly in the 1:48s, but they are they're about 3/4 of a lap behind the car in front of them, which is Orange Frog. So Orange Frog's in 13, APO Sports in 14, and they're 1 minute and 27 seconds further back. So we might see some movement there. So there goes the leader. It's a group of 3 minis. Misfits have got past him and unlapped themselves, but the leader is sitting squarely on their tail, so that's not going to do them much good at the moment. They're having unlapped themselves because the leader is so close. Now there is the live stream is showing us what's going on with number 16.
So they're just looking for a driver at the minute and then seeing how much fuel's in there, seeing if they're going to take this opportunity to refuel. But they've been working on this. A lot of people have been working this very fast. Obviously, we know why they're wearing masks to not breathing their lovely fumes. But yeah, drivers hopping in now. Potential refuel, but yeah, there was a lot being replaced. I think the main reason it took so long, or the main task, was to clean all of the fire extinguisher off and sort of drill all the individual bits off and get all those nice and clean. Everything looks very shiny, but obviously it's running, so it should soon to be on its way.
Well, that's good news that it's actually running after it was a fairly sizable fire, as I'm sure many of you saw from the live feed at the time when the driver opened the bonnet. The flames sort of sprang up, and as often is the case, of course, once the flames meet oxygen, the fire does tend to look a lot worse, and it's got oxygen to feed on, basically. So that car has been refettled, and hopefully number 16 will be out again before too long. It's currently in 29th position. It's fallen behind the Pink Frogette, so they have made one place up, and they are now, Pink Frogettes that is, they're now 8 laps behind the Lamar 2CV Classic team. So they've got an awful lot of a gap to make up. There are some massive gaps, in fact, in the field. The biggest one is the Mini Frogs in 25th. The gap up to Iceni Racing, number 60, is 62 laps. So Mini Frog have the odds are weighted against them if they're going to get up beyond 25th position, basically, because they've got 63 laps to make up on the car in front of them. And that's what they'll be looking at, that diff column, the difference between teams will be looking at the difference between themselves and the team in front to just see what might be possible. Now, Hollis Motorsport, number 72 in 11th place, as I said, they've been just bubbling under the top 10. They're only 0.18 of a second behind Lion Hands Grower. So there could be a squabble here between cars 79 and 72 for the honour of getting into the top 10. So where are they on the circuit? 72, just heading down the Bentley straight now, and I think they've actually managed to get past number 79. I think Hollis have moved up a place into 10th.
Yeah, and you can see now the burnt out. Not sure what part of it is, but a part that has been quickly ripped out of green frogs, and covered in gunk and very crispy. But it's still in the garage at the minute. But it's progress. Yeah, well, like we saw yesterday, a lot of people are working on it. So a lot of different teams are working on it. So yeah, we'll see. Hopefully, see them leave soon.
Okay. Right, I'm waiting to see the resolution of this battle between 79 and 72. They should be coming past me at the start line very shortly. There is 72 of Hollis, and there is the 79 of Hansgrohe. Yes, we've had a change for 10th place. Hollis Motorsport are up into 10th place, Ryan Hansgrohe down into 11th. So we've got a new member of the exclusive top 10 club here, and that is Hollis Motorsport. Number 72 have got themselves up into the top 10. Unfortunately, their next target is 6 laps ahead of them. Not fast but furious. That's a mini anyway, but that's some 6 laps in advance of them. So not too much chance of them improving that. As we look at the singed, scalded bonnet of number 15.
16 is now leaving. You'll be able to sleep on the bar.
And here for the
Lovely
applause,
stuff.
yeah. So there it goes. Singed but proud. Number 16 goes back into the fray. It's in 29th place, but the Green Frog is back into the contest, so that's good to see after that fire broke out on the exit of the Brundle Nelson complex. Now Team Toy Shed have come in. The leaders are in the pit, so this could be an important one, Nicky. The 177 leaders have come in, and Slarky Malarkey, who were catching them to the tune of about 3 seconds a lap, are now back into the lead. The 128, Slarky Malarkey, they've done 12 pit stops. Team Toy Shed have now done 14. It was Andy Slade at the wheel of the Team Toy Shed, so whether there's going to be a driver change, I don't know. But yes, I can see it on the screen now. And it's a fuel stop. Fuel churn's been put in. There is a member of the team with the fire extinguisher standing by. There is our intrepid pit lane reporter, Nicky, who is there by the car. Obviously drivers have to get out to when the fuel is put in. The question will be whether it's the same driver getting back in again. Which was Andy Slade at the wheel of 177. So a fuel stop. The driver's being tightened up and off he goes. So I don't know, Mickey, if you noticed whether there was a driver change there.
There was. It is Michael Dryden in now.
Okay, lovely, thank you for that. Michael Dryden is now in the lead car. And they've gone out, obviously they've lost the lead. It'll be interesting to see how close they are now to the leader, Slarky Malarkey, but also to the Misfit in 3rd place. So once they've done a full lap, we'll get more of an idea of where everybody is. So in the lead now, 628 laps completed. It is Slarky Malarkey. Into the car which was in the lead. Slarky Malarkey have gone through, 629 laps completed. Let's see where Team Toy Shed are in relation to that. There go Team Toy Shed. They are a lap down. So Team Toy Shed lost a lap with that pit stop. Obviously it was a long pit stop because it was fuel being put in. They are now a lap down from Slarky Malarkey. And then behind them will be Misfits. And we'll see just what the gap is between the 177 and the 193. 193 is the car that has got the fastest time so far. We've got the Lionhands Grower car in the pits from what was 11th place, so they've lost a place now. They're down in 12th. There go Misfits, and they are one lap back from Team Toy Shed. So we've got 1 lap intervals now between the leaders. Slarky Malarkey on 630 laps, that's what they're doing at the moment. They're a lap ahead of Team Toy Shed, who in turn are a lap ahead of Misfits. Then a further lap back is the 97 2CV Team Line 1, leaders of the 2CV section of the race. Then we have this chasm. It's now some 9 laps, oh no it isn't, it's 10 laps again. 10 laps between 2CV Team Line 1 and Minions, who are fit in the 171 car. So Lionhands Grower in the pits. APO Sport have come back into the pits again, the 129. Potentially the fastest car on the track at the moment. Their last lap was a lap in the 148s. Lionhands Grower go out, so do the 82, who are also in the Regimental Racing. Rally Racers, 68, they are still in the pits, as are APO Sport. Three and a half hours of this race left to run, and the lead swapping about a bit between Slarky Malarkey and Team Toy Shed, but not in terms of the track, it's more in terms of when they make pit stops. Goes 16 through, so the car is not running hugely quickly, but it is running, so that's Green Frog back out there after that fire caused them to be towed back in. And 82 coming in, and that's Regimental Racing who are going out now. Had a bit of a problem, I think, as they left the pits and were being attended to by the mechanic who rushed up to see what the matter was. But the lead now is the blue 128 Mini Slarky Malarkey. They're on lap 632. And this lead swapping around between them and Team Toy Shed according to pit stops. Obviously it is possible to have a very quick pit stop, but if you change, or sorry, if you refuel, then you have to have the driver out. Oh, and bump drafting par excellence there as Misfits go through with who was that behind them? I think that was Minions. 171. Absolutely together.
Right, Tony, I have just been informed by Slacky Malarkey team that Toy Shed had to make an extra stop because they didn't fill up enough, because they wanted to beat Slacky Malarkey out pit. So that was why they had to make the extra stop. So Slacky Malarkey now is currently trying to see, as long as possible, how they can hold out on what they've got.
Okay. Right, so strategy definitely coming into play here, and an interesting insight there that I think is gained from Slacky Malarkey, suggesting that that was why Toy Shed had to come in. They wanted to beat Slacky Malarkey out in the pits on the previous stop, and meant that they short fueled as a result of that. But now, looking at the times on the last lap, Slacky Malarkey were doing a 1:49.2, Team Toy Shed a 1:53.1. Remember, Slacky Malarkey were catching Team Toy Shed up. And to the tune of about 3.5 seconds per lap. Now they're in the lead. They are presumably going away at that same sort of speed. 16's back in the pits after having done a couple of exploratory laps. So that's Green Frog. So APO Sport back out in 14th place, and they'll be trying to get up to speed. They were one of the few cars lapping below the 150 mark. At the moment, the only car lapping below the 150 is the leader, Slacky Malarkey, which makes life a bit depressing for everyone else. They go through 633 laps completed, a 1:49.64. And the other car in the 49s was Carroll, number 49, with a 1:49.697. So that 2CV going very quickly. They are not too far behind Minions. I mean, they're 39 seconds behind Minions. At the moment, they are lapping quicker than the Mini in front of them. So at the moment, everyone in their cars rather than in the pits, except for Green Frog, Portpie Racing and Willy Racing. Quickest cars on the circuit at the moment. The quickest Mini is the 128, the leader, the blue 128. The quickest 2CV at the moment is the 49, the black and grey car Carroll. And both of those cars are lapping in the 1:49s at the moment. There goes car Carroll. Actually, is that why? Because it's on the back of the leader. So basically it's getting a tow from the leader, which is enabling it to go that quick, but on the back of that now is the 97 2CV Team Lion, which is the leading 2CV, which is actually 10 laps up the road from Car Carroll, and they've just done a 149 as well. So that train of 3 cars, which are heading down the Bentley Straight at the moment, they are the fastest cars on track, and they're sort of towing each other around. That's the race leader, which is the 128 Mini, and then the two CVs behind it, 97 and 49, who are first and second in the 2CV section. And the tow that they're getting is enabling them to actually post the laps in the 149. So some clever stuff going on now from the fastest cars out there. They're enabled to be the fastest cars because they're in a tight little group, getting a slipstream from the leader. Out of the pits comes the 172, which is Le Mans Classic 2CVs, down in 27th place. There goes that group, the leader with his two 2CV followers cutting through a huge amount of traffic there, because that slow car that just came out of the pits was sort of dawdling through Riches at the same time as they were cutting through another group of slower 2CVs. So there's a lot of traffic manoeuvres going on at the moment out there. Of course, if you found a good tow, you want to keep that going. And Minions are upping the pace as well in 5th place. They've just done 149.4. So the pace all of a sudden is getting quicker. We're in the 149s, several cars in the 149s now. The leader, Misfits are in 3rd place, Team Lion in 4th place, Minions in 5th place, and Car Carroll in 6th place. They're all in the 149s. And the only other one, quite a way down the front, is APO Sport. They're also in the 149s. That's the 129, the car that was leading yesterday evening before head gasket problems intervened at about midnight and dropped that car out of contention. There goes that train of cars in the 149s, past start-finish line into Riches. That's the leader with those two CVs behind him, who are now beginning to drop back slightly. So yeah, both of them there in the 151s on that lap, as they've lost touch now with the leading Mini 128 of Slarky Malarkey. So it's all very strategic, all this, as Sport Pie Racing goes out again. A mere 122 laps behind Green Frog, who is its next competitor, next and nearest competitor. Now, Mini Frog has come in, 137 from 25th place. And Not Fast But Furious has come in from 9th, so 116, and that's Helen Blake, who you seem to have interviewed more than anyone else, Nicky, and he's now come back in the 116. Now in 11th place is Twin Snails, 41. So Aubrey Brocklebank who's been racing 2CVs since they were invented, basically. James Northfield, Martin Ryman and Paul Rowland. They are poised on the edge of the top 10. Martin Ryman had a 5th at Pembrey earlier in the season. And yeah, the leader goes past, and you can see he's broken the toe now. The 97 and the 49 have lost the toe from the lead Mini, and so their times have lengthened into the 150s. But the leader is still doing 149, but without his help, those cars behind having more of a problem. As I said, the only other one in the 149s is APO Sport, who are now in again. So 129s come into the pits. Now, they weren't in that long ago, so whether there's a problem for the 129, we know it had head gasket problems earlier on, which blunted its challenge. And the Mini Frog is out again. No Sleep Till Sunday's come back in, the 111. But more important players perhaps, 116 Not Fast but Furious from 9th place, and the 129 APO Sport from 14th place. They're both in the pits at the moment. Out goes the 116, Not Fast but Furious. No, it was Helen Blake in that car, but that's perhaps changed now. And this will be another sort of strategic decision. Do you now put, with some 3 hours and 15 minutes of the race left to run, do you put your faster drivers in now? Do you put them in to see what they might be able to salvage, whether they could pick up any more places? Or do you stick to your predetermined strategy? Twin Snails, number 41, they're a lap. Now they're now just 49 seconds behind Hollis Motorsport. But on that last lap, yep, they were quicker as well. So they were some 2 seconds quicker than Hollis Motorsport. So possibly Twin Snails are now thinking that they've got a realistic chance of getting into the top 10. Some very different strategies in evidence here when you look at the screen, because, for instance, the fastest lap for Minions, the 171, was on lap 600. They're 148.219. They're on lap 640 now. So on lap 600, they did their fastest lap. If you look at Crisis at Tete Rouge, number 92, they did their fastest lap on lap 7. So they have not gone faster than they did on lap 7. So they've been perhaps pacing themselves, perhaps having a few problems with the car. But very different strategies in evidence there between those two cars.
As we see,
yes.
As we see pink pink frogettes come out, I believe that's Manon in the car now. We're getting ready to leave shortly.
Okay. Yep, so we think that is Manon Gauthier in number 17, who is going out for the Pink Frogettes now. They're in 28th position. Got some 10 laps to catch up the Le Mans 2CV Classic team. Rally Racers back in the pit, so 68. We're seeing a few cars and the leaders are in. Slarky Malarkey are in. 128. So this will be a significant pit stop. They've got 1 lap advantage over Team Toy Shed. They've made 1 pit stop less now than Team Toy Shed. They've done 13. Team Toy Shed have done 14. Now, how long is this pit stop going to be? That's the question. Will it allow Team Toy Shed back into the lead? And this could be the reason that Slarky Malarkey were going so quickly in the last few laps. They were in the 49s. Quickest car really on the circuit, and that could have been just to get them as much advantage as possible before they made this pit stop. Halfway down the pit lane is where they are. See their passenger door open at the moment. Team Toy Shed are now on the same lap as Slarky Malarkey, so they've unlapped themselves. And the Slarky Malarkey car coming out of the pit lane now. Out they go, back into the race, the 128. And obviously 40 kilometres an hour, the pit lane speed limit, so pretty slow. There goes the 177. Team Toy Shed are now only 8 seconds behind. So the lead has closed up as a result of that pit stop. Just 8 seconds between 128 Slarky Malarkey and 177 Team Toy Shed. Misfits number 193 were a further 1 lap further back in third. 2CV Team Lion 1 number 97 are another lap back in fourth. Everyone else some 10 laps further back. There goes the 97 car. 1 lap behind the 193. But those first 4 teams, the 3 minis and the 1 2CV team, way out in front of their pursuers. As we are approaching the 21-hour mark, we'll just have 3 hours to go at the when we get to 12 o'clock. And yet again, as it was last night, basically, the gap's coming down on that lap. Slarky Malarkey getting up to speed, and Team Toy Shed now just 1 second behind them. So the battle for the lead is on. Slarky Malarkey in the lead, 128. Team Toy Shed, as a result of that pit stop for the 128, they are now just a second behind. That's all that separates 128 from 177. Yeah, that last lap, Slarky Malarkey 157 because they were coming out of the pits. And Team Toy Shed already up to speed, of course. So the battle is on at the front of this race after almost 21 hours of racing. The gap between first and second is a second. So we'll wait and see when 128 comes into view. How far is 177 behind them? There are the leaders coming through Coram now. That's the battle for the lead, side by side as they come into Murray's. They're side by side for the lead into Murray's. And you wouldn't necessarily expect to see this 21 hours into a race. As they come across the start-finish line, first and second, absolutely together. 177 pulls out, doing some side drafting, trying to go all the way around the outside into Riches. And he takes the lead. Team Toy Shed go back into the lead past Slarky Malarkey. So these two minis have kept us royally entertained. They were this close between 8 and 9 last night, joined at various points by APO Sport before their head gasket problems. And now they are back together again. Leaders round Gorham, and Team Toy Shed have got the lead, but Slarky Malarkey clearly have not given this one up, as you would expect them to. As they head across the start finishing line, Team Toy Shed will be credited with leading this lap. Now what's Slarky Malarkey going to do? They are following into Riches, no attempt made to overtake. A couple of slower cars up ahead of them. Now down into Wilson. These two slower cars are going to get possibly in their way as they go through Wilson's and then on to the Bentley straight. So they'll both get a bit of a slipstream along the Bentley straight as they go down towards Brundle. 177 now in the lead from the 128. Any minute now, the leaders will re-emerge into our sight as they go into Coral. It's the white Mini in the lead now. 177, the blue Mini in second place, right behind him as they come through Coram. They've got through that group of back markers, heading now into Murray's. So once again, battle is joined between Toy Shed and Slarky Malarkey. And Slarky Malarkey now right on the boot lid of the 177 as they head across the start finishing line. Toy Shed stays in the middle of the track, then moves over to take the optimum line through Riches. Slarky Malarkey just happy to follow him at the moment. Now he's making a manoeuvre on the inside as they head towards Wilson, and it looks like he's got through. So the lead changing again as 128 goes back into the lead from 177 and heads down the Bentley straight. So these two Mins are exchanging the lead all the time as 41 comes out back onto the circuit. That's Twin Snails, who are 11th. Now 89 has got a warning triangle by it, which suggests that DD Racing has gone missing, and this is very significant because that is Nick Crispin's car. And Nick Crispin, we were talking about in terms of perhaps being the champion elect, but if 2CV Team Lion 1 win this, Nick Crispin's got to finish 12th or above, which didn't seem to be that tall an order, except it would appear that the DD Racing car is missing because there's a warning triangle by the name. So I'm looking around the circuit to see if I can see any sign of the orange 89. I can't see any sign of it. Timing screen is telling me that the 89 is missing. Oh. And there is something orange at the start of the Bentley Straight, and that's the car at the start of the Bentley Straight. There is an orange 2CV looking suspiciously like the 89. Now, could this be the end of Nick Crispin's championship hopes? It depends on whether this car can be got back. Remember, he's got to finish 12th or higher if Team Lion win, which at the moment they're in a good position to do. So, drama out of nowhere. At the same time, car Carroll comes in, number 49, into the pits and out again. So a very quick pit stop for number 49. Now, whether they thought there might be an interruption or intervention there, we've already now gone beyond the 21-hour mark. We have less than 3 hours of this race left to run. Team Toy Shed 177 lead 128 Slarky Malarkey by a mere 0.4 of a second. And the question will be whether we are going to get any sort of interruption because of the stranded car out there at the start of the Bentley Straight. see how this develops. At the moment it is Team Toy Shed leading Slarky Malarkey. Misfits are third. 2CV Team Lion are fourth. Fifth place it's Minions, 171. Car Carroll is 6th on 49 minutes. Crisis at Tech Rouge 7th. Not Fast But Furious are 8th. DD Racing are still in 9th in that 89 car, but they are stopped. They've lost a place. Not Fast But Furious have gone up one place. As a result, we've got something happening on the headphones here. I don't know what that's all about. And then in 10th place, Hollis Motorsport. So DD Racing beginning a slip down the timing screen, and the team obviously will be determined to stop the rot if they can. So the 89 car still listed as missing, but it's not where it was. So it's no longer where I could see it at the start of the Bentley Straight. So it's moved from there, but where it's got to I don't know. But still listed as missing. Well, it's Motorsport in the pit, so 9th and 10th on the screen are in doubt, if you like, at the moment. Very soon we should have the official 21-hour bulletin. Yes, indeed we have. So this, almost immediately I give you these bulletins, they become out of date, but the official bulletin at 21 hours, which was at 12 o'clock, basically, reads 1717 Toy Shed in the lead, 645 laps. Second place 128 Slarky Malarkey, also 645 laps, just 0.6 of a second behind them. In third place it was the Misfits 193 on 644 laps. In fourth place 97 2CV Team Lion 1, 642 laps. In fifth place it was the 171 Minions, and In 6th place, number 49, Car Carroll. 7th was 92 Crisis at Tete Rouge. 8th was 89 DD Racing. 9th 116 Not Fast But Furious. And in 10th, 72 Hollis Motorsport. So we're still not sure what's happened to Nick Crispin's car, the 89 DD Racing. Kate is up here with me and we're both having a look all day. Neither of us can see where it is. So, yeah, this is crucial for the outcome of the championship. This is the last round of the championship. And if Nick can finish 12th or higher with 2CV Team Lion winning, then he'll still be champion. But at the moment that is in doubt. He's still 9th at the moment because there's some fairly big gaps now between various of the teams further down the lap chart. The smallest gap is that between 1st and 2nd, just 0.3 of a second between Team Toy Shed and Slarky Malarkey. Misfits in 2nd, a further lap back. Then it's the first of the 2 CVs, the 2 CV Team Lion 1, number 97, they are 2 laps further back. Then we have this huge chasm that's opened up, some 9 laps between them and the 171 Minions in 5th place overall. So as soon as we get some information we'll let you know, but at the moment that 89 car is missing and we're not sure where that is. So into the final 3 hours of this race. Toy Shed and Slarky Malarkey absolutely together, 0.2 of a second last time they came through, completing 651 laps. Misfits, the red Mini, number 193, is in 3rd place.
So DD is in the pits.
They're in the pits?
Yeah.
Right, okay, so this is going to be important. They're still in 9th place at the moment, but obviously that's going to be at risk as depending on how long they take in the pits and exactly what the matter is. So at least he's managed to get that car back. And did you know, did it come back under its own steam, Nicky, or was it towed back?
I do not know, but I'm finding someone to question.
Okay. Right, because this is a very dramatic turn for the championship, this. The fate of number 89. Twin Snails have now moved into 9th place, so what with that pit stop for Hollis Motorsport and the problems for DD Racing, 41 have rocketed into the top 10 in 9th place. So the Brocklebank, Northfield, Ryman and Rowland car, number 41, which was on the verge of the top 10, is now in 9th. Hollis Motorsport are in 10th, and Lion Hans Grower are up to 11th. DD Racing is down to 12th. Now that means they are 1, 2, 3.
So it did come in its own steam.
It did.
The throttle cable's gone and they're just changing the brake pads.
Okay.
At the moment.
Well, it's 7th at the moment in class. It's got to finish 12th or above for the championship to go to Nick Crispin. So that's the key thing. It's lost some positions. It's down in 12th place overall now, 7th in class. It's 1 lap now behind Lions Hans Grower, but Orange Frog is 3 laps behind it. So they've got a little bit of leeway now before they lose another place. And that's to Orange Frog, who are next up in 13th.
It looks like DD's coming out now. You'll be able to see them
right.
quite shortly.
Right. So it looks like they may have rescued a result from the jaws of defeat. And obviously the key to that was whoever was actually driving at that point, managing, which I think might have been Patrick Mason, managing to get it back to the pits under its own steam, because obviously if you get towed back, apart from the time it takes, you lose 3 laps automatically. That's the penalty, and therefore that counts against you as well. Okay, it's not come out yet, but the gap between it and the 15 car going down slowly, it's now 2 laps. Back to Orange Frog. The 96 car looks like it's going to try and come out again, so that's Pork Pie Racing, down in 30th place, been afflicted with problems for the race. Minions are in from 5th place, and yep, there goes the 96 back out. Minions have come in from 5th place. That's the 171 machine. So drama, and that's what I've said, you just don't know what's going to happen in an endurance race, and drama afflicting the potential championship winner, Nick Crispin, in the 89 machine. That car losing its 8th place and now down into 12th overall. Orange Frog is the next car along. Right, here it comes. Here comes the 89. Out of the pit, very slowly of course, 40 kilometers an hour, then gets to the end of the pits and can accelerate. And out into the fray goes the 89, still in 12th position, still with a couple of laps in hand over Orange Frog. I think that means we're talking about 7th place in the category. Yep, they are 7th, which is still enough for the championship. Now Carroll has moved up to 5th place while Minions is in the pit, so the 49 has moved up 1. Obviously that just affects the overall position, not the class position. Carl Carroll still 2nd in class to 2CV Lion, but there's 11 laps between them, so 2CV Team Lion 1 really not having to worry too much about Carl Carroll. There goes the 171, so Minions goes back out into the fray, having lost a place to Carl Carroll while they made that pit stop, but they're still 4th in the mini section, 6th overall. 7th, it's still Crisis at Tete Rouge, number 92. 8th, Not Fast But Furious, 116, who got that position when the 89 car stopped out on the circuit. 9th is now car 41, Twin Snails, coming into the top 10 for what I think is the first time in the whole of the race. And then in 10th, 79, Lion Hansgrohe, who've been in the top 10 before and are back in the top 10 now with their number 79. So on the fringes of the top 10 now, it is number 11. Sorry, in 11, it's number 72, which is Hollis Motorsport. DD Racing now down into 12th, and that last lap took them something like 21 minutes. So that's how much time they lost because of stopping on the circuit. Nicky?
I'll just interrupt you there, Tony, because we have Neil Slot from Slarky Malarkey. Yeah. But yeah. So how are you feeling?
Well, we've got an order play for at the moment. I think there's about 1 second between them on circuit. My brother's out there at the moment. It's really going to be one in the pit lane, I think, at the moment. So we'll see.
And is there and are you going back out there, or is that you done?
I'm going out next. Yeah, but we've just got to see how far we can eke this fuel load out.
Yeah. Is that will you be the last session?
Fingers crossed. Yeah, hopefully. We'll see. We have to work out how much fuel is in there when it comes back in now, and then see what we can do. Yeah.
And I've been asking a lot of people, do you prefer driving at night or during the day?
Personally, day. Yeah. My eyesight isn't that great at night. It's getting better. I've learned to use markers more now. But yeah, day for me. Day. Whereas the rally driver over there, Ryan, he's a nighttime driver, most definitely. They love it.
Well, yeah, it's very exciting and intense, so we'll leave you to it, but thank you. Yeah, thank you very much and have fun. But yeah, thank you. Back to you, Tony.
Okay, and thank you for that, Nicky. So that was the team in second place, Slarky Malarkey. That was Ian, wasn't it? And Neil is out there at the moment. So they are just 0.3 of a second, not even a second minute, 0.3 of a second behind Team Toy Shed. Those two battling for the lead. Team Toy Shed's made 14 stops. Slarky Malarkey has made 13 stops, so it's now down to things like pit stops and fuel. They have, actually it's the best part of the lap over Misfits, it's not the whole lap, so we'll see when Misfits come through this time just how much is the gap between them and Slarky Malarkey, because I think all three minis are on the same lap. So wait to see when 193 comes through. That is the predominantly red mini driven by the super mighty mini drivers. And when that comes through, I can tell you exactly what the gap is between second and third. Let's see where it is on the track. Alright, it's coming around Coram now, I do believe. So I think it's the best part of the lap between Slarky Malarkey and Misfits. Once it comes through, I'll just have a moment to glance at the screen to see exactly what the gap is. Right, it comes through now. The gap is 1 minute 39.213. That's the gap between second and third, but those three minis are on the same lap basically. There's the two leaders absolutely together, Slarky Malarkey and Team Toy Shed. 0.4 of a second between them, so they're just swapping the lead between them. And then less than a lap further back comes the Misfits 193, and and then some 2 laps further back is 2CV Team Lion, which is the team leading the 2CV Championship. So the 2CV victor of the 2CV 24-hour race here at Snetterton. That's what they are going for, and they've got just over 2.5 hours left to do that. Carl Carroll, number 49 is second in the 2CV section, but it's some 11 laps further back from the 2CV Team Lion, so that gap unassailable really, unless something dreadful happens to 2CV Team Lion 1. But we've just seen something dreadful happen to DD Racing, which lost 20 minutes with that problem. So, you know, nothing is impossible in this type of racing. 6th place now is Minions, 171. They're 39 seconds behind Carl Carroll after their pit stop.
We're just outside garage number 15, we have Chris Tovey from Carl Carroll. How's it going?
It's definitely a turn from how it started. We've basically run for the entire race after our incident with no real faults. We had had to come in just tighten up an exhaust header because we had a blow, and I didn't want it to do any more damage, so I thought we just double check and tighten it up. Other than that, we've been pretty faultless.
Amazing, yeah, 'cause it was last time we spoke you said if you get 2 seconds you'll do quite well.
I said that we couldn't win unless there was a major drama. Yeah, but second is close enough.
And are you on again, or is that it for you?
Oh, sorry, I can't actually hear anything.
Are you on again?
No, I'm not. No, I'm done.
So what's the plans? Relax? Sleep?
Yes. Have a beer.
Excellent, brilliant. Well, yeah, thank you very much, Chris. That's great. Best of luck. Back to you, Tony.
So that was Chris Tovey from the 49 Carl Carroll, second in the 2CV section, 5th overall. They're being caught by Minions, but obviously the Minions are in the different categories, so although they're not being caught that quickly actually, 39 seconds between them. Then in 7th place it's 92, 3rd in the 2CVs Crisis at Tete Rouge. In 4th place the 116, Not Fast But Furious, that's a Mini. In 9th place 41, Twin Snails, and in 10th place 79, Lion Hands Grower. Car on the verge of the top 10 is number 72, Hollis Motorsport. And in fact, Twin Snails, Lion Hands Grower and Hollis Motorsport, they are all on 623 laps. Twin Snails have got some 28 seconds over Hollis. Hollis are only just 5 seconds ahead over Lion. Lion are only 5 seconds ahead of Hollis. So pretty close really for 9th place. That's certainly by no means sorted out yet. Not only is that 9th place of course, but that will be 4th in the 2CV section, so that will be pretty important, who can get home in 4th in 6th places. So that's still to be decided there in this remaining 2.5 hours. Now Orange Frog have come into the pit, so that takes some of the immediate stress perhaps off of DD Racing, because they're the team behind DD Racing. They're coming in now to make a pit stop, 15, and Misfits have made a pit stop as well, so they were less than a lap behind the 2 leaders. They've now gone back and are 2 laps behind the leaders, so obviously they're a little bit out of it at the moment because of the pit stops. Team Toyshed have made 14, Slarky Malarkey have made 13, and Misfits have now made 13 as well. 2CV Team Lion, the leading 2CV team, have made 14 pit stops. Carl Carroll behind them have made 15, which you heard Chris Tovey talking to Nicky, and certainly they'll be pretty pleased with the way that they have gone in that Carl Carroll entry, because they were right down at the back an hour or so into this race after some dreadful luck, and they were in and out the pits all the time, it seemed, over the opening stints of the race. But they've been just absolutely motoring very, very quickly and have got up to 5th overall, 2nd in class.
Just interrupt you, Tony, because we have Paul Robertson, who is team manager for us at Rouge. So, how are you feeling?
Tired. Very tired, very weary in the bones department, I'm afraid.
Have you slept much, or?
I haven't slept at all.
So that's the plan for post-race, or do you usually get to sleep during the races, or can you not?
No, you can't. Too much going on in my brain. I probably just crawl into a corner somewhere and curl up and sleep for a couple of hours, and then wake up when somebody puts food under my nose.
That sounds like the dream. And how are you feeling for the rest of the race?
Yeah, we've had an interesting time. We've been quick, and then we've broken it, and then we've been relatively quick. So the other two cars have been not, I wouldn't say problematical, but I think we'll get into the high 20 pit stops for rally racers by the time we've done.
And how many changeovers have you got planned, different stints?
I think we've got 2 more to go for 92, and to be honest, I'm not really sure about the other 2 because I let the rest of the team concentrate on them.
Well, thank you very much, Paul. That's great. Thank you. Back to you, Tony.
So, okay, thank you for that. That was Crisis at Tête Rouge. Their fastest lap was done on lap 7, which was a long time ago. So they've been sort of being fairly careful in Crisis at Tête Rouge. Whereas, as I say, some teams have been putting in their fastest laps, relatively recently. We're now on lap 662. And I see, which one is that? APO Sport, for instance, the 129 Mini. They've done their fastest lap on lap 605, so they're still motoring pretty quickly and still putting in the quick laps. So, it's not, as I say, very different strategies between them. But the first 2 are both going for it now. They're on lap 662. There's just 0.5 of a second between them as we get into the last 2.5 hours of this race. And there will be a point when those 2 have to go head to head, unless the pit stops are such that one of us got a pit stop in hand. We know that Team Toy Shed have made 1 more pit stop than Slarky Malarkey. But very, very interesting between those 2 minis, those 2 mini teams, as to who will actually come out on top. And this isn't always the way, obviously, in 24-hour races. Sometimes you get a clear leader, but not in this one, folks, because these 2 very close, just half a second between them. And that's been the case for a good half an hour. Those 2 have been together since that last pit stop was made that got them right out together. And they're lapping in the same sort of time. There they go, in fact. 177 leading 128. They're just getting past the back marker. Both of them get through as they go into Riches. So no problems there for either of the 2 leaders. Misfits now some 2 laps behind, so barring some sort of mechanical problem from the 2 leaders, they're looking to settle, I think, for that 3rd position. They'll still be quite happy with that. They've got, as I've mentioned before, the fastest lap of the race at 1:46.161. That was done in the middle of the night by Nevin Kirkpatrick, and pretty impressive stuff too.
And just to give you an idea, around the back of Garage 5, we've just had a look at the prices for the petrol through the event, and yeah, it's quite expensive. Should be coming up, or should have come up, but yeah, it's as you can tell, there's a lot of pit stops and therefore a lot of petrol being used. So I know you're not a mathematician, Tony, but even you can say that's a lot of dough.
I missed I just saw it as it went off, so I didn't actually see the figures. Not that I would understand them anyway, as you so rightly say. But there we are. Maths was never my strong point. But even so it was a lot of money, was it?
So yeah, 99 super unleaded is 195 per litre, and then 102 race fuel is 330 per litre. I think someone said about, was it 10 stops is 200 litres, something like that.
Right. Yeah, mine boggles, but it's an expensive game, this motor racing, whatever level you're at. And as I say that, the lead changes, does it? Yes. They go into Rich's. Barky Malarkey slip through on the inside of Team Toy Shed and take back the lead. And of course, driving this closely to each other is not without its risks, because things can easily go wrong when you're that close. And also, of course, you've got to be lapping cars, which could always not see both of you, and all sorts of things can happen. So the gap of just 0.233 of a second between first and second on that last lap, and then it changed because 128 got in the lead of 177. So really close stuff going on for the lead of this race. And at the moment things momentarily quietening down after that last drama, which was I suppose the safety car that came out a little while ago for the 16 being on fire at Brundle, and then of course the 89 stopping. That didn't bring out the safety car, but that was quite a dramatic moment for the championship itself. Because that can be the way that your championship chances depend upon someone else and what they're doing. David O'Keefe is the driver of the lead 2CV 97, who stands to benefit from this. I mean, he's the driver who is second in the championship, who has a chance to still win the championship. Nicky spoke to David earlier on. He was quite relaxed about everything. But it's really down to what Nick Crispin can do. If he can finish in the top 12, then he will be champion. And if not, I take this all on the figures provided by Katie Story, who is a teacher, so she should know what she's talking about. But that's apparently what the situation is. If he's 12th or above, he'll be champion, Nick Crispin. That's if 2CV Team Line 1 were to win, and lo and behold, there they are in that winning position. They are 4th overall, the first of the 2CVs. Yes, Nicky.
Speaking of the 2CVs, I have 2CV Team Line member David O'Keefe here. How are you feeling, David?
Like most people, tired. Yeah, been up all night because we changed things around a bit in the middle of the night. But, yeah. So this is when it all just feels a little bit stressful. So obviously it's just about getting it home now, really. Hopefully.
Have you got a stint left, or?
Yeah, I'm going to do the finish stint, which I don't normally do. I think I've done it twice if I can remember. So yeah, that's always the bad stint.
Why is that?
Well, there's no toe back, and you're just listening to everything, and so you need to get it home for everybody. So yeah. It's nice to do it, but it's obviously stressful as well, even though we've done it a few times.
So does that mean you would have done by the end your 8 hours, or how's it been split?
Well, we all start with a plan, but the plan goes wrong with safety cars and things. And if I'm honest, I don't know any other I've had in the car. So I think I've done 3 stints, so this will be the 4th one. But they're varied in length depending on safety cars and fueling. I can't count the hours up at this moment. we'll do all that afterwards.
Yeah. Brilliant. Yeah. Thank you very much, and best of luck with your last stint. Yeah. Thank you, David. Cheers.
Okay, so that's David O'Keefe, the man who would be king, if you like. He's potentially the champion, but it all depends upon Nick Crispin and what happens to car 89. At the moment, things look fine for DD Racing. They are 7th in class, which would be enough to give him the championship victory. But of course, just an hour or so ago, that car had stopped at the beginning of the Bentley Straight. He'd lost 20 minutes, and all of a sudden that championship was in jeopardy. So you just never can tell what's going to happen with motor racing. It's all very much down in the lap of the gods, if you like. So we'll see what is going to occur. We are at the moment looking at the screen. Everyone went through on the last lap in exactly the same order as the lap before, so everything is nice and quiet, but that's not to say it will remain that way. As we've said, there are all sorts of examples and precedents where things have happened in the last portions of races and results have been turned around. 2 minis in the lead of this one head into Riches now. It is Toy Shed ahead of Starkey Malarkey at the moment. 177 leads 128, but by a mere 0.389 of a second. So 3 tenths of a second basically. That's all there is, 4 tenths in it between first and second. And then it's some 2 laps back. Here's the 329. Oh, sorry, 113 of Misfits. That's the third car, and then a lap or so behind them is the 97 of the first of the 2 CVs, the 2 CV2 Lion 1. They've won this race quite a few times before, it has to be said, and so last year it was all about just trying to find out where it was put. Yeah, last year it was all about Team Lion. Pete Sparrow, David O'Keefe and Gary Adnett, the same trio in that car. In 2020, Team Lion again, but it was Pete Sparrow, David O'Keefe and Alec Graham that time, so a different driver, not Gary Adnett but Alec Graham. Gadget Racing won the time before that, Team Beacon Down won the time before that, and so on. We can trace this illustrious race back for many years. 2016 it was at Anglesey. It was at Anglesey for 3 years. Snetterton before that. It was on Mondello back in 2002, and they've been at Mondello since 1990. So the same names keep occurring year after year, keep coming back. Team Lion won in 2017, they won in 2016 at Anglesey, they were called Team Sea Lion in 2015, and same lot though really, Pete Sparrow, David O'Keefe, John Davis and Alec Graham, and they won also in 2014 as Team Sea Lion. So really great camaraderie that goes on with these teams that turn out year after year to battle around. Certainly it's been Snetterton since 2017, and then of course after that brief sojourn at Anglesey for 3 years, it was Snetterton from basically 2003 all the way through to 2013. So Lewis has been here for the vast majority of those, it has to be said, if not every single one. Lewis, who was born within sight and sound of Snetterton Circuit, as he likes to tell us. He'll be back on the microphone before too long, some sort of 18-20 minutes. He'll be back to take us through the final part of this. Now we're looking now at some camera work of various bits of 2CV. I don't know if they were spares or discarded parts. I know that when you commentate at a catering meeting, as you go down from the race control, you see a huge pile of catering spares which have come off the cars and been dropped and damaged. But here, 2CV teams can often reuse, very green, often recycle and reuse parts. And we heard it was the Orange Frog, wasn't it? It was Richard talking about how they might have to make one engine out of two to keep one of the cars still going. Very much the spirit of the race. It's the 25 that we can see really racing. Now that's the car which is last at the moment. It's with, I think it's open. I was going to say it's without an engine, but it has got an engine in it. But I don't know quite what they're up to at the moment. That car's been in the pits for a long, long time. The last classification, they had done 200 and they've done 237 laps, whereas the leader had done 645. So some 400 or so laps behind the leader. So still duking it out at the front of the field, 177 and 128, 0.1 of a second between them. At the moment it is Team Toy Shed who lead. The rest of the top 10 staying the same. There go the two leaders side by side into Riches with Slarky Malarkey on the inside, but Team Toy Shed go right round the outside. So on that lap we had a change with Slarky Malarkey coming through in the lead, but it changes again as they get to Riches and Team Toy Shed go back through into the lead. 2 hours and 15 minutes of the race left to run. You can see various cars are partnering up at the moment to get some slipstreaming going. Two leaders are running in the 151, so they are not the fastest cars out on track. The third place Misfit team are in the 148s, and the other car in the 148, surprise surprise, is APO Sport, who seem to have been running in the 148s for most of this morning since we've been commentating. That car's been going quickly, but unfortunately it lost so much time during the night with that head gasket problem that it's still only 14th. Despite the fact that it's running so quickly, it's some 10 seconds behind Orange Frog, so it could make up one place, but then Orange Frog is actually 4 laps behind DD Racing, so I'm not sure APO Sport's going to get too much further after the problems that beset it during the night. So that's the 129, which is down in 14th place, one of the fastest cars on the circuit at the moment. It certainly was the quickest car on the last lap. No Sleep Till Sunday did quite a quick lap, 148.879 on its last lap, so that's down in 26th place. That's the 111. That car's going quite quickly now, but it has had all sorts of problems holding it back and pushing it down into the bottom 5. Leaders are on their 671st lap. There goes the 129 we've been talking about, which is one of the quickest cars out there, the powder blue Mini 129. Looking to see what gaps there are. Yes, that APO Sport car I just pointed out is only 2 seconds behind Orange Frog, so I think we're going to get a change there for 13th place. I think some of the other teams, it's going to be all about just managing to finish. Talking of which, the Le Mans 2 Series Classic team is in again, the 172. They've got 10 laps advantage over the Pink Frogette, so whatever is the problem, it might just be a scheduled stop, but even if it were a problem, they've got plenty of time to fix it before they lose a further position. So we'll watch for the Orange Frog, number 15. That's about to be overtaken by the APO Sport Mini. And I think that's happening into Murray's as we speak. I think that manoeuvre has just been done. Waiting to see as the cars approach. Yes, it's a Mini first. Over the line. Comes the 129. There is the orange. Oh, no, number 7. There's the Orange Frog on. Number 15. There it is. So the Orange Frog, which is in fact orange and grey, that's just lost a place to the APO Sport Mini. So they slip down to 14th place. Number 15 car, Orange Frog. The APO Sport Mini is now in 13th. Out of the pits goes the 172. That is the Le Mans 2 Series Classic, down in 27th place. So we've had just one change there, 13th and 14th swapping, as APO Sport get another place. But now, in front of them, yeah, there's a 3-lap gap before we get to DD Racing, who won't be too worried because they're 7th in class, and even if APO Sport caught them, it wouldn't affect their class position. There goes the 89 DD we've been talking about. And there go the two leaders, still keeping each other amused by running very, very close together as they side their way through the slower traffic. Barky Malarkey at the moment are leading that battle. Turning out into a lovely day here at Snetterton for the last couple of hours of this 2CV 24-hour race. We've got in the pits now being worked on. That looks like number 16, the Green Frog.
You're absolutely right.
Which has been repaired since its fire. Obviously a few problems still remaining. They're down in 29th place.
The mood in the pit, everyone's either very tired or very hungry.
And you're both.
Yeah, I can agree with them. I did just have a blueberry muffin from the Blueberry Muffins, so I been held over for the next 15 minutes. But
I think you're spoiled, aren't you?
oh well, it's just just be my charm, really, isn't it?
Yep. So, well, I'm glad you've had something to eat, Nicky. Still at the front of the field, we've got this battle going on between 177 and 128. And shows no sign of abating. I suppose the next thing will be when one of them makes a pit stop, so it is a question of who's going to blink first, really. we've heard from Ian Slark earlier on, who spoke to Nicky about how they were looking at the race as a whole gaggle of 2CVs goes through, trying to get some slipstreaming practice in. But everything at the moment fairly peaceful, quite settled down. As Nicky says in the pits, there's a certain air of, well, an air of tiredness coming over everyone. It's been a long race, some 22 hours of it virtually. Just 2 hours to go before that amazing sense of relief that comes over everyone. Drivers, team members, marshals alike, really, that they've achieved something and got to the end of a 24-hour race. There's great celebrations and a great feeling of camaraderie and relief at the end of one of these races. But at the moment, I think what I'm feeling is the tension building up between these two leading mini teams, because they are so close at the front of this. They're on lap 675 at the moment, and still quite a busy track. We've only got a couple of cars in the pits, which means that 29 cars are still circulating, and that's a real sort of sense of a testament to the well, the staying power of these teams, the fact that they're keeping these cars running. And certainly the last half dozen, despite all of the various problems that have occurred. There goes number 16, so that means we've now got 30 cars on track. As the green fog goes out in 29th place. And I suppose if you come all the way from France, you're determined to get to the end of this race, by hook or by crook. Time again, I think, to say a big thank you to all the marshals who've been so great during this race. I mean, it's a real test of endurance to be part of the marshalling team for 24 hours. You do obviously get breaks, but otherwise you'd be collapsing on your feet. As the two leaders go side by side again through Riches. This time they've got a couple of slower cars ahead of them, which they're going to meet just as they get into the Wilson Wiggle. And those two cars staying over to the left, that was very sensible, letting the two leaders come past. And Larky just ahead of Toy Shed as they head down the Bentley Straight once again. But no sign of any pit stops at the moment. I say that, it's almost certain to cause one.
So we've got Alice here from Not Fast for Furious. Going to get a few her thoughts on the race. How you feeling?
Yeah, good. We're really pleased with where we've managed that bridge at. We got past this lap quite early on in the race. That combined with having a few slower drivers, we've had to average out, and we're sitting pretty late, so sort of brand new team chucked a few mechanics together, and yeah, we seem to be doing all right. Aiming for a top 10 finish, and hopefully with 2 hours left to go. Yeah, we're at 2 hours now. Yeah, fingers crossed we can see the finish line.
And then are you
No, I'm taking the last stint. So yeah, when Lizette comes in, I'll head out. It's tiring. I think this will be my 5th stint, but yeah, me and Beth, my sister, tag teamed it in the night. Did a couple each because I think Helen got a little bit sort of cautious through the night. Well, as you would on your first ever race. But yeah, all the team have done really well. Super proud. And yeah, just a big thanks to all the marshals as well, because obviously without them we couldn't do it.
Absolutely. Well, yeah. Thank you very much, Alice. That's great. Thanks. Back to you, Tony.
Okay, thanks very much. And Lewis is joining me up in the box, so he'll be taking over fairly shortly. And going into the final 2 hours of the race, so it's more or less time for me to say my goodbyes, and big thanks again to all the marshals who have done such sterling work in these well, they've been dry conditions, but that doesn't necessarily make it any easier, because the hotter you get, the more difficult it gets as a marshal. So big well done to all of them, and be very interested to see just what's going to happen here with these two minis who continue to circulate just about 1/10 of a second apart, and as I say, it's going to be down to who blinks first.
Well, thanks there to Tony Coles and Nicky Coles, who has been doing an absolute excellent job for the last 4 hours. Yes, 4 hours. They did 9 till 3, 9 till 1, 1300 hours is what I wrote down. So it's myself and Katie's going to be taking over the roving mic very shortly.
Thank you, Lewis. Yeah, I was just passing over to Katie now, so thank you very much.
Okay, thanks to the guys, you've done an excellent job. Right, there, here we go. We've done some research. Slarky Malarkey and Team Toy Shed. Right, let's just get here. Right, who's in Toy Shed? I can tell you who's in Toy Shed. Currently, it's Michael Dryden in Toy Shed, and in Slarky Malarkey, it's Neil. So they're the two who are actually duking out at the moment. And I also know who's going to get in later. Well, this is what I'm told, or suspect. Right, currently, Toy Shed haven't got quite as much fuel as Slarky Malarkey. Now, this is what we were talking about very early on. The Minis are allowed 30 litre tanks. 2 CVs are allowed 25, but only allow one tough jug, which is 20 litres to fill. So it depends on how much of that 10 litres that the 2 Minis have got. Slarky Malarkey, Hope Toy Shed, haven't got much. If you know what I mean. Slarky Malarkey can make one pit stop, which roughly will be 1:30-ish, and then they'll have 90 minutes to get home. So if they only had 20 litres on, they can do an hour and 45. So they will be in. So it's going to be interesting and intriguing when they make their pit stops. Am I making sense here? Well, I hope so. Toy Shed, I'm told, are a little bit tighter on fuel. Again, it's gonna really run down to how much of that 10 litres extra in that tank they've got. If I'm told, or led to believe by the team, that they may only have 20 litres. They may struggle to get to the end. So it's going to be really tight. At the moment, Michael Dryden's in Toy Shed. Neil Stark is in Slarky Malarkey. I'm told Toy Shed, Chris Slade will get behind the wheel, who is the quickest of the drivers, and Ian Slark's going to get behind Slarky Malarkey, the wheel of Slarky Malarkey. That's what I'm told. And Ian says he will struggle to keep up with Chris. So yeah, and that was that's a pretty honest assessment. Chris has been absolutely flying. Cheers, boys. He's been flying, but however, it could all come down to fuel. So that's going to be the battle for the lead, which we're saying, and also there's other battles too. Actual fact, I'm going to try and get another one of these laptops working. Try and get them all. Yeah, we've got some. Well, I've got to. We have a lot of tabs open, boys and girls. I'm going to let the computer catch up. No, incomplete. There's one. Let's see if I can get a slightly better view of live timing on the laptop. Right. The reason for live timing is there's a real battle brewing between Twin Snails, who are 4th in 2 CVs, Lion Hands Grove, who are 5th, and Hollis Motorsport, who are 6th. Before I came up here, they were on 645 laps each. Well, certainly Twin Snails have just done 645. 43 seconds ahead of Lion Hands Grove, which is a 79 car, and Hollis Motorsport, the 72 car, should be coming across shortly to also get on to 645. Well, the big battle there, and DD Racing is at 1 lap down. Now they were ahead of that queue only very shortly until we were just discussion off air. Until discussion was that DD Racing had a throttle cable go, and therefore they lost some time. But there is a grand battle for 4th, 5th and 6th, and it's right. They're the trophy positions 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're all really keen to get hold of a trophy, because if you can take a trophy home, you've had a successful weekend. That seems to be the general consensus, is what I get out of the teams. So DD Racing, well, obviously they just want to be. Nick Crispin certainly just wants to be in the top 12. If Nick Crispin is in the top 12, he gets to become the 2CV. Let's give it its full name, shall we? The 2CVparts.com champion for 2022. There we go. It's Team Lion just come in. What time is that? So they've got 1 hour 54, 51 minutes. Now I think that's David O'Keefe. I think David O'Keefe has gone out.
I'm just down in the Team Toy Shed garage with the head honcho, Andy, and so you're second, but it's very, very close, especially for this point in the race. What's your emotions right now?
Oh, it's brilliant. That's 677 laps. We're 0.8 of a second behind. Say last driver's going to win now. Chris is going in for us. Our 3/4 hopefully. And a few little laps. He might have to do a bit of a splash and dash right at the end. We'll see how it goes.
Are you thinking about winning it? Is second good enough for you?
Second's never good enough again. It's you come to win and you try to win. In the pit lane has come to win. So yeah, you want to win. But I mean, second's good after 24 hours. Can't be bad.
Brilliant.
That sounds like defeaters talk to me. Second is good enough.
Oh yeah, I don't think Andy thinks second's good enough, do you, Andy?
Second's always good, but it's not so good as first.
Oh, come on. Second is first loser. Come on.
Oh, he's saying second is first loser. What do you think to that?
It's just one of the silly statements to make, isn't it?
I agree. I think, especially after 24 hours, and to be this close is amazing.
I think everybody who finishes is a winner.
I agree, Andy. I agree. Thank you very much for your time.
Well, thank you, Andy. That's Andy Slade, the Team Toy Shed. That certainly wasn't the opinion I always get when I was down there 15 minutes ago. It was a bit more up front for it. I'm also told by Ian Slark, who's going to take the last session, is that Chris Slade is quicker than him, which is some admission for a race driver. He said, I'm going to be right on top of him again, and boy did he look tired. I have to say, he was trying to cool himself down. He looked absolutely shattered. I'm thinking, you've got 2 hours in the car and it's going to be warm. It's going to get warmer and warmer. So, however, I think they've got more fuel. And I think a lot will depend on whether that splash and dash Andy was just talking about needs to take place. A splash and dash, how long does the splash and dash take? You've got to stop the car. You've got to get out, the boot open, put in 5-7 litres back in the car. You're going to be lucky to do that under 60 seconds, I'd have thought. Where's Katie? Can you hear me?
Pardon?
Katie, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So, what do you think? A splash and dash? 60 seconds?
Oh, I don't know. It takes a long time to empty these pepper jugs. Depends how much they're putting in, I suppose.
Well, no. If Toy Shed has got to do a splash and dash at the end, they've only got to put a splash in, haven't they? So it's not like putting a tough jug in. They could put in a quarter of split. They could put in 5 or 7 litres, couldn't they?
They could, yeah. It depends how long it takes them to get out of the car, strap up again. 60 seconds might be pushing it a bit, but
so
that's what they could do.
So we're talking, well, a normal stop is 2 minutes, isn't it? That's from pit entrance to pit exit, plus to what we're talking about. I thought you probably could just got away with a pit entrance and entrance. Hey, one of the top guys had just come in. It is Team Toy Shed. They've stopped at they've got 1:48 to go.
Let's time this now because Toy Shed are just in, so that's what 13:11. So we'll see how long it's taken them to do a normal pit stop. So yeah, you might see how long it's taking. So just opening the boot now.
Well, I haven't got to worry. At 1:48, they'll make it, won't they? They will make the end.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Because you can do 1:45. I did my homework. You can do 1:45 on 20 litres. So they should have a little bit more than 20 litres in it because they're still going. So they'll be all right. Okay, those 3 minutes won't hurt, will they? I'm not going to need a splash and dash, is it? So this is the pit stop.
Yeah.
This is a pit stop for victory, isn't it?
A pit stop for victory. Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Well, that's going to be their last pit stop. They're going to put the fastest driver in. They're going for it, aren't they?
Of course, they're definitely going for it. Yeah, yeah. And you reckon they might need a splash and dash, but you're right. It is.
They're not at 1:48.
Yeah, they've kept it. They've kept it out. We're gonna have a couple laps. They should hopefully be all right.
Just nip down, have a look while they're there, and see if you can see if they dip the tank.
If they've dipped the tank.
If they dip the tank with a dipstick, yeah. If they dip it, try and sneak to see where it is. It needs to be above the 20 litres. If it's above 20 litres, you know, they'll be okay, won't they? This is where you've got to get a bit cute, which I'm sure you are.
Yeah, I'm just having a look. I can see it from here. I'll go and chat to them.
They might not tell you on mic, but you've just got to use your charm, Katie. Get the info. This is what we need, isn't it?
I do my best. That's it. It's in. They're putting it back on. I didn't see a dip.
Oh, he didn't dip. Oh. I say, your dad's car's in trouble. It's trail and bodywork. Now this one is for victory. Well, they're down at the front of the car. Minis normally don't need much down at the front. What? Have they changed tyres?
No, they haven't changed tyres.
Oh. So, there we go. Team Toy Shed. We'll have a look. What did Toy Shed do? Coming up at 4:38. So Toy Shed, 1:48 to go on the clock. So they're well in. Black and orange for car number 7. Yeah, told you that was trail and bodywork, didn't I? Which we know that is. So that's 1:48 to go, and I'm 99% sure it's Chris Slade in the car. But can you just check that, Katie?
It is Chris in the car now. Yeah.
Yeah.
They still reckon there might do a bit of splash and dash, but they don't. Well, we'll see. They know, don't they?
Oh, come on, you could do 1:45. Yeah, your dad's still. Is Dad in the car again?
No, that's Mark in the car at the moment.
Yeah, Mark's trail and bodywork. So at least it's not your dad anyway. So it should now be Slarky Malarkey. Neil Slark's in the car currently. They reckon they can go to 1:30 on the clock. So at the moment that's 1:15. So they can go another 15 minutes. They definitely can go. Well, if that's the case, they'll definitely go to the end on their tank, because we've only got an hour 45 to go. Look, and let's be honest, an hour 45 is exactly what it is on the clock at the moment as the Toy Shed went out. So they came at 1:48 and went to 1:45. So we'll. And I'll push him as hard as I possibly can, which is what Ian told me. He says I'm just going to hope that he makes a mistake somewhere.
I know Slarky Malarkey are hoping for a splash and dash for Toy Shed as well, so
No,
of course you would do. We'll see.
Slarky Malarkey won't have a slap. Won't go for splash and dash. They'll put 20 litres in. They'll make it.
Yeah, so
they are sure that'll be 1:30 when they make their.
Yeah, they've just said obviously they hope Toy Shed need a splash and dash.
Yeah. However, it's quite easy to. I mean, all the drivers are going to be tired, aren't they? Not just necessarily the drivers in Toy Shed and Slarky Malarkey, but all the drivers are going to be tired. This is a very tiring event. It's going to get hot in the cars. How hot are they, Katie, at you know, in the middle of the day like we are now?
I don't know the exact temperature, but it's very, very, very hot. You're completely dripping. I mean, we've all experienced hot weather recently. It is crazy hot, and now obviously you've got your fireproof out. You're completely covered head to toe in very thermal clothing as well. So it is hot. It's really tiring. It is draining. They're going to be boiling. On top of, as you say, the tiredness as well. It's a big toll.
Yeah, and we heard from Pete Sparrow when you interviewed Pete last time we were on. He said, you've not only got to look at what you're doing, you've got to look at what everybody else is doing around you. Because if they make a slip up, it's as simple as that. They could wipe you out. And very much so. It is very much like that. So while we can watch the minis, the gagglers 2CVs are coming past. We've got Hansgrove just ahead of its teammate 2CV Lion. So we've got the 79 Lion car ahead of the 97 Lion car on track. And those two are circulating behind. I believe it's David O'Keefe. Can we just check, Katie, we've got Dave O'Keefe in the car.
Yeah, I'll check in a second. I'm just going to have a chat as well with Richard Hollis, because obviously he is in that battle with the Lion Hansgrove that you just talked about. So Richard, you are very much in a battle at the moment you're in a trophy position at the moment. You're in a battle to defend and attack. How is that going for you?
We finished 6th last year, so we're trying to go to 6th again. But it's pretty tight. We've got a big misfire as well, and we can probably fix it, but that'll take a couple of laps. So we're choosing not to fix it, but then it might break down. So it's a real gamble at the moment.
That's that risk you've got to take, I suppose. Now I can see Matt, Richard, and Nigel here. Your car's going around. Who's in it?
So Glenn Birchall, so he's a Caterham champion. So he's one of our quick drivers. So yeah, he's in it, and he will probably go to the end. He said unless he gets too hot, in which case he'll come in and we'll put Matt back in.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, sturdy driver. Thank you, Richard. I'll go down now to see who's in the 97 car.
Yeah, thanks very much. And just to add that, we were speculating whether David O'Keefe was the oldest driver in the event. It's not true, because I had a little chat. It's actually a member of the Hollis Motorsport team. It's Nigel Hollis himself, Dave, who's 78. Oh, and also it's at is it Chris Hall?
Yeah, Chris Hall. Yeah.
Yeah. I can't remember which cars he is in, but I spoke to Chris. He's 74. David said, "Oh well, I'm only a youngster at 72." So there we go.
He is, yeah, and I mean Chris Hall, he's in the Pork Pies number 96.
He's in Pork Pies 96.
Yeah, and he is an epic cycler at 74. He cycles cracking distances, so very, very fit.
I have to say, puts me to shame because he did look quite fit as well. Yes, and you know, and we can start. I'll tell you, David O'Keefe is no slouch, is he? He's done quite a lot of sessions today, hasn't he? He's done difficult sessions.
He has indeed, yeah. I can see Pete is sat down. I can see Gary's helmet, so yeah, must be David in the car.
Yeah, because I'm about to tell you is that Matthew Cobb got out of the car. He did a session, didn't he? I'm not sure you were aware of that, but he got out of the car, and David was telling Nicky that he was going to do the last stint, and obviously he is. But, you know, I take he's going to take it easy so he can get the 2 hours. I was just looking there, he's doing 155, so he is taking it easy. He's got 10 laps on Carly, who are in second position, which we kind of sort of missed them over, actually. Then we got Tet Rouge on 670, they are 4 laps behind. And Twin Snails is somewhat, let's have a look, Tet Rouge is 670. There's 56 or 17 laps. So there's fairly big gaps between first, second, third, well, first and second, and a small gap between second and third, and a big gap between third and fourth. Carly, which was beacon down, that's basically who they are, and they were winners in 2018. So definitely not a slouch. Louis Tyson, Chris Toby, and Pete Rundle. They had Richard Gardner with them that year, but certainly they are no slouches. So and they know their way around. Know their way around the 24 hour. So currently they're in second position. I suppose they're just going to hope that Lion trips up at the last. At the moment, we're really focusing in on this intriguing battle for the overall, which is literally, as I came up to the commentary tower, was nip and tuck. There was very little between them. Across the line, overlapping each other. We went round Richard side by side. I'm thinking, whoa, this is that's a bit dangerous. But anyway, without too much ado, they've certainly proved that they could race that way. Toy Shed have made their final, hopefully, fuel stop, pit stop, fuel stop. Slarky Mark has just gone past the commentary box to complete their 690th lap. And Twin Snails are in 6:54. Just behind them is Flying Hansgrove and Hollis Motorsport. They're all cracking away. And DD Racing as well. There isn't a lot of... It's a slip. So between Twin Snails, Lion Hansgrove, Hollis Motorsport, DD Racing. And if you haven't got a programme, that's the 41, 79, 72 and 89 car. They are scrapping away. So one of those are going to be disappointed because they won't be taking home a trophy. There's the 177 car, Team Toy Shed. Right, at the moment, Slarky Malarkey's doing 48. Toy Shed are doing 49s. Ooh. Ooh. If they can match their 4-minute 38-second pit stop, does include a lap, by the way, Slarky Malarkey could be putting Ian Slark out with a lead. And well, that would mean Toy Shed, driven by Chris Slade, would have to really up the pace. Now, if they up the pace, is that going to use too much fuel? Well, that could well be a tactic to drive as hard as you can. Try to take a few risks, try to open that gap, and then they can use maybe, possibly, maybe, we don't know. Slarky Malarkey amongst the traffic, still 0.2 of a second quicker than Team Toy Shed's last lap. So they're even on a bad lap, they're still taking time out. Could be precious time. So let's go back to Snails. Snails on 6:55, Hansgrove on 6:54, Hollis on 6:53, DD Race on 6:52. There is not a lot juice between them, is there? DD Racing has gone down.
I'm just down here with Martin Ryman, who is in Team Twin Snails, who, as we know, are in that trophy battle. Martin, you are a trophy winner here before. You've got Paul in the car now. Both you and him very fast drivers. How are you feeling these last couple of hours?
Me, I'm getting very nervous before my last stint. We're going to try and get Paul as far as we can and then give me probably an hour and 10 minutes just to come to the end. We've got a lap on one car behind us, but another car's only about 40 seconds, so I think it's going to go right down to the wire.
Safety car, guys, safety car.
Really will be very exciting for us. Oh, it looks like there might be a safety car, so you... Bit, Martin.
Well, will this play into the hands of Team Slarky Malarkey? Will Slarky Malarkey be able to do a quick change, quick top up? Could they get out? Well, it's going to could well be. I said it was a pit stop for victory for Toy Shed, but will Slarky Malarkey?
Slarky Malarkey are in the pit.
They are.
Now we are heading down along with the Minions, but they're in the pit. They've not stopped outside the garage.
Well, that's a strange place to stop. There's a tyre there.
Yeah, so we're heading down there now. The driver's still in the car.
Well, he's out.
Oh no, the driver's down. They've got the boot open to fill up the fuel. But they aren't in the designated area, so they do actually have to move the car now. Wasting some time. Yeah, wasting some time. They're just pushing it forward.
Yeah, that was a strange stop, wasn't it? We were talking about, Kate, we were talking about, you know, drivers being tired, you know, and maybe just losing that focus, you know, really thing. As a driver, when you come around Corham, you can see the start gantry, can't you? And on the start gantry, it came up safety car, yellow flag. So maybe he caught sight of it and decided, right, I'm coming in really quickly.
Yeah, there's flags just at the end of that corner, so they'll see it then. They're just having a chat, and then we'll speak to the driver, because I think there was a bit of confusion as to whether they were waving him by or asking him to stop. So that's why they stopped in a different position. They're just obviously swapping over, talking about the car and things. Then we'll have a chat with Nick.
They've also changed to a front left tyre, which is, they're saying all the Minis are chewing the front left tyre up this year. I've also been told is that the Minis are not running the ballast like they did last year. So they're running slightly lighter, and therefore they're running slightly faster than they were last year. That might well be why they're chewing up the tyres just that bit more.
Hello. You've obviously just got out. Hot, I imagine. How was that with the pressure as well?
Well, we've lost a bit of power, so it was just a bit case of hanging on to everybody and hoping for the best. Hoping for a safety car.
Well, that's played into your hands there, hasn't it? So you've still got a bit of an advantage then, and this has worked out in your favour.
I know what we've got, if we have or not, but...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You can have a look if you like, just on there. Yeah.
Okay.
Just a little bit. Yeah, it will change. But anyway, you've done really well there. So, yeah. Who's going in the car now?
I don't know. Neil.
Ian.
Maybe.
Neil's in there now.
No.
Yeah, I imagine you're tired, so yeah, go get hydrated. But thank you for talking to us. Well done, thank you.
I thought it was Ian. I thought Neil got out.
No.
Ah. They could took, well. Right. 1 second. I think.
Yeah, Neil has just gone in. Yeah, thank you. Neil's gone in.
Neil's gone in.
Yeah. We have the 79 car has come in as well, and obviously they are in that battle with Twin Snails. They are ahead in 4th place, so we'll see how the safety car plays out for them. But Twin Snails are, of course, also in as well. Martin getting in for Paul Rowland.
So it's definitely Neil in the car.
Sorry, say that again, Lewis.
It's Neil. It's Neil. So it's Neil in. It's Neil got him. Neil's got back. Is in the car now.
Yes, Neil is in the car now in Slarky Malarkey. Yes.
Right. Okay. I thought it was going to be Ian. And it's Chris Slade who's in Toy Shed, isn't it?
It is. Yes.
Right. Now. Here we go. Slarky Malarkey were held at the pit exit because the train crocodile was coming through. It shows on the timing screen is 13 seconds. Don't you believe it? Because he's only got one car between him. So he'll be joining the crocodile. So with these two cars, it'll be Toy Shed and Slarky Malarkey will actually be nose to tail. So after all that, it is basically going to be it is going to be a shootout between Chris Slade in 177, currently in the lead, and Slarky Malarkey, the 128 car, driven by Neil Slark. Neil's the one who's got in the car. So this is going to be an absolute shootout for the last just under 30 minutes. So it's 1:28:44 on the clock as I speak. So yeah, it's going to be a shootout for victory here in the 31st run of the Classic 2CV 24-hour race, supported by Citroen UK. Many thanks to them for their support, as well as ECAS, the 2CV Parts Limited, place to get all your 2CV parts. Hans Grove, which produce stunning bathrooms and kitchens. Lion Picture Framing Supplies Limited, Adrian Flux Insurance, new this year, and thanks to them for their support. Mintex Classic and Duff Morgan. Right. I'm not sure. No, it can't be. I must have got the two line cars mixed up. Is that 79 who's just been in the pits? I'm having trouble finding them. Hansgrove. Yes, I think they were just in the pits. Hollis Motorsport. Yes, it was. Got the wrong one. Hollis Motorsport's also in the pit. Well, the safety car has just finished, been released. We're going to have a look at the minis. There's 177. Oh, he's got one mini between them. And the gap is 1.5 seconds. This is going to be a real battle. This is going to go right down to the wire. Haven't seen one of these for quite a long time. I believe Ainsley Bousfield actually took a very narrow victory way back. That might well have been 2008. Going down the list, it could have even been 2003 when Ainsley and Gary Adnett and Steve Patterson mixed story. No, that definitely wasn't that one. It was the next one he won. So that would have been 2008, which I think was one of the closest finishes. I think it was about 150 yards or something. It was very tight. Was that Gadget? Yeah, 2008. I think was the closest either finish I've seen here at the 24 hour. Oh, someone's been brought back in. That's 60. That's Team Iceni. Greg Page. Talking to Greg down there earlier. Greg, who's saying they've lengthened the gear lever about an inch and a half this year. That's made a huge difference. Greg, who's has a limited movement in his left arm. Oh, I think that's a result of a motorbike accident, no, a motorcycle accident, racing accident, of course, many years ago. And he said, I can now change from third to second very easily, and get from second to third easily too. That makes life a lot easier. I'm not missing the gears. Sometimes he said it was just easy to leave the car in third gear, but no, he said I can actually get second. Well, here we go. There's 177, and here comes 128. Oh, dear me. Looks as though we could be seeing him. Yep, that's grown out to 3.667 seconds. 2 second difference between the lap times. Oh dear. So that's could well be. So at the moment it is Chris Slade got a 2 second lead, or extended his lead by 2 seconds over Neil Slar. Right, I'm sure everything's panned out. Let's see where we are with this battle. Okay, let's look at the second, third and fourth. Second in the Citroens, the two CVs, is Carly, and third is Crisis Stroke Tech Rouge. So they're in nice position. There's a reasonable distance between all the cars. At the moment, Lion has got 11 laps ahead of Carly, who are on 680. Tech Rouge is on 677. There's 3 laps between them. Now, that's really the distance between Tech Rouge on 677 and Twin Snails, which is quite 18 laps of that thing. That's insurmountable.
Just to make sure we know that car 49 is Car Carol, not Car Carly.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's Car Carol. It's in memory of Carol Wills, who sadly died this year.
Oh, sorry. Right.
So,
Carol. That's my sister's name. Right, Twin Snails on 659. Ryan Hansgrove right next, right behind them, or should I say on 659. They're not behind them. There's a distance of 65 seconds. Hollis Motorsport, after their stop, was on 657. They are in 6th position, and they are only 10 seconds ahead of DD Racing. So that is that pit stop. Sorry, that safety car really shook it up. So now we've got 2 battles: Twin Snails, Ryan Hansgrove, and Hollis Motorsport and DD Racing, who are battling it out for 6th place. So there's a trophy there for the grabs, and Snails and Hansgrove there. That's for position, and so that's really what we're concentrating on at the moment. APO Sport are chasing DD Racing, but they're the minis. Orange Frog, yeah, eighth position on 658. They've got 3 lap 2 with Gadget. I have to say that's actually not a bad result for Frog. The Orange French team are going really well. Richard Piper, Roland Plyer, Nico Baru and Valentina Baru. They look as though they are doing particularly well. That's been a solid run from them.
It will be interesting on this lap because I saw Team Toy Shed was very much in front, but of course, then Slarky Malarkey does have the toe of the other mini. So it will. Team Toy Shed did get to pull away a bit, but it will be interesting to see how that plays out. As Chris Slade was telling us earlier, that toe is still as important in a mini as it is a TCV.
Yeah, there was over a second and a half between them on lap time. So even without the toe, Toy Shed was going really well. There we go. That's a 49.2 from Chris Slade in Toy Shed. My Slarky Malarkey they just crossed the line, haven't they? And that was a 50.4. So it's a 1.3 second increase of the lead. And that looks like Neil there not quite able to handle Chris Slade's pace. So it will, and I have to say, I'm not sure they're going to need a splash and dash. Even from what I've heard, and we can see if you're on the live stream, you can see what a Tough Jug is, which is the 17 car. On the frame screen, that's Pink Frogettes. Really well, the girls, and not last. They're in the pits at the moment, and you can see the Tough Jug. That's 20 litres. Now 20 litres will get you about 2 hours and 2 CV and 1 hour 45 in a mini. And as they had 1 hour 45 minutes left when they left the pits, and I've had a couple of laps behind the safety car, it's playing into their hands, isn't it? So, I'll now, with 20 minutes to go before the final hour, just remind everybody is that there is no toe back in the last hour. So if you break down in the last hour, tough. You've got to get yourself back and get yourself back safely.
We've got car 79 just coming past. Thumbs up there. They've got the gap board there just to keep the driver updated. As we keep saying, there's no communication. That is the only communication for the drivers. So Richard, you're holding the board out there. How critical is that? Is it Roy in the car right now?
No, at the moment it's Giles in the car, and so we're just telling him what the gap is to the car in front. That's all the information that he particularly wanted at this time. So he didn't want any more information than that. Just keeping it simple to the end, really.
How critical is that for him to know, to keep him going throughout this last bit?
Yeah, it helps him keep focused on his lap times and to try and push to catch. It's very, very close between us and the car in front and the car behind, so can't lose any time.
Thank you very much, Richard. Really close. We'll keep an eye on that battle.
Yeah, the battle I had there is 74 seconds, which is best part of that's two-thirds of a lap, isn't it? Come on, Kate, you're supposed to be nodding, you know.
Sorry.
You're supposed to be able to work this out, you know, when you're driving, you've got to work this out, haven't you?
You do indeed, yeah.
Yes.
So 74 seconds, 1 minute 14.
Yeah.
Well,
You've got to work it out, haven't you? You know, and they say Michael Schumacher had spare capacity and could work out the strategy while he was driving, doing qualifying laps. So, you know, I'm expecting you to do the same.
Yeah, you could. When you're in the car, you're very, very aware. You know exactly what you're doing, and you know exactly what you need to do to get there. So having those times out, Giles will know exactly like where he needs to push. Well, he'll be pushing everywhere. If he can try and grab a toe, he'll try and grab a toe. So yeah, he will have that capacity as he's driving around to figure it out.
Well, I have to say, Snails are doing 155s, and Lion and Grove are doing 158s. but Hollis Motorsport, who are behind them, are doing 54s, and DD Motorsport are doing 55s. So Hollis, whoever's in the Hollis car, looks as though they're going to try and hold off, and well, actually extending the lead over DD Racing. A pair of them there on 660 laps with 12.5 seconds between them. Looks as though Hollis Motorsport have at the moment the advantage. Slightly quicker laps, and where Lion Hansbrough looks like they're consolidating on 157, whereas whoever's in Twin Snails are doing 155.
Twin Snails are right behind DD Racing right now, so they will be getting a nice tow from that very fast car. Martin will hang on the back there.
Well, you ain't gonna wanna pass them, are you? Right. So shall we? Who's in? Can we find out who's driving Twin Snails?
Martin Ryman's in Twin Snails.
Okay. So who's in line? Hansgrove.
Giles Owen.
Giles Owen. Okay. Who's in the Hollis car? Hollis is next, isn't it?
Yeah, Glenn.
Glenn Hollis.
No, Glenn.
Oh, Burtonshaw.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So
yeah.
that's who Richard was just saying is a catering driver, very experienced. Yeah.
So the last one is DD. Who's in DD?
That will be Nick at this time, I believe.
See, I knew there was a reason I partnered with you. There you go, straight away you know who's in what. There we go, and that's Nick Crispin. So Nick needs to be in the top 12, as you were saying earlier, to ensure that he is the 2CV, we'll get it right, parts.com champion. Is that correct?
That is correct, yeah. Top 12 in his class. So 7th in class at the moment means that he's alright at the moment.
No. No, well, I'm trying to find the off button on this computer. I think that's going to be Control-Alt-Delete. No, that's gone off. We did a forced shutdown. There we go. So let's have a quick look now. Ooh, things have slightly changed. Last lap round, Slocky Malarkey was the quickest. However, this time round it stabilised much the same. So Toy Shed Slocky Malarkey just under 7 seconds. And for those out there without the very nice sort of program sheet, which has been produced by Lion Print, it's 177 and 128. So if you see 177 and around about 7 seconds later, you should see Slarky Malarkey, which is 128. Those two there are the battling for the overall lead of this race. At the moment, we can see Toy Shed is 3/4 of the way down Bentley Straight, and where's Slarky Malarkey? 128. Can't actually see the 128 car myself. I think that might be, you might just be coming out. In fact, I can't see it. Not on the numbers anyway on the screen.
We're just down in Garage 1 with car 97, head mechanic Jeff Archer. Now, you've been involved in GT racing a long time. You're used to winning. How are you feeling right now?
Tired.
Oh, have you been up all night?
No, I've managed to grab a couple of hours, about 5:30, and that was about it, really, yeah.
So just tired, no anxiety, no nerves, excitement?
Always nervous for the last hour. You never know, do you? As we know, a lead can soon disappear with an engine change, can't it?
It can indeed, and that's if you get the car back under its own steam as well.
Yes.
Thank you, Jeff. Now, you brought your son with you this weekend. Is that right?
Yeah.
Has he been helping out?
He's been doing the bits and bobs, quite enjoying it. We need new blood, don't we? Forward.
We do indeed, yeah, fantastic. Thank you very much. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Yeah, we sure do need new blood. We need new people on the microphone, don't we, Katie?
I'm sure we do, yeah.
Yes, and it's you've done a marvellous job. You put us old ones to shame, look. Well, the lead has come down. Just a fraction, half a second. So it looks as though it's that Neil Slark's getting in the groove. He's took half a second out of Team Toy Shed. And, well, he would need 13 laps like that to get onto Toy Shed's boot lid. So the lead's now just under 6.5 seconds. We are having a battle royal here. What we've actually got is Toy Shed running in clear air, which I think is probably this stage of the race a benefit, and we've got Slarky Malarkey weaving its way through some of the back markers. Doing 150s. Now the fastest lap, you can ask me what the fastest lap is. The fastest lap, I will look statistically. Let's have a look. Who's the fastest lap? It's the 193 car. I'm not sure, it's the Misfits. I'm not 100%. It says Nevin Kirkpatrick, but that's not necessarily who set it. The fastest lap is 146. So we know that there's a possibility that they can go quicker. Right. Yes. It has been Toy Shed, Slarky Malarkey, Toy Shed, Slarky Malarkey, all that desperately to going. Currently, the total distance covered is 37,470 miles by all the competitors. That's a fair old mileage, isn't it, by all the competitors? So that can't be 37. Yeah,
I made a mistake. It's
37,000.
James Dartilla in car 89 because Nick is still on the pit wall.
So it's and I thought you were gonna. I thought you just reeling those names off. I thought, great. It was James, isn't it?
Yeah, James. Yeah, Nick. They must have extended his session a little bit, so Nick is primed and ready to go for whenever James comes in.
Let's go back because I had the. I was using my laptop to just have a look. Right, yes, what we got is Snails, haven't we? So Snails on 667 laps. Just coming up behind them is Lion Hansgrove. Then we've got Hollis Motorsport, who are holding off DD Racing. And that gap there is 5.27 seconds between Hollis Motorsports. That's car 72, if you're on the banking and listening. And DD Racing, which is car number 89. They're battling over the last trophy. Which is an achievement. Trophies down to 6th place in both the Mini Grand and in the Classic 2CV categories. Let's go 129. That's the Alex Osborne, APO Motorsport team. Right. 193, Mini, the Misfit, is giving our leader, Toy Shed, a bit of a tow. And just behind them comes Slarky Malarkey. Oh dear, look, the tow. Well, I have to say the gap is marginal. It's hardly anything on that lap. 150.748 plays 150.734. Nothing really. Gap 7.26. Well, probably when I wasn't looking. Oh, I'm watching the sprint next door. Oh, on the 100. Oh, there's a rapid pickup coming down there. Not yet. Not sure. I'm not sure if that's a competitive vehicle or it's a. Yeah, it looks like a competitive vehicle the way that's going. I've got a quite quick pickup going around the 100. There's Gadget and Hollis Motorsport. Gadget and Hollis Motorsport. So Hollis Motorsport looks as though it's trying to pick up a tow from Gadget. The gap between Hollis Motorsport 72 car and the 89 car DD Racing is 4.9 seconds. So what we've got Glenn Burton, Shaw and James Dartley, not quite sure how you pronounce that, having a good old ding dong over that last place. And Twin Snails, Martin Ryman and Giles Oliver in the second of the line car, the 79 car, the 41's car is the Snails car, having a rock battle as well over fourth place. Leader going through, that's Team Toy Shed, 50.8. And then, right, Slarky Malarkey, 50.2. He's caught up the 2 minis ahead of him, and he was a fair way behind them last time, but he's took some time out of them this time round. And now, the trouble is, they are the two quickest. He needs, shouldn't really say this. No, it doesn't need, well, if he had a safety car, it would just close them back up again, wouldn't it? But there was a recent safety car that did close them up. Just looking eyeing across the paddock, I can see a Citroen DS. Not very nice looking green, I have to say it's in. At a traditional colour for the DS range back there. It's a DS 19 or 21, whatever it is. I think probably a 19. Lovely, lovely car. Hydraulic suspension, hydraulic this, powered that, powered the other. Moving headlights, yeah. In 1955. Haven't come a long way, have we? So, if you are interested in classic cars, take a look at that car. Certainly, probably the most iconic car of the 50s built. Sorry, the most iconic car built in the 1950s. Just got it round the right way. And beautiful car. ECAS.
Car 172, the Le Mans 2CV Classic is just making their pit stop now. They're refueling. I know they were in quite a long time in the evening as well. And of course, this car, they've all grown up in Le Mans, so they've grown up with this 24-hour race as part of their childhood and their whole life. So they're just cleaning the windscreen here and waiting to go in. We'll have a little chat because I know that they had a lot of issues. They were in for a long time in the night, and earlier this morning when I walked past it, the car started and there was a massive clap and cheer. So they've been working on that so hard to get it back out. So it's fantastic to see them here, the Le Mans 2CV Classic. We'll talk to them in a second.
Yeah, I understand where that comes from. If you've got 24 hours in your blood, because that's what you've seen and that's what you've grown up around. Certainly I grew up less than a mile from the circuit, so I used to come and visit regularly up until we moved away when I was 13 and a bit. Used to come over quite regularly and see the cars. So, it was what gave me my passion too. So I can certainly equate with the passion to come and do an event. If you haven't got the ability to, or the finances to do the Le Mans 24-hour, come and do the 2CV 24-hour here at Snetterton. It's as good, really. It suits your pocket too. Anyway, coming past is the Mini Grand from France, the Mini Frog. 129 behind, that's the APO Sport car. And he come with a Rosie Walford car with wing now taped on. And here goes the leader. Yes, still tracking Misfits. Now, I have to say, Slarky Malarkey is not quite. I would have thought it could have worked this way to the head of that field. But of course, that's all well and good what saying what's what you could do. Neil Slark, I thought he could have probably have worked his way ahead of that, but no, not necessarily at this moment. The gap still a tantalising shade, just a shade of short of 6 seconds. What are they doing? 49, high 49s. And no doubt the very quick times, as Pete Sparrow was telling me when I went commentary, he could do that with a big toe at night time. So he got the denser air at night and with a big toe from one of the minis, and he put the fastest lap in.
We're just down in garage 172. So you guys have travelled all the way from Le Mans to be here. How have you found the race and the event? I know you've had some trouble overnight as well.
Yeah, the race was good, but we have a problem this morning, so we have lost 3 hours, and that's the rules.
Yeah. Have you found any difference racing in the UK to racing in France?
Yeah, the atmosphere is very good, and all the people are very friendly, so that's a good place to be.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Sorry that I can't speak French. Thank you.
Well, you're not the only one, Katie.
No, but it is a bit shameful how good everyone else speaks English, isn't it? And how badly we, as a country, can speak other languages.
Well, you're a teacher. You can start teaching your little ones.
I could only teach myself, and then I could. Yeah, that'd be fantastic, wouldn't it? We have got car 89 in, so they were catching the Hollises at a rapid pace. I believe this is planned. James has got out the car. Nick's getting in. They're doing a little bit of checking under the bonnet, obviously the oil and things. So Nick's having a little look, making sure he's happy with all the tyres. Very precise is Nick. He's fantastic at reading the car and understanding everything. So he himself is giving it a quick look over before he gets in for the final stint. Because of course we have reached that hour now. By the time he gets out, no more towbacks.
Yeah. Well, he'll lose a couple of minutes only, which will be a lap. So that should really be Hollis's. Oh, Glenn Burtonshaw's been in a while, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. Richard was saying he might go back in if Glenn gets a bit hot. No, sorry, Matt might go in if Glenn gets a bit hot. But if not, he will be the driver to finish. Whether that needs a splash or dash, we'll see. Peter doesn't seem to think so. Thinks they're finished.
Well, if that's the case, then that should well secure Hollis with that all-important, quickly look at 6th place, which will match their result from last year. From
it would, yeah. I mean, they'd be overjoyed with that, I think. It's considering the chaos that poor Hollis cars had. I mean, they had a bit of damage from the 24-hour race last year, which resulted in them having a big crash. Oh, sorry, just cutting out there. It resulted in them having quite a big crash at Cadwell, the first race this season. And then there was another big crash at Croft just 3 weeks ago. So they've done really well to even get the car here. They have got a spare car on the back of a trailer for bits and pieces, which Really Racing did borrow a window from before the race. But yeah, they've done well to get here.
Well, yeah, the Hollises, that's a family team, isn't it? With Glenn being adopted into the family, isn't it? Run team, and they've always ran competitively, haven't they?
They have, yeah. They have been quite consistently competitive there. Just waiting for DD Racing to try and start up the car. There we go. He's got it done. That's it. That's Nick Crispin out there to finish the race. We'll go and grab a quick word with one of the drivers. It might be James. We'll see how he's feeling. With his white overalls looking like the Stig. Hi, James. Wow, you look. I've never seen you like this. How are you feeling?
Tired.
Yeah. I was holding the microphone and sorry.
That was very hard, really hard. No brakes going into there at all. So, yeah, just using the second gear and almost blowing in engines.
Nice to hear. Well, you done really well. How?
Trying to catch Hollis at the end, but it didn't matter really, did it? So.
Yeah, the ultimate. We've got a bigger goal here, I suppose. But yeah, it'd be nice to still get that trophy. Did you feel that pressure of the championship on your shoulders?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah.
It means a lot, I know.
Yeah. It's me and Nick have been doing it all year, so it'll be nice.
Well, not all year, like 10 years, isn't it?
Well, 10 years. So, hopefully 10.
Well done. He's so proud of you. Well done. Fantastic. So that is James, aka the Stig, there, doing really well for DG Motorsport. Nick's now taken over. Yeah, we'll have a look at some of the other battles going on.
Well, I have to say, I'm a bit bemused at the moment because Slarky Malarkey looks as though it's just dropped some time. The lap times there, he's just dropped a whole second. Looks as though whether he was scrapping away with a couple of the other minis, it looks as though he's dropped behind. So the gap has opened up to almost 8 seconds now. So Toy Shed, with Chris Slade behind the wheel, looks as though that gap is increasing. So stabilising, and as it says on the gantry, it's the last hour. No tow back to pits. That says back to pits. But there we go. So we know that you've got to get back here on your own steam. And I'm just writing down who's in which car. That's Neil, isn't it, Slark? So Slade it is, Chris Slade, who's eking out the lead slowly but surely. And I'm sure they won't need to do a splash and dash. Slarky Malarkey in second position, just drifting backwards now. Just lost a second, which is not good news. But look, I've got to be honest, I actually think they probably lost time trying to lap some cars. Chris has just gone by. There goes Neil. Again, he's lost 0.8 of a second. So the gap has gone up to 8.6. But maybe he's now running in clean air, and Chris is amongst some cars, so maybe he's getting pulled along a little, getting some draft, which could be super critical. Well,
yeah, we were just talking to Andy there. He's a bit busy with the keep an eye on everything, but he was saying that hopefully they shouldn't have to do a splash and dash. He's saving fuel, sticking behind the misfits there, so
yeah,
he's feeling good about that.
I think he's getting towed round by them as well. Yeah, he's saving fuel. So it all looks as though it's playing into Toy Shed's hands, doesn't it? Looks as though the roll of the dice, the fate of safety cars, etc., has rolled in his favour, and he's was left in the lead after the pit stops round, pit stop stroke safety car round, all sort of hacked together, and he's just eking that out. I have to say, in the Slarky Malarkey pit, they did kind of say Chris was the quicker of the drivers, and looks as though that's bearing out to be true. Let's go back to the 2CV, shall we? Right, we know 2CV Team Line 1, 706 laps. They're currently doing 155s. That's David O'Keefe behind the wheel. Carol, get the name right, is 10 laps behind, doing 153, 154s. But 10 laps, that's not going to happen. And then in third is Crisis Tech Rouge. Now they're on 693, now doing 54 and a halves as well. So they have a huge lead. 14, some sort of, 13, 14 laps. Actually more than that. Let's have a quick. They're doing 96 to 75. So 19 laps, 21 laps actually. Over Snails, who have. Let's have a quick look. Snails have a lap advantage currently over Lion Hansgrohe, and Hollis are a lap back, and DD Racing after that slowish pit stop there, and they've dropped 3 laps down, and looks as though they're 12th position overall could well be under threat from APO Sport, the 129 Mini, but they certainly are dropping into the range of Orange Frog. Only a couple of laps behind, and Gadget a couple 3 laps behind them. So Frog Frog would need a little bit of a miracle, I think, if we was to get if they had to get a trophy. I have to say the French teams certainly have done the best job so far. No tailbacks.
Yeah, no tailbacks. Oh, sorry. Lewis, I'm just down here at Garage 2 with Chris. Sorry, come this way, Chris. Just because of the feedback. So, your daughter Jenny is in the car. You've just got out. She's on her second 24 hours, but hopefully the first one she's going to finish. Yeah. How are you feeling with her out there finishing?
We decided we'd share the racing this year. It's been fantastic. I've done one race, Jenny's done the other, so we've been a family do. So we're really nice today. We're lucky, thanks to everybody's help and the generosity of an engine as well, that hopefully we finish. And it'd be fantastic for Jenny then to come in at 3 o'clock.
So have you borrowed an engine then? Because the last time we spoke, you were going to wait till the last lap, but obviously you've been out.
Yeah, no, we had 3 broken engines. We made a 4th out of the broken 3, and then that went. And then very kindly, Martin and Sea Lion 2 lent us their engine, and that's what we've been using for the last hour.
Oh.
Good, great.
Yeah, fantastic.
Spirit of the club.
It is. It's brilliant. That's it, isn't it? That's what it's all about. Thank you so much, Chris. Good luck for the rest of the race. Thank you. So 5 engines there, 5th engine there on.
So which team is that?
That's Pork Pies, Team 96.
That's Pork Pies, yeah. They've had problems, and really racing have had issues as well. They're going for a last lap.
Yeah,
special,
sadly, really won't be going out again. I had to chat with them earlier. They said they're done. So I think they'll get the Premier Escargot Mort, the first dead snail.
Yeah, they looked. How can I say? All done in might be the best word I could describe. They looked as though they'd had a really tough time and just threw the tail in. Have they loaded up then?
No, the car is still in the garage. I think it's a bit of a struggle out the back of the garages to load up. You can't really get the car out, so it's ready to go. They're all sat around. They're in good spirits, as they always are, that team.
Well, Chris Slater's, he's trying to hang on to the misfits. Everyone's dodging around. Everyone's dodging around going up into Richie's corner. And
just having a look as well at the car 89 DD Racing. They've got the triangle next to them. I can see a bit of running around down there. Can you see them on your timing screen?
Yeah, you're right. They have been. They are missing. Oh. Right. This is critical because Nick Crispin, who's in the car, needs a 12th place finish to secure the title, the 2CVparts.com title.
I'm just going to go and have a word with Matt Hollis. He is our points man. I'm just wondering whether they have done enough at the moment to secure that finish. Whether the
Katie,
yeah.
If you don't take the flag, you don't get a finish.
Have a look. We're having a chat about this earlier with them, so we'll have a little look.
You don't get classified. Well, okay.
Oh, it's all right. The car is in the garage. They've made it back under their own steam, so it's good news.
Yes, but they still have to cross the line, don't they?
I'm going to double check this because I was talking
No,
about
you
it
do.
with some people earlier.
Yeah, you do. So who's 12th at the moment? 12th in club at the moment is car number 7. Who's that, I wonder? That done 641 laps. DD done 670. There's almost 29 laps. Yeah, they've got it, haven't they? 29 laps. Yeah. So even if they can chug across the start and finish line in the pit lane, which they probably could do under their own steam, even if it was just to start a motor, they would be classified as a finisher, and Nick Crispin would be declared champion. Again, we would need confirmation of that. We are very unofficial here. And we need adjudication, of course, from the clerk of the course. Right. This looks really serious. What's happening, Katie? Can you see what's
Is
happening?
this with car 89, sorry?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a gearbox problem, so that's not good news. I'm just gonna go and talk to somebody about the point situation.
Gearbox. Oh dear me, that's a really big job, isn't it? With 47 minutes left. Oh, DD Racing. That's a gearbox. That is massive. Man. Nick Crispin is going to be absolutely on tenterhooks here. Right, and if DD Racing...
Yeah, I've just confirmed as well with Paul Robertson. I've asked a couple of people. It looks like, yeah, he will have to cross the line, as you say. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, he's got to cross the line. They've got 29 laps over the 12th place guy, so 29 times 2. That's an hour's gap. They've got the time. If they could cross the line, if they can't get the car mobile, and it's still stuck in the garage having the gearbox changed, that decision could cost them championship. I've got to be sure. You should be able to change engine gearbox in that time easily, shouldn't you? That was rather a loaded question, because I'm not sure that's something that I've never actually done. I've seen it done, and currently there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 2 CVs almost in line astern. Amongst that is Lion Hansgrove in the 79 car. I also saw in there the lead 2 CV car, that's Lion or Team 1 and 97, and also saw the Gadget car, I think it's Gadget anyway, also running in that big gaggle of cars. And currently I think it's David O'Keefe behind the wheel. He's doing 58s for the lead Lion car. Carroll is doing 53s, but there's a 10 lap gap, so we're not really going to expect any change there unless the 97 car hits problems. If you're wanting to know who the leader of the 2CV 24-hour, so the 2CV category, look out for car number 97. And if you're looking out for this battle, Twin Snails it is who has a lap advantage over 41 car, the 79 of Lion Hansgrove, and Hollis Motorsport is another lap back in 72. And what's happened is that DD Racing's now fell down a couple of places. They've fell behind APL Sport, but that's a mini. They've also fell behind Orange Frog. Said they might actually. Frog had a chance, didn't they? Frog's on 72. They only need one. They only need one of the Snails or Lion 2 or Hollis to hit a problem, and Orange Frog could get a trophy. So, fingers crossed. Gadget Racing are now closing in on DD Racing. That's going to put them down into 9th place, and it won't. Yeah. So they'll be 9th place, and as I speak, they are on the same number of laps. So DD are in the pits at the moment, and Gadget's going to jump them next time round. They're going to be down into 9th place. This is getting critical for the 2CVparts.com Championship 2022. Right, I'm going to go back to go to the 23rd hour, the result for the 23rd hour. Here's the results for the 23rd hour, classification, current standing. I know we're a quarter of an hour through. Here we go. This is Citroen UK supporter 31st Classic 2CV 24-hour race around here at Snetterton with an association, as I said, with Citroen UK. ECAS 2CV Parts, Hansgrove, Kitchens and Bathroom Designers, Lion Picture Frame Supplies Limited, new for this year, Adrian Flux Insurance, Mini Classic, that's to do brake pads, and Duff Morgan, our local Seat and Citroen agent. Here we go. Team Toy Shed 177, leading by 6.233 seconds as we went into the final hour. That's grown to 14.7 seconds in that quarter of an hour. over Slarky Malarkey, the 128. 193 Misfits. Fourth. First of the 2CVs is 2CV Team Lion 1. Carol, car number 49, 5th. 6th is the Mini Earns. 7th is 92 Crisis at Tete Rouge. 8th is 116 Fast But Not Furious. 9th is car 41 Twin Snails. 10th is car number 79 Lion Hansgrove. Right, let's have a quick look. So what we've got at the top, the minis is Toy Shed, Slarky Malarkey, just over 6 seconds lead, about 15 minutes ago. Misfits in 3rd position. 4th with the Minions. 5th Fast But Not Furious. And who was 6th in the minis? Let's have a look. 6th in minis. APO Sport, I missed them. Right, so first in the 2CV Classics is Team Lion, 1. Second car, Carol, 2, 3, Crisis at Tete Rouge, 4, Twin Snails, 5, Lions Hansgrove, 6, Hollis Motorsport, 7th is DD Racing. We know they're going down the thing. And then we have Orange Frog, Team Gadget, and Team ECAS rounding up the top 10 2C Classic cars. That's the situation we have at the moment. Right, currently, that was the official position at the hour mark. We've now done done 19 minutes. That lead of Toy Sheds has grown, and I can see it on the track. It's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. In Toy Shed, Chris Slade, and next coming along is Slarky Malarkey, the 128 car. Oh, absolutely, something's gone absolutely wrong there. It's a 17-second difference. That last lap was a 151. But I am not so sure it's a 151. I think he lost time there. Lost loads of time. It's just been racking up, hasn't it? That time difference. So, yep, 17.681 if we're being absolutely precise. Line still comfortably leading the Citroens from Car Carol. 3rd position is Crisis Tete Rouge, who are in the pits at the moment, making their final pit stop.
Well, that pit stop there, Lewis, is changing the brake pads, and it looks like they've got something else they need to do as well. So they've been in quite a while now. They have got a bit of a lead against the next one, but they've been in quite a while, so we'll keep an eye on that.
Yes, 13 laps. They've got 13 laps over Snails. Snails has got 1 lap over Lion Hansgrove, the 79 car, who have got 1 lap over Hollis Motorsport. So while they were on the same number of laps a little while ago, they've now actually spread themselves out after the last flurry of pit stops stroke safety car. APO Sport have now made it to 12th position. Orange Frog have also jumped DD Racing, as have Gadget Racing. DD now down into 9th place.
They have got their new gearbox in, so that's positive.
Yeah, you have to take the engine out, don't you?
Excuse me, yes you do. It's a big old job.
Yeah.
Changing the gearbox, so it is, and they've got everybody is around here right now. You've got every single team is here helping. So yeah, all hands on deck for this.
Is that everyone but Lion?
Everyone but who, sorry?
Lion.
Lion. Yeah, they're obviously busy, but even they want, Nick is such a popular man, and he really deserves this. So everybody is just willing for the car to get back out and to get the 12th place. Oh, and that is Crisis are back out now as well, so that's their job done.
Well, can I just say, I've just seen Keith go past in the 97 car with a crosser. Is he trying to jinx the car at all, do you think?
With a what, sorry?
Well, he's trying, with a cross on his fingers, I think he's trying to jinx the DD car. Because if the car doesn't finish, obviously he becomes champion.
Yeah.
But I'm sure David.
Talking to him yesterday, he wants Nick to win. So, yeah, we'll see how that goes. Of course, yeah. It's very, very, very tense over here right now.
Yep. So DD running. Got it nicely highlighted here. So DDR going falling down. Looks as though they've got a 9-lap advantage over ECAS, who will be 10th. No, have a guess who is 11th in class then. Would you know who 11th in class could be then,
I
Katie?
think it's a bunch of tarts.
Yeah, it might be. And do you know what? The tarts are beating the muffins.
They are. The tarts are beating the muffins. The tarts are beating Rosie Walford Racing as well. I was thinking they might catch us, but
Yeah.
we're managing to keep that ahead at the moment.
Yeah, you got 5 laps. Yeah. That's a bit embarrassing for Dad, isn't it?
I don't know. I think it's expected.
Well, of course. Sorry. Sorry. So you're the magic ingredient. Were you the magic ingredient to get the team up to 4th last year?
I think so. I think I was chatting to them earlier, of course, and they were telling me my dad's now got a loyalty card with the recovery van, and they're on first name terms. They're sharing biscuits and everything. So they've kept him out the car now to keep him away. We've got the obviously a Dr. Marshall, which is fantastic. Shout out to all the marshals because we cannot do it without them. Each team has adopted a couple of marshals. My dad's adopted the recovery man.
Yeah.
Oh, the muffins are in. The muffins are in. Don't think this is scheduled. We'll have. Oh, they are primed and ready. So we'll have a look. Might be a splash and dash.
Yeah. Your dad's always got to be a bit different, hasn't he?
I think so. I mean, I was watching the video of the suspension arm breaking yesterday. Of course, nothing he could do about it. But he's there, sailing off onto the grass, waving at the crowd.
Yeah, of course. What he was really doing was saying, no, I it's not me. I did not touch the curve. No, I didn't touch the curve.
Yeah, he's adamant it wasn't his fault.
Oh,
Nothing has been his fault. He's adamant.
Anyway, there's been a slight change in the in the lead. It's come down 2 seconds or so that lap. So we're 16 seconds now between Toy Shed and Slarky Malarkey. So Neil Slark has just taken a couple of seconds out of Chris Slade, but to be honest, that's probably to do with traffic.
Just an update here at DD Motorsport. The new gearbox is in. The engine is back in. They're just putting that back in. That is really good news. As you can probably see behind me, it is all hands on deck. You can see here they've got the 2 front wings and the spoiler, and that just all goes on all together with the light bar. So Louis is just going to put that on there now whilst they finish getting the engine in, making sure everything is connected. Oh, they're just putting something to do with the brakes now. They've had brake issues all the time. I think they're just putting those back on. It's incredible how organised they can be whilst this is all going on. But of course, everyone has the same goal. Nick is there, ready to get back into the car. So I'm really hoping 35 minutes left. Let's give it a go.
Katie,
Yeah.
just run along the toy shed and ask if there's anything wrong with their car.
If anyone is what, sorry?
Anything wrong with their car, because Chris Slade was up with the Misfits. He was running around with the Misfits. Misfits was doing 49s. He's now doing 52s. And Slarky Malarkey, Neil Slark in the car, doing 51s. The gap is coming down. And now they are within sight of each other. Whereas before, Team Toy Shed was getting away, and they were looks as though the car is slowing. Maybe, possibly. I can't hear the car. I can't hear how the car's performing up here. But they're doing 52s. They were doing 50s. So unless of course he's trying to save fuel.
Just put your hand in, and the car is all fine. So they've got no. In fact, they look very chilled, sat here, chilling it with his son in the car. Yeah, it all seems fine. But you're happy with it, are you? You're happy with it?
Yeah, fine.
Yeah. All chilled over here. So it could just be one of those laps, maybe. But
Now he lost too much.
too much time.
He's lost too much time. He was running. He was running with Misfits.
Because he was running. Yeah, no, he's happy with it. So yeah, we'll see what happens. But I'll ask him again in a moment.
Well, that's a 51. Here comes Slarky Malarkey. Also a 51. So, but they are running clean air. I'm a bit surprised because Chris Slade in the Team Toy Shed 177 was running around with the Misfits at one time, and the Misfits are a couple of seconds a lap quicker. Unless, of course, he's trying to save fuel. someone might have put out save fuel, you know, while 2 seconds a lap doesn't sound much, it can make a huge difference to your fuel consumption, can't it? And they do need that. They don't need a splash and dash, but 20 litres plus a little bit, which is probably left, would be enough, in, you know, probably to get them to the finish. Anyway, so DD Racing there, that's where they got to. Yeah, they're down in 9th. ECAS only 6 laps behind, so 6 times 2 is 12 minutes. So in the next 12 minutes they could drop down into 10th position, and then the Tarts are another 10 laps behind. So they just need that car to be rolling to make this work. See, there's the Tart. There's Misfits. Misfits is running around with 116 as well, which is fast but not furious. They were sort of running around with the leader, who now's coming past us now. 177. That car does not look fast. That's a 53-second lap. Now, you're not telling me there isn't something wrong with that car. Slarky Malarkey, a 51. The lead is coming down. I am sure there's something wrong with that car. It's either that or they're putting on a show for us. Slowish
I've
laps.
just spoke to Andy again, and he's still fine. He thinks, you know, just now that he can ease off a bit, that's what he thinks he's doing. I know there's still, that gap's gone down a little bit, but Slarky Malarkey also weren't thinking they were going to catch either. So
That's almost 2 seconds. That's almost 2 seconds a lap. He's slow. He's only got 13 seconds. So you know as well as I do, that's 7 laps.
yeah.
That's 14 minutes.
Have, very quickly, we do have car 89. You might be able to hear that. That is the engine. It is on. Car 89's engine is on. People are just moving out of the way of the garage. Nick Crispin is seated. The bonnet is going onto the car now. People are moving out of the way. That is a very, very quick gear change. All hands on deck. Thank you so much, everybody, on behalf of Nick, for helping with that. They're just having another quick look, making sure everything is secure. The mirrors are being checked. The bonnet is still up. The bonnet is still up. They are just, they've got a drill. I think they're just attaching part of the bodywork there, making sure it's all secure. That's the last thing you need is something not being done up properly on the engine. We've got the fueler coming out, bringing the car out. Nick, the bonnet's not down, and Nick is moving forward. It's moving forward. There was still a drill in under the bonnet, and Nick was coming out. He is so eager to get. Cheers. Off the pit. Fantastic work, everybody. Nick is back. DD Racing, 9th place at the moment. That is enough. We've got less than 30 minutes to go.
Ah, right. That's 18 minutes doing it to do a gearbox.
Brilliant. Well, everyone hands on deck. That was fantastic.
Well, and that saved his championship, hasn't it? Well, possibly.
Less
Anyway,
than 30 minutes, and we'll find out.
yeah. So that's right. He's got 29 minutes 40 seconds to carry on, plus change because you need to get round there. And he's actually currently DD Racing with Crispin on board. He's in 9th position.
Just going to have a quick chat with Wayne.
Yeah,
Wayne, you were really happy. You got a sweat on here, Wayne. How was that?
That's a bit hectic.
Well done. You're
Rapid as well.
very, very rapid. You're, of course, not part of DD Racing. Tell us, why are you helping?
Because I want to see him get out.
Yeah. Do you want to see him win the championship as well?
Yeah. Why not?
Brilliant, exactly. Thank you so much. Wayne, part of Gadget there. Of course he's going to help. He wants to see him get back out there. Everybody does. Championship or no championship, everybody wants everyone to finish. That was fantastic. Wayne, a very, very sweaty Wayne Cowell in there.
Oh, Wayne pitched in, did he? Mr. Gadget himself.
Yeah, we've got, I think it's fair to say every team is down here helping. Any team they would help, but especially with this critical championship on the line, everyone was down here helping. Lots of hands being shaken, lots of hugs.
Yeah, I just think Nick was in panic mode, wasn't he?
100%. He's been, I mean, his heart rate has been high, I think, for weeks now, building up to this race. So it's a very, very high pressure situation. To go from being comfortably, in 7th to then that happen, it would have been through the roof.
Yeah, it's 9th. He's down in 9th position, 15th overall, but 9th in category. And yeah, I actually got that down as 18 minutes.
Yeah,
that was 26.
Very, very,
But
very rapid.
that included the tailback as well. But when you told me that was in the garage, I made a note. And the 26-minute includes the tailback. Oh, did he get a tailback?
No toe back. He got back.
Oh, he got
via
back
his
on his
speed
own.
there.
Because if he got a tailback, that'd have been 3 laps extra, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Oh no, he's off. He's off. Nick Crispin is off. He's just come up at the last corner there. We're just having a look.
Yeah, I can see.
I can't see him. Can you see? Oh, he's driving. He's back.
He is,
we
yeah.
can see him. He is moving. He is coming back into the pits, everybody. Here he comes. Let's have a look. That will not have been a driver error. There would have been something wrong with the car there. So we're going to go and have a look and see what has happened with the car there. Here he comes. He's coming back in. The wing is off. The wing is off. He can't brake. He has no brake. Here we go. He's coming in. In he comes. Right. Everyone is still here. No brakes.
Oh dear. Oh dear. That's a bit of a drama. So Nick there off at the last corner. And to be honest, he's got 26 minutes. That's 13 laps.
I was right. It's not the brakes. That was my mistake.
Yeah, then pits. This is dramatic. Not only have we got a race for the lead, and we've also got a race for the championship as well. And not necessarily the same thing. Our overall lead is still being fought out by Team Toy Shed and Slarky Malarkey. Team Toy Shed just gone past in a 150.5 lap. Now looks as though I think that Chris might have actually stabilised at 128 Slarky Malarkey with Neil Slark behind her. He did a 151 as well. He's 0.3 of a second. Looks as though the lead is now stabilised at 12.2 seconds. We have 25 minutes and change to go, so it's 13 laps to 13-ish, 14 laps maybe, depending on when the flag goes. Now, could this all be? Well, it looks like Toy Shed was doing the 53s, dropping a couple of seconds. Maybe that was just a case of Chris Slade's trying to save some fuel. We know they're a little tight on fuel. I think with an hour and 46 or hour and 45 when they went out, they should have had enough with 20 litres. And he also had a safety car period as well, the couple of 3 laps. That should have saved them fuel. But however, maybe just backed it off. And Chris Slade could well be the driver to bring this home. For Toy Shed, Slarky Malarkey, Neil Slark in the hot seat is the one who's desperately trying to erode that gap there which had built up. Team Line still well in command of the 2CV category, and as they have been for many hours. Carly in second and Crisis Stroke Tech Rouge in third. The big news is DD Racing. They're back in 9th position at the moment on 671 laps. Looks as though there's only 3 laps between them and ECAS. They will be going down to 10th place. The Tarts haven't got enough time to displace them. So even if they can't get the car fixed in time, this is DD Racing and everyone there's pitching in, what they can do is get it ready to just run around, maybe do 1 lap just to well, if you didn't even want to do 1 lap, you could pass you could get your finish on the drive-through in the pit lane, get a finish. They would get 10th place, and that would secure Nick Crispin the 2CVparts.com Championship 2022. So maybe they need a team manager who's got a bit of thought and who can work this out for them. Get a bit of calm. So Nick looks as though he's still in command. However, if he tried to do a lap and he got stuck out in the circuit, you don't finish, zip. I would go for a finish in the pit lane, but I would actually, if I was a team manager, be walking up to race control and just confirm that. But to my understanding of the regulations, you can finish. You just got to wait for the checkered flag to come out and then pass in the pit lane. Because once the finish line is, the red light will be on the exit, so you can't join the track. So you'd be guided into Parc Fermé, where you should get your finish. I'm sure we're all listening, but not 100, you know. Right, there goes the 177 car. That's Chris Slade in Toy Shed. 1:53 second lap there. Here comes Neil Slark. A 1:51 lap. He's now just 11 seconds away from what snatching victory, if possible. Is Chris Slade saving fuel? Is he just juggling that gap? Did he work out, I'll pull a gap in the beginning and then just back off and bring it home and manage the gap? Well, we will wait and see, won't we? 21 minutes, 53 seconds to go. And while we are working our way down, and we've got to do our thank you to all the marshals. Thank you very much for all your efforts over the past couple of days, as with the MSV crew here at Snetterton, from the circuit manager downwards to the deputy circuit manager and the duty managers and all the crew from Snetterton MSV for all their help and assistance. It has been much appreciated. We couldn't do it without you. Thanks all to the support crews, to the team, and as Katie say, not only that, the caterers. I have to say, coming up here at 1 o'clock, just before one to take over from Tony, and Nicky, give them a call too, for shout out for being excellent commentators. Is that there were a lot of dead looking people, I have to say. It's been a tough race. It's been hot, not overly hot as we have had. Fortunately no rain. We've had a good time, and I believe we're going to yep, we're coming up towards the end, the last 20 minutes. For those people who would like to greet the cars coming through the finish, when they all come through the pit lane to finish with their children, there is going to be an enclosure being built as I speak up here, where the podium is, this end of the pit lane, where you can you will be allowed through the gate into the enclosure, and you'll be able to greet the cars coming home with you and your families and all the youngsters, because as we've got to point out, is that no one under the age of 16 is allowed into the pit lane. So for those who are under 16, you'll be able to use this enclosure. Please do adhere to the rules and regulations. And again, many thanks to MSV Snetterton crew, and to Andy, who's the duty manager today, for organising that for us. Less than 20 minutes remaining. Less than 11 seconds between the leaders. Katie, can you hear me? Oh, she can't. I just want to see how DD Racing is. At the moment, ECAS looks as though next time round we'll shove it down. It will jump DD Racing. That's going to be 10th place for DD Racing next time around. They've got 10 laps over the Blueberry Tarts. It's going to be pretty tense down in the pits. I'm not even sure what pit number in. Let's have a look. In the our programme. Now we're in garage 11. So DD Racing currently in the pits with an issue. (171). We haven't given that a name check. Nice. That is true shoot. (171). Minions. Sorry, get myself confused. Minions. Running well, the Minion. Where are the Minions? Yeah, they're running in 6th position, 4th overall in class. There's some of the leading 2CVs going through. Right, where is our lead car at the moment? Coming around Coram. And it has lost considerable time from the Misfits, where it was running with the Misfits, in line astern with the Misfits at one time. One of the blueberry cards in. Not sure if that's tarts or muffins. Someone will tell me in a minute. It's muffins. The lead has just gone past. And here comes the second place car, the Slarky Millarky, the 128 car. What is the difference? 11.6 seconds. Yeah, looks as though Chris is struggling there to improve. He's 152s, 152.9 as well. So the gap has crept back out by a few tenths. So anyway, for those who would, even those people who would like to greet the cars coming home who are not part of the teams, spectators, please, you can also use the enclosure as well, but especially for those with the team members who are younger. And I have seen an 18-month young lad down there in Rosie Racing outfit. Do bring them up here into the enclosure, currently being built by the MSV staff. Thanks very much to them and Andy. And the gate will be open and you will be able to greet the cars as they finish in just over 15 minutes time. This is a tradition that we have here at Snetterton and the 2CV race. It's a tradition that all the cars come through virtually in line astern and are applauded by the team members, all the team members and crew, and that includes the youngsters, and they have their special enclosure to enable that to happen. And if you're out in the on the banking spectating, would like to come along and do the same thing, you are more than welcome to join us. Also, within 15-20 minutes of the race, we'll be having the presentations. Katie and I will be presenting trophies and awards to everybody. Do come along. It's going to be held in the pit lane. That's one of the only good things out of COVID, is that we worked out it's much easier to do it in the pit lane. And we'll do come and join us as well if you're on the banking and you celebrate the victories and the passion of everyone who put such a lot of time and effort in. You're more than welcome to come and join us at about 3:15. Again, so overall victory is still up for grabs in the Citroen UK supported 31st Classic 2CV 24-hour race, and many thanks to our supporters, which obviously include Citroen UK, ECAS 2CV Parts, Hans Grove, Kitchens and Homes, Lion Company, Ajax Insurance, Classic, and Doug Morgan, your local Seat and Citroen agent here in Norfolk. The gap under 11 seconds now between Toysed, Slarky Millarky, and that is Chris Slade, who has a 10-second and a little bit of change. Advantage over Neil Slark as the two are battling away for overall victory. Be great to see. Well, we're going to work it out. And the last thing, we also want to see what this battle is. Twin Snails are still fended off Lions Hansgrohe for 4th position in the Citroens. Hollis Motorsport there have consolidated 6th place. That's where they were last year. That's where they finished. They were really keen to finish that. Orange Frog 7th. Gadget are in 8th. ECAS in 9th. DD Racing been pushed back to 10th position. Right, Tarts are 6-7 laps behind. 7 laps with 12 minutes to go. Not going to quite do it, are they? So Rosie Racing of 660. They are on that. They are currently 12th in the Citroen class category, better than class category. And if that's the case, that's who they have not enough laps to overhaul DD Racing. So DD Racing have just got to use their regulations, understand the regulations to get themselves in the position of to get a official classified finish to ensure that Nick Crispin is confirmed as the 2022 2CV parts.com championship winner. So it is very, very tense. And I haven't heard anything from Katie. I think Katie's gone on. I think Katie's not not on tailback. Haven't heard Katie for a while. But the guys with the camera aren't even about either. So I'm trying to work out what's going on down in DD Racing. Hopefully all is okay.
Hi, Lewis.
Katie, you're back with us.
I am, sorry, I've just been involved in that, yeah.
I thought you weren't getting a tailback. I thought you had succumbed to the non-tailback rule.
No, I'm here.
I'm teasing, yeah. So what's happening with DD Racing?
They're just trying to get it all working so the scrutineers are happy with it. So at the moment it's still in the garage, unfortunately.
What's the issue?
It looks like it was the arm, but at the moment they're pumping the brake pedal, so I think the scrutineers just need to be happy that it can get back out. They just need to do a lap and.
No, they just need a finish.
Yeah,
They don't need to do a lap, because if they break down halfway and they don't finish within a certain time of the leader, they don't get classified either.
Yeah, they just need to finish, and then.
And the finish is it's after the checker flag. You pass the start finish line, whether that's in the pits, because don't forget we have three lanes, don't we? The fast lane, which is part of the track, the middle lane, which is the slowing down one, and then the lane that you work in, isn't it?
Yeah, so they just need to finish. Yeah.
Is Nick there?
No, Nick is not here.
Oh, he's not there?
No.
So who's going to take it? Is he? Has he gone off, or is someone else going to try and?
Sorry, say that again.
Pardon?
Sorry, say that again.
If Nick's not there, is someone else going to try and?
Yeah, Patrick is suited up and ready to get in the car.
Oh, so he's too nervous, is he?
No, he just isn't here. So yeah, Patrick is ready though.
Okay. Thank you for that. Eight minutes to go before the checkered flag. And our current lead has now slipped to 7.3 seconds. Yeah, sorry, we were just concentrating on the other big story at the close of this, the 31st running of the Classic 2CV 24-hour race, supported by Citroen UK, and that is who could be crowned champion of 2CVparts.com. Currently, Nick Crispin is in the position of watching his car slipping down the order. He's now in 10th position. If he loses 2 more places, it could be critical. But the overall race, which has been fought out between the Mini Grands, which are the invitee class that go along with the Classic 2CVs, and currently it's Team Toy Shed with Chris Slade at the wheel, who's holding off Slarky Malarkey's Neil Slark. And here comes the leader at the moment, just crossed the line for the 136th time. Well, not right behind, it's 5.2 seconds behind is Slarky's Malarkey's Neil Slark, and they are in sight. There's no other car between the first 2 minis on the road. That's 736 laps completed by Toy Shed and Slarky Malarkey. Just 5.2 seconds between them, and a 2-second time difference on that lap. 7 minutes to go. This is coming down to the wire. This is good. Could almost come down to the last, very, very last moment. I can see our leader just overtaking one of the cars in front of him, and actually I might have got that slightly, well no, I don't think I did get that slightly wrong. I think he's just working his way through some slower traffic. We'll wait and see as the cars come through. We have 6 minutes, a little change left as come up to the final bits and pieces. Currently we've the battles have been going on, and I think everyone is just sort of what looks as though the Lion cars are going to go for a team finish in very typical GT or Ford GT40 stroke Audi thing, coming in pairs. Where's the leader? Well, the leader's just gone through, and Slarky Malarkey has cut the gap. It's 3.55 seconds between just the 2 leaders. 3.55. Five minutes to go. 3 laps at best. 3.5 seconds are different. This is good. This is critical, isn't it? Right. See if I can see the minis as they run down there. We're looking for the white mini of 177 Team Toy Shed, and also the Slarky Malarkey blue 128. I think that's the white car. That's the blue car. There is 70 yards between them, something like that. This is getting nerve-wracking. Haven't got the cameras down at the end. Oh yes, I have. Here we go. Thank you very much for that. For the oh no, it's one of the 2 CVs have moved to the side, which is really how that looks like. 177 going through, and that looks like the lead mini, the chasing mini. Yeah, this gap is coming down bit by bit by bit. I thought there may well be a problem with Chris Slade and Team Toy Shed car some while ago. He seemed to pick up the pace, but has it returned? Toy Shed it is who's coming up. There's the white car, hugging the pit wall, trying to get any benefit he can. Doesn't look quick. Behind them is Neil Slark in the 128 car. The gap is 3 seconds now. It's down to 3 seconds. He's in his sights. That's 788 laps. Half a second taken out that lap. This is nail biting. We have 3 minutes, just over 3 minutes remaining. Let's have a quick look. Yes, and if you're on the live feed, you can see all 3 cameras. Hopefully we'll be able to see. Let's have a look down the back straight. I can see, actually I'm trying to look for a white car with a blue one behind it. I think I missed it. I might, no, there's the white car, there's the blue car. Yeah, still 70 laps, 70 yards, about the same distance as it was last time. It's going to be nail biting. This is for the overall victory and the 31st running of the 2CV 24-hour race. Mustn't forget the Team Lion car is the Classic 2CV race leader. It is done 732 laps. It has got 9 lap advantage of the car Carroll as we currently speak. Car 16 coming across the line at quite a slow pace. I can see the 2 leaders coming through Coram and they're braking heavily for the final corner, Murray's, and I can tell you that Neil Slark is pushing on a bit. The car probably has done 739 laps almost. Like 739. What's the gap gonna be? 2.58. 2.58. Another half a second. It's 1 minute and 44 seconds. So it looks like there will be. Ooh, could we get the checkered flag out next time? This is going to be really tight. 2.5 seconds between our race leaders. Negotiating the tight corners at the top of the circuit. That would be Wilson and Williams. The cars are now on the Bentley straight, well in sight of each other. The gap is certainly about 20 yards less than it was last time. Very little between them. This is going to be for the race victory here, and the I think this is the 17th running at Snetterton of the Classic 2CV 24-hour race. It is going to be nail biting. Nail biting. DD Racing needs to be out any minute now. It's not in the pits at the moment. It's not in the pit lane at the moment. It's got.
The car's on.
The checkered flag will be out in 30 seconds time. Will that mean one more lap? Will Neil Slark get one more lap, be able to close in? This is nail biting. Chris Slade is bringing the car up. He's 9. He's bringing the car up to there. He can see the counter. It looks as though he's going to have to do one more
We've
lap.
got car 89.
He's going to do one more lap. He needs one more lap. So it's one more lap.
It's coming down. Here we go. The light is still green. Car 89 is out. It just needs to do one lap. Car 89 just needs to do one lap. There are rounds of applause coming down. There we go. It is going down. We still have a green light.
Yes, one more lap to go.
Fantastic. Fantastic. This is tense. We'll see how this goes.
Well, it may well be tense for Nick thing, but the gap is 1.5 seconds for the lead of the overall race. Let's have a look. Can I see? It looks like they're going to flag the leader when they come through. It's now down to 20 yards between the 2 leaders. The 2 leaders, Chris Slade and Neil Slark, have been slugging it out all this session. They've had 1 hour and 45 minutes. The gap has varied, ebbed and flowed. Team Toy Shed with Chris Slater put on extended the lead to 13, 14 seconds, 15, 16 seconds, but it's been cut back to 1.5 as they went past on the 740 lap. And the 2 are absolutely nose to tail as they come round the final, the penultimate corner. It's Slade in the white car. from Slark in the blue car. They're coming through the final corner. They're going to be greeting the checkered flag at any moment now. Which it is. Is it going to be white? Is it blue? White is in the lead at the moment. That's Toy Shed, Team Toy Shed there with Chris Slade at the wheel. Will take the checkered flag all right this time, and he punches the air. And really, that's the closest finish I've seen in all the time we've been here
That
at
is
Snetterton.
fantastic, isn't it? We've got people here just celebrating in the pit lane. It's absolutely fantastic atmosphere. And somebody just said to me, after 24 hours to be that close, it's absolutely incredible.
1.14 seconds is the official gap between the two leaders. Absolutely fabulous. They put on a stunning last, very tense final few laps. Right, whew, there we go. So, when everyone else has now got to come round and take the checkered flag. So to get the finish, who else is going to lights a flash? That's from 116 and 193. There's Iceni and Rosie both finishing. 116 was fast but not furious, and the red one was the Misfits, wasn't it? 171 just passing us Mini Earners again there, and it's the 89 car. Nick Crispin takes the 2CV-Parts.com championship, well, unofficially, with the DD Racing crew coming in 10th place in class, 16th overall, and he's greeted the checkered flag, all the troubles he's had. There we got a formation finish from four 2CVs and a Mini, and haven't seen the line come through, the team line come through yet. I think that's one of the line cars coming into view. Actually, the two line cars are coming into view now, I think. So we'll have to celebrate the oh, sorry, I do beg your pardon, I missed it. There's a checkered flag next to 2CV Team Lion 1, so they have secured victory in the Classic 2CV 24-hour race here at Snetterton, and many, many congratulations to them. And that's Grant Gary Adnett, David O'Keefe, Pete Sparrow and Matthew Cobb.
And the cars are now coming down the pit lane as tradition at the end of this race. The first three cars of the Minis and the first three cars of the GTBs will be put into Parc Fermé in the pit lane, and the rest will go to the gated Parc Fermé further down. But as you can see, there is Team Toy Shed going down, and we have all the cars now coming down the pit lane.
Yeah, and many congratulations to Team Toy Shed. That's Andy Slade, Chris Slade and Martin Dryden, who secured that victory very narrowly over Sarky Malarkey, Ian Slark, Ryan Taylor and Tom Grindale. It was a fabulous, fabulous finish. And Kate, you going to nip up here and have a quick word?
Yeah, I am down here, I am ready. I can see them there. Heading down as car 97 is coming in as well. Looks like that is David behind the wheel. Have a little chat there. Chris has got his helmet off already. That was very, very close at the end there. Chris is on the floor. Chris, you look absolutely exhausted. How was that?
Horrible, absolutely horrible. The red fuel light came on with 25 minutes to go, and was told that they were only 10 seconds behind us, so no time to pit for fuel, no fuel to speed up. So I just had to manage it as best I could.
That was fantastic. We were wondering if you were getting slower on purpose or anything, and we were wondering about the splash and dash as well, so that's answered those questions for us.
Yeah, we were. I was following the Misfits for a while, and noticed that they were sort of pushing, and I could just see my fuel gauge going down. So I let them go. Instantly regretted it with the headwind, but yeah, I'm just glad I got through to the end.
Congratulations. I hope you have something nice to celebrate there and get some of your energy back. We'll have a quick chat with Neil, who was in Slarky Malarkey. That was so close at the end. That was so close at the end. How was that?
I didn't actually know where we were. Nobody told me.
So you had yesterday you were second.
No, I didn't know whether we were winning or second or where we'd come out at the time. But we were down to 3 cylinders and the water was starting to blow out of the overflow as well. I was just keeping everything crossed that we even got to the finish, quite frankly.
Well, that's fantastic. It seems, yeah, that's brilliant. And that is what 24-hour racing is all about, isn't it? Getting.
Yeah, well, I've never seen one like that before. That was brilliant.
Well done, congratulations. And here we go, Misfits, you're in third. Do you realise you were helping Chris out a little bit at the end to get his first position?
No, I didn't. But he was towing on me. So, yeah.
How was that, though? How do you feel coming third?
Okay, that's good. It's hard third, but yeah.
Yeah, was it a hard work out there today?
Yeah, hard, definitely. Yeah, pleased with that.
Good, glad you're pleased, thank you, well done. And we'll go and chat now with the 2CV 24-hour race winner for the 2CVs, David, Team Lion. How was that for you?
Magic.
Brilliant.
Superb.
Was it tiring at the end there?
That was good fun because obviously we got a reasonable lead, so we didn't really have to push the car. So I was just waiting for the team car so we could. Martin said we've got to do the photos, you know. So that's what we did. So yeah, great, absolutely great.
It's nice to have that barrier to be able to do those photos.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, if you got, I don't know, 3-4 laps, you wouldn't be doing that. As Nick's, you know, I saw the Nick's little exercise near the end.
Yeah, I think I'm going to double check. I think he has finished, which of course means he has won the championship. So we need to check that. So I'm trying to maintain my excitement. But how do you feel about that?
Yeah, I hope he has. Yeah, he deserves it. He's been so, you know, he's been the bridesmaid, hasn't he? He's painted his toes on the occasion, so hopefully he's got it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, brilliant. Thank you. Okay, and we'll just go and have a quick chat with. It looks like Peter was in the car there for Car Carol. Of course, very important car racing in the memory of Carol Wills. So, Peter, you have come across in second place there. Just double check that is correct. Yeah, second place. You had a bit of a comfortable gap there. How was it, though?
Oh, it was great fun. Yeah, lovely circuit. The car was going really well. We hadn't had a little issue at the start. We might have been in contention for the lead, but yeah, it was just great fun.
Well, considering if you did have an issue, that was you made quite a good headway between you and the people behind you.
Yeah, we had an issue at the start and then no other issues at all during the race.
Brilliant, and I think your team have been quite busy. They're helping Nick Crispin at the end. They'll fill you in, I'm sure, but they have crossed the line, so hopefully he's the winner.
Broke down.
Yes, yeah. Oh, we'll just have a look as the third place car is coming in behind us. We'll just see who. Oh, is the driver getting out there? Well done, Peter. A winner, of course, in the past. Oh, it's Billy. Hello. You crossed the line in your first ever 24-hour race. How was that for you?
That was a bit of a mad finish, to be fair. I wasn't expecting it. The boys let me finish it. Great way to finish off. Rookie championship for me. So.
Yes, you are the champion, the rookie champion. I know you've been involved in a very long time, but actually now being the rookie champion after all this time of mechanicking, how do you feel?
Overwhelmed. 25 years on the spanners, and it's my turn.
Well done. Good job, Billy. Well done. That is absolutely amazing. We're going to head and see if we can chat to some more people. We can head through. You can see here we've got the crowd. Hello. Oh, you guys, you're obviously involved with Crisis there. How are you feeling? How are you feeling about it?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, you're good? Are you excited as well?
Of course, yeah, it's great to be back, yeah.
Because obviously your husband is a driver, but also is spannering this weekend.
Yes, it's less stressful when he's spannering than when he's driving.
Yeah, I bet so. And that's your dad, so how are you feeling? I know he was spannering, how is that?
Good, yeah.
Good, fantastic. We're going to head around, see if we can catch some other people. We'll have a little walk around. The trophy presentation will be when everything is confirmed. So it's going to happen in the pit lane. So if anybody is down here, it will happen in the pit lane. We're going to go and have a look. That was a very dramatic end to the race for many, many reasons. So we're going to see if we can chat to anybody. Of course, the results need to be confirmed. So everything is provisional at the moment. I can see a lot of people up here. We'll see if there's anyone that we can talk to. I think we've got Alice here from the Minis. You're finished. Your first ever 24-hour race. Whoops. How do you feel?
Yeah, good. I mean, It's my first 24-hour race with these guys. I've done the C ones before, yeah. But yeah, no, it's good. There wasn't half as many cars on the circuit, so there was a lot more space to, you know, have a good battle with other cars. Really respective drivers. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, brilliant. Well done. And your child is here with you, aren't they? How's that been?
Yeah, it's been hard to juggle, as I'm sure a lot of the other mums in the paddock are. Yeah. But yeah, here she is.
Is this her coming over? Oh, lovely. I'm sure she's so proud of her mum. Well done. Congratulations. Hello, Team Wolfert, Steve. Oh, Daniel, will you have a little chat? You're going to help me with the trophies later, aren't you? How do you feel? I know this is like, you've been coming here since you were a baby, but how do you feel?
Good.
Yeah, are you excited to see your mum and dad racing?
Yeah.
Brilliant, thank you. What about you, Lola?
Yeah.
Yeah, happy with Dad in the car today?
Yeah.
Has he done a good job?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure he has. Well done, thank you. So that's Rosie Wolford Racing, a couple of the children there from Rosie Wolford Racing. Let's see who else we've got over here. We've got some muffins and tarts over here. Hi, one of my teammates, Esther, in the blueberry tarts. You finished the race. How do you feel?
It was awesome. I did stall coming in and I was like really embarrassed and I was like, oh, I really should get this started. But it was awesome. I loved it.
Brilliant. What's been your highlight of the weekend?
Sharing a car with you guys, all the tarts. Just getting in the car, doing it. Just the end, I think. The end to the adrenaline high and lows. So,
yeah, it's a roller coaster of emotions, isn't it? I know you did this race in 2019 and you didn't finish that year, is that correct?
Yeah, the wheel came off in the last 10 minutes. And actually in the last 10 minutes of that, I did the fastest lap of that stint. And I was like, I really shouldn't be doing this. I should be packing off. So yeah, I'm glad we finished. I saw her finish.
Yeah, brilliant. Well done. It's a great feeling, isn't it? Yeah, well done. Oh, hello. 2 members of the Muffins here. Hello. So obviously you've done quite a few of these races now. Have you ever finished one before?
Yeah, so I finished last year as well. Not quite as dramatic as this year. It was tough this year. But,
yeah, what made it tough this year?
charge light was on, so I wasn't charging. I don't know if it was an alternator issue, but managed to get it home and yeah.
Brilliant. Thanks, Darren. Oh, I think we've cut out, but thank you so much, Darren. That's fantastic. We've got a lot of people over here. We'll have a look. We'll have a chat with some of the minis. This is Tom. Tom's finished, and this was his. He's been here a very long time mechanicking, but hello, everybody. Well done. You finished. That was amazing. How do you feel?
Absolutely elated. I was crying my eyes out across the line. Honestly, it is.
It's a very emotional after everything. I mean, you've been building the car since March.
Yeah, literally, it's like every evening, weekend, every spare hour, every spare pound has gone into the car, literally. So to be here finished and the car still being one piece and running really, really well, I can't ask better than that.
You've done such a good job. Well done. It's amazing. It's great to have you here. Thank you so much. Well done. Yeah, you can just see how much it means to people just finishing. I mean, they've been building that car for a very, very long time. I'm just having a look to see if there's anybody else that we can have a quick chat with. I think... Okay. I think we're going to go and get the trophies set up. So we'll go and do those now. And we'll be back very, very shortly with the trophy presentation. Just to everyone, the trophy presentation will be in the pit lane, by the way. Everyone around the podium. And if anyone can help set up the trophies, that would be fantastic as well. I think their outside garage is like 11, the tables. So we're just here with the 24-hour race trophy. This is presented to the first GCV, so this is what they will receive as a team. As we know, as long as it's confirmed, which I'm sure it will be, that will go to Team Lion. We've got a couple of other trophies as well. So we've got this trophy here, which I believe that is the La Première Escargot Mort, which is the first dead snail. So the first TCV to retire receives that one. If no one retires, which sometimes happens, it goes to the first towback, but that's what that one is for. And just double checking, because we have another one as well. Oh, that's a team trophy as well. For the Mini Grand. Thank you, Andy. That is the Mini Grand 24-hour cup as well, so they get the race. So let's put that here with them. Oh no, Lewis put that on purpose. Yeah, if anyone could come help Lewis, I'll obviously help in a second. And then we've got the big plates that people will win as well. So there's first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth for the minis and the 2CVs as well. And we do also have this one here, the best presented car. So there's lots of different trophies up for grab. We do also have a Spirit of the Meeting, which we can't see on the table at the moment, but I'm sure we'll have as well at some point. But yeah, so we're just putting those out now. And it won't take too long. In fact, we'll probably go chat to some people while we're waiting. Actually, we'll go talk to Adam, because he's a photographer. Adam. Oh, is he? Hi, Adam. So you are, I would say, our official photographer. I know you're not, but you are. How has it been for you? You've been up all night?
Yes.
You have?
Yes.
So you've been awake for quite a while. Brilliant. How are you feeling right now? Yeah, I bet you are. We've got some good picks.
Yes, very good.
And emotional. No?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Thank you, Adam. Thank you. We're going to have a chat. I'm going to be very selective with who I choose over here. Yeah. I spoke to you already, Tony. I'm really sorry. I can't speak to people twice, unfortunately. I know it's a rule I've just made up. Right. Hi, hi, Simon. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you, Katie. You?
So am I.
Good. I'm glad to hear. So you were a driver today.
And I'm a mechanic.
Brilliant. The head mechanic.
That's right.
Yeah.
For many teams.
For many teams. Oh, fantastic. You were actually helping get car 89 back out.
It was all down to Mr. Cowlin, I think, and the rest of the crews.
Yeah.
Well done, everybody. You know, 2CV racing. What a place to be.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's right, Tony. Thank you. That was a nice thing to say. So, Simon, how has the race been for you?
You were really worried about him talking, weren't you?
Yeah, I was. That's why I thought I'd put something serious in the mix, because he can't then drop something, can he?
It was great. It's it always is. It's he's one of the best events. I've raced all sorts of vehicles over the years, and the 24-hour race I've been doing since I was 18, and it is absolutely fabulous. I'd do it. I'd give up anything to do it. I haven't raced since 2019 with a 24-hour here, and I want to. I jumped at the chance to get back this year and have another go in the car, and already thinking about next year.
Brilliant. Oh, that's fantastic. So you'll be back next year?
Absolutely. We're going to see you out there next year.
I don't know. I'm in retirement. Financial retirement.
Semi-retired.
Yeah, maybe.
All people that retire come out of retirement at some point.
Yeah, they do, don't they? Oh, is it? Yeah. Thanks, Tony. Right, brilliant. Yeah. We'll go see if there are... Oh, there's some more teams over here. Oh, hi, you've got very tall, haven't you, all of a sudden? Let's have a little look. We've got, lots of people here looking like they want to be spoken to. Hello, everybody. Pete, don't worry, I'll come to you in a second. Sam, I'll come to you. Come over here. How was that? Oh, no, come over here. You guys might be stood in a good place, actually. I can't go over there. How was your first 24-hour race?
It was good, exciting, and action-packed.
What was it like working with your dad?
It's good, very good.
Good? Is that true?
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice, isn't it? So, have you always wanted to come to this event and help out?
Yeah, I've been to a few, and it's good to help out with him.
Yeah. Well done. You've obviously done a good job because you won. So well done. Good job. We'll see if we can get over there. Pete, come over here. There we go. He'll come to us. That's fantastic. Hi, Pete. You've won. Great T-shirt. You've won. Yeah. Thank you. How are you feeling?
Thank you. Very tired and a bit sore.
Bit sore?
Bit sore, yeah.
Why?
I've got a bit of a swollen knee, so.
Whoa, that is really swollen. Okay.
Well, it's for the love of it, you know.
That you're putting your body on the line for this.
Absolutely, yeah, 100%.
Oh, fantastic! How do you feel of your team and everything?
Oh, very proud. Everybody's worked really, really well. We've had a few hiccups in the last few months. The drivers not talking to each other, cars being damaged. We got here, we pulled it all together. The car's been reliable, it's been fast, the team's worked great, so...
Is everyone friends again?
I think so.
Yeah, I think that's nice to say.
For today, yeah.
Yeah, well that's good to know. I'm glad you brought it up, thank you. Good. Well, I don't forget in the car out as well. Actually, that was only 3 weeks ago, so was that a bit of an effort to get the car to a 24-hour standard?
Yeah, it was a little bit damaged. We managed to sort out most of it, and the rest of it we've had to live with. So, but you can't not be here. Everything's on the line. You've got to get it done. So, a lot of work, a lot of hassle, but we did it, got it all together, and we got the results. So we're really pleased. Brilliant.
Well done. Fantastic. Thank you, Pete. That was brilliant. Oh, Team Toy Shed. Very, very quickly. I love that your glasses match your top. Is that on purpose?
No, that's not on purpose, but it will take it when you can get it.
Yeah, exactly. How are you feeling as the winners?
Absolutely buzzing. That was the best race ever. All the guys we were racing with, like the Slarkies, we were passing each other maybe 2-3 times a lap. It was just the most fun race ever. I think I've ever seen a sprint race that happened for 24 hours. Just everybody was at it the whole time.
It's so true. And how did you feel those final few when they were really catching you?
Yeah, that's you're sitting there going, okay, what's wrong? Because we had a few tyre problems and things like that. So sometimes you're going, is it me or is it them? But you know, over the course of the day, you kind of ironed out. You catch the people, and then hanging in there. That was fantastic.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for talking to us. That's fantastic. And here we've got someone from Team Twin Snails as well. Hi. I know you've just celebrated a big birthday, and now are you celebrating a trophy?
We are indeed, because as you know, in the depths of the night, we were in the depths of despair. So everybody's driven brilliantly since then, and the car's been super reliable after its initial paywall. So yeah, we're absolutely delighted. Thank you very much. It's been great. Yeah, so we never expected to get there. We kept looking and trying, and it's all worked out. Thank you very much.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you very much, Mark. That's great. Thank you. Let's see. Oh, we'll go over here. Let's have a little chat. Sarah, we'll have a little chat with you because I know it's unexpected, but Bully has just finished race. He was a bit emotional there at the end. He's the rookie champion. You have obviously been there with him throughout this. I mean, you met through GC98. Yeah, this is how you met, isn't it?
No.
No? Okay, sorry. Tell us. How did you meet?
At Guide and Scout Camp years and years ago.
Oh.
We'll not go there then.
Yeah, cool. But you've obviously both always come to the races together.
Yeah, absolutely. So 1998 was my first back end of the season. We went to Pembury, and then 99 was my first Mondello. So we've been coming ever since then. So yeah, interesting.
What was it like this season, him starting to race? I know you're very supportive, but also the 24-hour race.
Yeah, it's been great just to see from the other side and see him racing and getting the benefit of the race rather than just being spannering, really.
Yeah, yeah, and he is the rookie champion. He's a champion.
Amazing. So we're really pleased for him. There's been some hard work gone in throughout the whole year. The whole team, Tech Rouge, have always pushing it. So it's great to see.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. That is fantastic. Hi, Team Riley. Are you with Team Riley? Are you the children who it's named after? Oh, no. Oh, brilliant. So you guys obviously didn't finish. I can see you've got the.
We did not finish because of environmental issues. We decided after 12 hours. Because of climate issues, we parked it up.
That's very thoughtful of you.
I thought, and the price of petrol. This is rather,
Yeah, financial and climate issues, and so you've just made that decision there.
Yeah, well, that's what we decided to do. Actually, people believe, last year when we set fire to it, to save the rainforests. So we just decided we'd park it up.
Oh, that's very thoughtful of you. Thank you for telling us, because we didn't have that knowledge.
We're too poor to carry on.
Yeah, well, yeah, fair enough. I can see this is lovely. You've got the orange heart there. I presume that is for Marshall.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, we have. Yes.
Brilliant. Thank you so much.
Well done for you for doing a good job of this.
Ah, that's very kind of you. Thank you very much. That's very kind. Thank you. You too. We'll see. Sorry, just have a little scout around. Oh, we've got some more of Team Riley over here actually with their cool t-shirts. Hi guys. It's good. Oh, matching sunglasses. Look at this. Team sunglasses. So you called it quits quite early. We've heard it's for financial and climate reasons. Is that the truth?
Tongue in cheek, I think.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. We ran out of talent, enthusiasm, motivation, and engines.
Well, you've been doing it quite a while. I think you will get a trophy still. So is that a good thing?
Yeah, as long as it's not the same one as we've had for the last 2 or 3 years, then that's good.
Oh, have you always had spirit of the meeting?
Yeah.
I don't think it's that one.
23 times you win it, you keep it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Wow, fantastic. Yeah, that's great. Thank you. Let's see. We've got. Oh, I'm just having a look. Here we go. We've got a tart. He's turning away from me. No, we don't have a tart. Let's have a look. We'll avoid Gadget now. Well, not you. You're fine. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Saint Nick. We've got. Hello. Go over here. I'm gonna come. It's just a bit staticky over there. So you've been coming quite a while now. Yeah.
About 7 years, I think. Yeah.
So and you've won quite a few of those.
Yeah.
Have you ever experienced the loss of this team?
Saying loss. We do pretty well normally. Lucky to be part of such a cracking team. Except the last couple of years while we've been doing team manager, we've done really well. So yeah.
So yeah, you being team manager is the key to success.
No, it's a cracking team.
Oh.
Everyone puts in a good amount of effort, and it's just like I say, they're a great bunch.
Cool. Yeah, and how are you feeling? Are you tired? Are you emotional?
So much, so Yeah, pretty tired, but we've got a couple of hours in. But yeah, everyone's just really chucked the cars made it. That last hour was like the longest hour we've had ever. But no, just really glad everything turned out right in the end. Great to see both the Lion cars crossing the finish line together as well. And yeah, good to see smiles on drivers' faces as well. So.
Brilliant. Thank you, Nick. Thank you very much. I'll see if anyone from Frog Racing for. I don't know. I can't. We'll have a look and see how we're getting on with the trophies. They're all laid out, looking very beautiful over here. So we'll see how far away we've got. Oh, some lovely champagne. Oh, this is great. I'll just ask you some questions because you're. Oh, don't you speak English? Okay, yeah. I'll talk to you. Sorry, Tracy. I'll get you back. Where did you finish this?
I don't know, I was in the car, so I don't have potential where I finish. It's straight driving.
Oh, that's
The
good.
car in front, I had a very good, fun drive with a Mini. Great fun it was.
Were you going around towing with them, are you?
The Mini was towing me down the straights and I was harassing it around the corners. So
Is that tends how it works in this race?
it certainly does when we're quite not quick enough down the straight. But yeah, it's lovely to play with them and it's great to drive with them. But I've got something else to tell you.
Yeah.
The Adopter Marshals.
Yeah.
If you are a marshal and you're part of the winning team, one of the winning teams, that goes down to 6th, you will have something to collect as well. So hopefully all the marshals are still here. We will read out the names of the marshals that can come and collect something. So please do come forward and collect something. We've got a little gift for you.
That's very exciting. That's great. Just actually, Ainsley, on that, it's the first year we've done Adopt a Marshal. How has it been, do you think? Have you had any feedback?
It was very positive at the start and everyone was very keen, but I know the marshals have been very busy and obviously at certain times some of the teams have been quite busy. But I think it's a great thing to do. We want to continue it and we need to work very hard to create this bond with the marshals.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Obviously, we couldn't race without the marshals, so yeah, thank you, Ainsley. That's such a good idea. If you heard that, if you are a marshal and you're part of keyring's on the floor. If you're a marshal and you're part of one of the mini teams that has come first to 6th, or one of the TCV teams that's come first to 6th, you two have won, so you will come and get something. So we'll just have a little break while we get ready for the trophies. Okay, hello everybody. We are ready for the presentation of the trophies. We are going to start with the minis. Yay! Firstly, can I say on behalf of the club, it's so great to see so many of you minis here. So thank you so much for making the effort again, because you've been here for us a long time. So thank you. It's great. It's great. Lewis. Oh, cool. Is that?
Who's the right.
Yeah, sure.
Sixth place was APO Sport, and we've first of all got to, so who's the marshals?
So the marshals for APO Sport is Stuart Cook. Is Stuart Cook here?
Big hand for the marshals.
Yeah, big hand for the marshals. We'll do a massive clap at the end, but yeah, Stuart Cook is with them.
Right, so APO Sport, Alex Osborne, James May, Lee Pullman and Sam Dickey. If you'd like to come up and collect your award. No APO Sport. Well, that's the slowest I know on Alex.
Oh, here we go. Well done. Oh, you come sit. Yeah.
Guy, sorry, it's been a bit of a long while. As I stood them up, the wind blew them down, so it's been rather a while. There are actually stands for the plates, so you can collect them afterwards. But unlike the last few years, we're actually giving out trophies down to the first 6 places in both minis and the Citroens. So that's the reason why probably the 6th, 5th and 4th guys haven't turned up. So 6th place, as we say, was APO Sport. They now about to get them out. Alex Osborne, James Mayle, Lee Poole and Sam Dickey. And there is a plate for the team manager role, which is Tony Osborne, which is Alex's father. If we can catch him.
We can. Well done. Oh, the packet. So, well, we'll give a big round of applause to you. Well done. All the trophies there. Oh, just have a look at Adam quickly. He'll have a photo there for you. Well done. Yeah, cool. Okay, and 5th place.
Right, 5th place was Not Fast But Furious. And who was the marshal?
The marshal for Not Fast But Furious was Doug Wondrow.
If Doug's about, if you'd like to come up, there's a little prize for him. But if not, if Alice Hughes, Bethany Hughes, Lysette Osborne and Helen Blake would like to come along with Alice Hughes, who's also the team manager, they got 5th place. Not Fast But Furious, 5th place. Here come the ladies. Sorry. Well done, ladies. And how did it go? Sorry.
It went really well. We're really pleased to be here to finish. It's been great. Amazing experience.
Are you going to be back next year?
Absolutely.
Well, we'll see you then. Thank you very much. Not Fast But Furious. 4th place. 7-1. The Minions. Who was the marshal?
Gemma Longhurst.
If Gemma's about. Well, no. So 4th place, Adrian Tuckley, Simon Tuckley, Paul Scaines and Paul Wild, if they'd like to come up along with Jennifer to pick up their trophies for 4th place. Here comes the Minions.
Hey, that's been brilliant. Thanks, guys, for everything.
Thank you, it's great. And I love it's mini uns, isn't it? It's fantastic. I love the colour scheme.
Well done to the French team as well. First French Mini. Let's have some more.
Thank you. Oh, let me get out of the way. Misfits and their with me.
Yeah, thanks to the marshals, we've got to say that, and to MSV. Oh, here we go, look.
Well done. No. Yeah, just down here.
Yeah, we're getting to the business end now, aren't we? So the misfits, Dave Rees, Steve Rideout, Paul Ogburn, come up, showpiece for, play.
Neil, do you want to come in the photo? It'd be nice to have a photo with the marshal. Wouldn't it?
How to go?
40 seconds
40 seconds to what?
to go. Yeah, it was great, absolutely marvellous. We just had a little tiny issue when I was out on one of the stints last night. Cost us about 10 minutes, so yeah.
That's the difference, isn't it, between winning and coming third or whatever.
Certainly is. Steve does a wonderful job on the car. Nev's driven absolutely fantastic times, putting in the fastest lap of everybody. Paul and me have done an absolute stellar job backing them up. That's all you got to do. And big up for the ladies who looked after us.
Yeah, we mustn't forget the ladies who feed and water us. Thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you. Cheers.
Okay, here we go. Right, we've got the second place now for the minis. Got to see whoever that is. Yeah, it's team 128, Slarky Malarkey. And who was the marshals?
Tyler James.
So Tyler James is about. Oh, he's gone home. Okay, Slarky Malarkey, who put on. Oh, here he is. Down to the far end to pick up your prize. There we are, and thanks very much to all. We're grateful to all the marshals. Slarky Malarkey. What was it, 1.5 seconds? That's all it was. Anyway, big hand to Neil Slark, Ian Slark, Brian Taylor and Tom Grindale, with Brian Slark, the team manager. So if I'd like to come up and collect their caps. Here come, guys. 1.5 seconds. 1.5 seconds. So who was it Neil? Is that you?
I was the one that lost it by a second.
Neil, 1.5 seconds that was.
I know. I didn't know actually at the time.
So you're going to blame your team, aren't you?
Damn right, yeah.
Yeah, they should have said catch him, shouldn't they?
Just jeeved me on a little bit further, shouldn't it?
Did you have
I
that?
should have just missed the chicane, in honesty. We'd have been there.
Yeah, I've seen people do that before.
Exactly.
In minis. We won't mention his name, will we? Yeah, we won't go there because this is a family show, isn't it? Yeah, but anyway, if the team had G'd you up, did you have extra in the tank?
No, I only had 3 cylinders.
As that was the problem, yeah. So doing 150, 151s was pretty good going.
I didn't even know that's what we were doing.
Yeah, that's what you were doing, you know. I thought...
That wasn't bad then, yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah. Could be back next year and get some revenge.
Oh, we'll see, won't we?
Well, that's no good. Anyway, thanks very much, guys. So there it is, 1.5 seconds. Collect your trophies. There's one for each driver and one for the team manager. Once. Can't be much later than that. Right, the winner, overall winner and also the mini grand winner is Team Toy Shed. And who was the marshal?
Rob Longhair.
So here's Rob, if Rob's about. Oh, we can't see Rob, but never mind, thanks very much. Anyway, here we go, Team Toy Shed. Andy Slade, Chris Slade, Michael Dryden and Rob Selby are the team manager. If you'd like to come along and pick up your trophy, You've got a bottle of bubbly, you got your trophies, you got your hats. Where's Chris? Which one? Who's Chris? Come on, Chris, let's have a chat. 1.5 seconds that was. That was close, wasn't it?
Yeah, you could say that again.
I'll tell you what, I've known bigger gaps in sprint racing.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate that we didn't put enough fuel in, really. Just had to save fuel at the end, and luckily for us, Slarky Malarkey had a bit of a problem themselves, so evened itself out, really.
Do you know how much fuel you've actually finished with in the tank?
No, and I don't really want to look either, really.
Well, you were trailing the Misfits. You were towing with the Misfits, and suddenly, hang on a minute, I looked and there was 100 yards, and then that grew to 200 yards, 300 yards.
Yeah, their pace was a little bit too much for me, for my fuel saving, so I just had to drop off and let them go.
Could you see the car behind, and did you pace yourself to that?
Yeah, and from the pits I got told how far the gap was, but by the last few laps the light was flashing and I had nothing to do but just ease off as much as I could and just stay ahead of him.
I could see you looking at the clock on the gantry, counting down. You're looking behind. The car was there. You had to do an extra lap, didn't you?
Yeah, 3 seconds was on the clock when I went through for the last lap. I was absolutely gutted.
Anyway, congratulations. Absolutely well done, guys. It was a thrilling finish. Closest finish we've ever had in 31 years.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we won't have another one closer.
Thanks very much. Well done, boys.
Yeah, well done, marshals. Just on behalf of the, there's always one. Just on behalf of the Mini Grand people, I'd just like to thank the 2CV Club for inviting us here again. There's some excellent racing out there today and last night. I mean, obviously the result was never in doubt. But no, I mean, all the Mini Grand people always enjoy it thoroughly, and hopefully you enjoy having us here as well. And I hope it goes on for many years, and having some great times and great memories. Thank you very much.
That's a few words from Team Toy Shed. So they defended their title. So next year they're going to have outright winners, 2021 and 2022. Right, guys, here we go. We're now going to go on to the awards. Before we get to the prizes, to the awards, I'll hand you over to Katie.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to start with this one here, which is for the best presented car. And this year, this car is going to people who've made so much effort on their car, but also actually just getting here. And yeah, it is for the Orange Frog. So that is Richard Plyer, Roland Plyer, Nikki and Valentine. And their marshal is Katrina Lines and Gary as well. So if Katrina and Gary are here, come and get your marshal prize. Well done, guys. That's your trophy. Well, do you want to say? Thank you.
We'd just like to thank everyone that helped us out. I think you all know we were in quite a bit of difficulty, quite a lot of the time, and the help was just fantastic. Everyone just came. We didn't have to ask. It was, as always, just fantastic here. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much for making the effort to come as well. Thank you, all of you. Well done. Okay, and then we are going to do the Premier Escargot Malt, which is the first dead snail. And this is going to Really Racing. So Lewis will give you that, sorry, there. And I'm just going to have a look for your marshal. Oh, I've got Keith Ashby and Thomas. Oh, Thomas, are they here? Anything you'd like to say? No? Okay, brilliant. That's fine. Well done. And the final trophy before we move on to the TCVs is the Spirit of the Race, which is in memory of Ian Gammon Hardaway. Apologies. Yeah, thank you. And this goes to, well, it's the spirit of the meeting, the people who have put in the most spirit, I would say. And I'd say you may agree with me that the spirit of the meeting, I think, goes to the Pink Frogettes this year. Well done. And their marshal was Andrew Lyons and Matthew Udall. Apologies if that's wrong. Well done, they're just coming through here. Yeah, I just said it. I'll say it. Thank you so much for coming. It's quite heavy.
It's very heavy.
Yeah. Would you like to say anything?
No.
No, that's okay. No, that's great.
Thank you very much for everyone.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well done. Their marshals were Andrew Lyons and Matthew, I think, Udall, if they're here. But yeah, if not, we'll move on to the TCVs.
Oh, back to me. Right, here we go. So where we get to the business end. Right, girls, here they are. Right, absolutely. Let's have a look. I've got to work it out myself, actually. Who was sixth? Sixth position, as they were last year, is Hollis Motorsport. Who were their marshal? We got their Hollis Motorsport's marshal.
Yeah, there was Clayton Edwards and Colin Witter.
We'll get the marshals here. Here's the Hollis Motorsport. Hey guys, you've got to come to the end this time. We've swapped over. That's a word with Nigel. Now, I actually found this out. Nigel's the oldest competitor in the race. Many congratulations on that one. And sixth place.
Yes, very pleased with that. Same as last year.
Yeah, the boys did you proud.
I did very well. Yeah.
Yeah, along with Glenn. So he helps out. He's an adopted Hollis, isn't he?
I don't know how he does it.
So sixth place, last year sixth place. It was a hard-fought race.
Yeah, we had 1 or 2 problems and we thought we might not finish, but we did, so there we are.
Yeah, many congratulations to the team, which is Glenn Burton-Shaw, Matthew Hollis, Nigel Hollis and Richard Hollis as well. So many congratulations to them. Well done, guys. Come on, guys. Gather round, get a photo. There we go. Right, fifth place. Car 79, Lions Hansgrove. So who's the marshal?
Neil West and Matt Francis.
So the marshal's here. Come and see Ainsley and company. Here come the marshals. Hey, mate. Big thanks to all our champions in orange, who absolutely, after the Snetterton saloons, as someone said to me, there's only one more race to go, isn't there? And we can go home. 24 hours later, they can go home. Right, so we got Max Wire, Giles Owen, Roland Mears and Eastwood. Max Wire. See if we're going to catch up. I think I lost the... there. Go on, let's have a chat. What's your name?
I'm Giles.
Giles, turn around, Giles, so we can see your face. No, turn backwards. Anyway, Giles, pleased with that?
Absolutely astounded. We
we said at the start of the weekend it'd be great to get like a top 10. And then about 11:30 this morning, we said, oh, do you know what? Top 6 would be great. And then we just all got a bit ridiculous and carried away with it. And the car, I don't know how the car at the end of the race, no shock absorber's working. Some of them work and some might not. But it's brilliant. Prepared the tracks. All of us, you know, we've worked hard to make sure we just keep consistent. Like tonight, really hard to kill the car, but it still survived. But yeah, and like mad cat people has made our food and stuff. It's been amazing experience.
Okay, you back next year?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Hold on, touch. Right, 4th place, Twin Snails, and who's the marshal?
Paul Brooks and, oh, I think it's Gordon Partridge, not Garden. Gordon Partridge.
So. No. Sadly, yeah. Right, while we got it, Audrey Brocklebank, James Northfield, Martin Reimer, and Paul Rowland, if you'd like to come up and collect your 4th place trophies. Congratulations, guys. Let's have a quick word with... Yeah, there's an extra plate. Let's have a quick word with Martin. Turn round, mate. Turn round. Well, no. You're nearest. Sorry. Martin.
Hello.
You've done this a few times, haven't you?
Yeah, we've been doing this now. I think we worked out it was 2009 was the first one we've done, yeah.
You look shattered.
I am absolutely knackered. That was the longest hour and a half of my life.
That was the last, you did the last stint?
Did the last stint, yeah. We weren't going to make it that long, but we used the safety car and got in and out, so we had a bit more of a pit window and fuel window.
4th place. Just missed out that podium, but you've got to be pleased with that, haven't you?
Yeah, very pleased. We had a couple of issues early on, and I think we were down to something like 13th or 14th, so to get back up to 4th, yeah, it's a real good effort with the boys and the mechanics and everybody. It's been another great weekend.
Okay, mate, thanks very much. Great to talk to you. So here we go. We've got now the podium positions, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st. Right. I've got to find the page. Okay. So 3rd, Crisis at Tete Rouge, and who's the marshal?
The marshals for Crisis at Tete Rouge are Sam, Paulie, and Dawn Houghton. Sorry.
Oh, Dawn's in race control, and she looks after the phones. Good for Dawn. But, are probably asleep like we are. Anyway, if Crisis at Tete Rouge would like to come along, Alec Graham, Ian Gibson, Nick Rhodes, and Andrew Bull, and Andy Donaldson. I think there might have been 5 on there. With Paul Robinson. Do you know what? I'm going to talk to Mr. Grumpy. I'm going to talk to Mr. Grumpy. Yeah, sorry, I'm all right. How you doing?
What are you picking up for?
Well, you know, someone's got to.
I think you'll find everybody does.
But anyway, let's be quiet. Alec, a super first session. You've even led Mr. Sparrow there for a while, but it didn't go all to plan, did it?
That's in your opinion. No, we had a fantastic first session. It was really what it's about, and you know, it's great to compete with Pete at the front. Great to have a run out with him. We just had a ball. We had an absolute ball. Fantastic. We had a few issues during the race, some self-inflicted, I've got to say.
I'm not mentioning that.
No, and just a few technical issues, but we've got a strong result and fantastic team. And I'd just like to say thank you for all the guys in this team that kept that car going, you know, and prepared the car. Superb effort.
Thanks very much, Alec. He's not grumpy, really, is he? Oh, there's Dawn. Look, there's Dawn. Thank you, Dawn. Thank you. Right. Second place. Oh, we're still getting photos. Yeah, big hands for prices at Tet Rouge. Really made their first few hours quite interesting. Right, second place, Car Carol. So, and who's our marshals?
Terry DeFrond and Evelyn Buanek. Sorry, that's wrong.
Anyway, if they're here, and if they're not, well, Carol. So here we go. Second place. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's Team Carol, Car Carol, which was the old team. What were they? Beacon Down, weren't they? Yeah. And Chris Tooby, Louis Tooby, and Pete Rundle, if they'd like to come up, along with Richard Gardner for a team manager, pick up their trophies and hats. Absolutely excellent. Yeah, we've got the whole team.
There's a good reason for that.
What's that, sir?
So, Carol Wills basically was a very serious 2CV member. He's managed our team for numerous years, and unfortunately he's not with us today because he's departed earlier on in this year. So we decided to do this in aid of Carol, and all the people here that know him will appreciate what a fantastic person he was. Detail, you've got nothing like it. We're just amateurs at it compared to him. We've also got to thank Bark for organising all of this, and our marshals. Without them, we're not here. And thank you to everybody in the team, because we've all got teams, and without our teams, it just doesn't work. Thank you very much.
Thank you too. Right, Citroen UK, 31st Classic 2CV, 24-hour race winner. That's who we're looking for now. And who's the lucky marshals?
Matt Lanning.
Yeah, you picked that one right, didn't you? Right, third time on the trot, I think this is. It is for 2CV Team Line, Gary Adnett, David O'Keefe, Pete Sparrow, Matthew Cobb, and Martin Harold, our team manager. If you'd like to come along, pick up your trophies, your plates, your bubbly, and also your big trophy. Many congrats. Oh, stick them down there. Right, looks as though this is good. We've got the whole team up. Well, we'll talk to the main man himself.
Martin.
No. 13 times a winner. Pete Sparrow. Pete, can you believe it? 13 times?
No, not really. You come to every race meeting like this and you try and do your best. I really hope that the team have enjoyed it. It's always a great team event. But no, it's been really good to actually win it again. Been really pleased.
That's third time on the bounce.
Yep, we're just lucky, I guess.
Come on, there's more than luck, isn't it?
Preparation, a lot of hard work. I think everybody that's here knows that. Everybody's put in loads and loads of effort, but it does take a lot of time to find the right formula and the right drivers and the right people to do the work. Sometimes not. But yeah, no, it's a great event, and I'm really pleased that we've done well at it.
Okay, shall we word with Martin?
Please.
Yeah, well, a word with Martin, who takes pit number 1 because it's nearest the toilets. Is that right?
Well, it's age, you know.
Shortest distance to the toilets.
Absolutely.
3rd time on the bounce. Congratulations.
What can we say? It's just great. We've got a great team. We worked hard, like all the teams. But this year, to be fair, the luck was in our way. We won today on the same engine we used last year, when we also won. I think we'll frame it. Oh, shouldn't say that. Just fantastic, and it's great to have great people to race against, the people who organise everything, and it's just great being here.
Okay, we'll just have a chat with the guy who took the checkered flag. David O'Keefe. David, congratulations. What can you say? You brought it home, you took the flag, you won it for the 3rd time.
Yeah, it's very good.
Well, not the 3rd time in a row, shall I say?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's all been very, very nice this weekend. So, yeah, I don't know where it all came from, really. We sort of gained some laps from somewhere, and then it sort of carried on, which is most unusual. We had a very straightforward weekend, to be fair, which is not normal.
Yeah, no problems at all, was there? I believe someone got a speeding drive-through, but I'm not really sure who that could have been. But other than that, there was no drama. Last year you had a bit of drama with suspensions, but not like that at all this year.
No, very unnerving. Thought it was all staying there till the end. So we had a few issues getting the thing up to speed, electrical bits and this, that and the other, but through the race it's been superb, which is extremely worrying while it's going on.
Okay, let's have a word with Gary Inter, third driver. Gary, what can I say? Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Man, a few words today.
That's unusual. Normally during the race you've got a few to say.
It's the first 24-hour race I've won where it's not actually been stopped. Normally we have a pause for a nap, everyone cools down. This one, we had to go the whole way through, and it was a bit warm and sticky.
Right. So where's Matthew? Is Matthew with us?
Matthew was a real gentleman. I've not been very well the last couple of weeks, and just in case we needed someone to do a few stints, Matthew was going to step in for us. But with the help of Anadin and a few various bits, so it was good, thanks.
Okay, right, well done, congratulations. Right, so there it is, the winners of the Citroen UK supported 31st Classic 2CV 24-hour race. Car number 97, 2CV, Team Lion, Gary Adner, David O'Keefe, Pete Sparrow. I think Matthew Cobb did a session as well. Congratulations to them. And congratulations to everyone who finished, everyone who started. It's been a fabulous event, and it's been a pleasure to commentate on. Katie.
Yeah, thank you so much, Lewis. It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming. Can we just have one more massive cheer for the marshals, please? Thank you. We couldn't do it without them. But yeah, that is it. That is the end of the live stream. So thank you very much, and we will see you all next year.